Chapter 1: A Hundredfold Increase. Chu Ming suddenly sat up from the bed, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. I'm not dead. Looking at the familiar room, Chu Ming's pupils trembled slightly. He clearly remembered that in the apocalypse, he was betrayed by the girlfriend he trusted the most. In the end, he was brutally dismembered. Now he had actually been reborn? Chu Ming picked up his phone to take a look. Today was May 20th, 2035. The apocalypse would begin in less than half an hour. Damn it, Chu Ming couldn't help but curse. After going through so much to be reborn, he only had half an hour left before the apocalypse struck. Wasn't this a joke? If only he had a little more time, he could have mortgaged this house and stockpiled a few million worth of supplies, ensuring he could live out the rest of his days in peace. But now there were only 30 minutes left, and it was 5 o'clock in the morning. Where could he go to stock up on supplies? At that moment, Chu Ming suddenly felt a flash of white light in his mind, and an endless space appeared before his eyes. What is this? Superpower? Spatial superpower? A look of wild joy spread across Chu Ming's face. At the beginning of the apocalypse, there were still only some typhoons, acid rain, extreme cold, and other natural disasters. As time passed, plants and animals gradually started to mutate. Among humans, superpowered individuals began to emerge. Spatial superpower was one of the most popular abilities. However, as he understood it, the small spatial powers could only hold a bottle of water, while the larger ones could only fit a car. But this? A space so vast it appeared limitless was unheard of. With this space, he would never worry about lacking supplies. Unfortunately, the first disaster would be the deadly acid rain. There was no time to go out now. He had to ensure his own safety first. The first acid rain of the apocalypse would probably last about 3 days, followed by months of heavy rain. To completely eliminate the poison of the acid rain, it would take at least half a month. This meant he had to prepare enough supplies for half a month. Thinking of this, Chu Ming hurriedly rummaged through his room. Finally, he found half a crate of water, a box of instant noodles, 2 bags of river snail rice noodles, and a can of luncheon meat. Since starting work, Chu Ming had been so busy that he hadn't cooked a single meal in 1 or 2 years. So, there weren't any vegetables in the house, only fast food like instant noodles and river snail rice noodles. However, if he used these things sparingly, it should last him for half a month without any problem. Chu Ming sighed in relief and proceeded to store some important supplies in the space, while testing its functionality. He placed his hand on a box of instant noodles, concentrated his thoughts, and the entire box of noodles instantly vanished from sight. At the same time, a voice sounded in Chu Ming's mind. Detected item. Would you like to enhance the item? Chu Ming was slightly stunned. Enhance? What does this mean? Could it be that his space had other functions besides storage? Without hesitation, Chu Ming chose yes. Item enhancement successful. Congratulations on receiving a 100-fold reward. As the voice faded, Chu Ming noticed that 100 boxes of instant noodles had appeared out of nowhere in the space. They piled up into a small mountain. What? Chu Ming's eyes widened. Disbelief etched on his face. The items stored in the space could actually be enhanced 100 times. Was this really not a hallucination? Chu Ming couldn't wait to store other food items as well. Without exception, all of them were enhanced 100 times. Now in his space, he had 100 boxes of instant noodles, 600 bottles of mineral water, 200 bags of river snail rice noodles, and 100 cans of luncheon meat. Looking at the full stockpile in his space, Chu Ming felt a sense of security fill his heart. However, it was regrettable that the items that had already been enhanced could not be enhanced again. Otherwise, if he had a few days, he could directly open a supermarket. It just had a limited variety of goods. Right? Chu Ming suddenly remembered a few important things. He went to the wardrobe and opened the bottom drawer. Inside were some outdoor survival supplies. Mountain climbing rope, folding knife, tent, moisture-proof clothing, rubber boat. These were all things he had prepared for the camping trip with his girlfriend last time. Later, they became the foundation for his survival in the apocalypse. Especially the rubber boat. When the flood disaster came, this could be a lifesaver. I wonder if these things can be amplified. Chu Ming took the rubber boat out of the drawer. The uninflated rubber boat could be easily stuffed into his backpack. Very convenient for storage. But it was too easy to damage. If the quantity could increase 100 times, he wouldn't have to worry about damage anymore. Chu Ming still used the old method to send the rubber boat into the space. This time, the prompt sound changed. Detected items. Would you like to upgrade the items? Chu Ming rubbed his chin. Upgrade? It seemed that the space had more than one function. Amplification increases quantity. Then upgrading improves quality? No matter what, trying it out would reveal the answer. Yes, Chu Ming said. Item upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining a strengthened assault boat. Strengthened assault boat. Energy consumption reduced by 100%, speed increased by 200%, strength increased by 500. Looking at the upgraded rubber boat, Chu Ming's eyes lit up. Indeed, Both the function and quality of the rubber boat had been comprehensively enhanced. Although the assault boat ran on gasoline, it could still function normally like the rubber boat without gasoline. Moreover, its strength had also increased. In this way, once the flood disaster struck, he could go further to collect supplies. Chu Ming sent the remaining items into the space as well. The mountain climbing rope and folding knife were both strengthened, and the tent and moisture-proof clothing had added cold resistance, capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -100 degrees. Seeing the -100 degrees figure, Chu Ming was stunned. What kind of incredible black technology is this? With the current technological level on Earth, how could such top-grade cold-resistant clothing and tents be made? Rumble. At that moment, a deafening red lightning pierced the sky. Chu Ming's expression changed, and he hurried to the window. He saw that the pitch-black night sky looked like it had been torn apart. Whoosh! Soon, dark red acid rain, like blood, was pouring down from the sky. The streets and buildings were stained red. This acid rain carried a strong toxicity. Anyone who got touched would surely die. However, since the acid rain fell in the early morning, missing the peak hours for work and school, and with timely news alerts, the number of people dying in this acid rain was not many. And this was just the beginning. Buzz! Suddenly, the phone vibrated. Chu Ming picked up his phone and took a look. The time was exactly 5:30. On the screen, there was a new message displayed. Shinmin Gran. Dear, it's raining heavily outside. It seems we won't be able to go out for 520 today. But don't forget the gift you promised to give me, okay? Chapter 2, Not Leaving Even a Cucumber. Looking at the content of the message, a cold smile appeared on Chu Ming's face. Shinmin Gran, his girlfriend of almost 3 months, was also the culprit who caused his death in his previous life. This woman was not only a scheming B*TCH, but also a complete gold digger. In his previous life, he pursued Shinmin Gran for 2 years. In the end, he got a promotion and a raise, and even bought a birthday gift worth 20,000 yuan for Shinmin Gran, before she reluctantly agreed to be with him. However, after 3 months of dating, he hadn't even held Shinmin Gran's hand. At that time, he thought Shinmin Gran was a good girl. Being pure and self-respecting wasn't a bad thing. But during that time, Shinmin Gran secretly flirted with a wealthy second generation. The woman he hadn't even managed to touch for 3 months, that wealthy second generation took just 2 days to score with her. However, to maintain her image as a pure goddess, Shinmin Gran did not take the initiative to break up with him. Instead, she kept him hanging, demanding expensive gifts while also giving him the cold shoulder. Today was May 20th, and he had promised to give Shinmin Gran an LV mahjong bag. Who knew that doomsday would suddenly arrive? Naturally, he had no chance to present his gift. However, even if he couldn't give her the LV, he was prepared to present another great gift to Shinmin Gran. With this thought in mind, Chu Ming replied to a text message. I'm coming down to find you now. Shinmin Gran was a tenant in Yangwang community, living with her 2 university roommates. They had a habit of cooking. So after being with Shinmin Gran, Chu Ming frequently bought fresh ingredients for them on May 1. Last night, he had spent over 500 on groceries delivered to them. Fish, meat, shrimp, and a rich variety of vegetables. In his past life, they relied on these supplies to get through the first half of the month. This time, however, Chu Ming did not plan to make it easy for them. He pressed the doorbell for room 803. After a short while, the door opened. Shinmin Gran stood at the door in a silk nightgown, her smooth long hair cascading down her back. It was just past 5 in the morning, but Shinmin Gran already had light makeup on. This was Shinmin Gran's personal habit. She absolutely would not allow herself to appear barefaced in front of a man. Looking at the woman before him, Chu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, filled with murderous intent. If it weren't for Shinmin Gran, he wouldn't have lived like a dog without dignity during the 3 years of the apocalypse. In the end, he had become someone else's food. In this life, he was going to repay all he had suffered tenfold. Why did you come down at this hour? Shinmin Gran glanced at Chu Ming's empty hands, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. She had thought Chu Ming was coming to deliver the bag to her. If he wasn't here to give her the bag, why was he coming to find her so early in the morning? It was really annoying, but in front of Chu Ming, Shinmin Gran certainly wouldn't show it. In the eyes of others, she had to maintain the image of a gentle and considerate girlfriend. I bought some food yesterday and thought it would be bothersome, so I just brought it here. Since I'm awake, I might as well take it back before work. Chu Ming casually fabricated a reason. With such heavy rain, you still have to go to work? Shinmin Gran didn't think too much about it, opening the door to let Chu Ming in. Watching Chu Ming head straight for the kitchen, Shinmin Gran yawned. You can take it yourself. I'm going back to sleep. After all, she had to receive the LV from Chu Ming before noon. Otherwise, she would break up with this guy tomorrow. Once in the kitchen, Chu Ming didn't bother with any formalities and took whatever he saw. Recently opened rice, noodles, milk, various seasonings, green onions, ginger, and garlic. Then he opened the fridge. Fresh Napa cabbage, cucumbers, carrots bought just yesterday. Fruits included grapes, mangoes, bananas, and cherries. In the freezer were 2 pounds of pork belly, 3 steaks, a pound of frozen shrimp, dumplings, and a package of roughly 5 pounds of cured meat. Chu Ming searched the kitchen and found a live base in the sink. He tried to store it but couldn't. He could only deal with the base first before putting it in his space. Looking at the empty kitchen and fridge, Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction. 80% of what was there was bought by him. Now he took everything away, leaving the remaining 20% as interest. Chu Ming left a wilted vegetable leaf in the kitchen. Then he left gracefully. When Chu Ming Gran and her roommates woke up, they would learn what the cruelty of the apocalypse truly meant. After returning to his room, Chu Ming counted the supplies he now had. Aside from the canned food in his own room, the items he scavenged from Chu Ming Gran and her roommates, after being magnified 100-fold in his space, would be enough for him to eat for at least a year or two. And there was meat and vegetables, fish and shrimp. This was a life he wouldn't have dared to imagine in his past life. With his tense nerves slightly easing, Chu Ming only wanted to fill his stomach first. He boiled a packet of snail rice noodles, added an egg for himself, and topped it with several thick slices of crispy fried pork belly. Just the smell alone made one's fingers itch with hunger. In the apocalypse, this was simply the most luxurious way to eat. Now he didn't have to care about any of that. The space was piled high with supplies, enough to allow him to feast on meat and fish every day. He no longer had to struggle with whether to eat tree bark or grass roots tomorrow. After wolfing down his meal, Chu Ming felt completely rejuvenated. At that moment, his phone beeped with an official text message. At 5:30 a.m. this morning, unusual weather occurred globally, with several cities experiencing extremely rare and highly toxic acid rain that has a very high fatality rate. Citizens are advised to close their doors and windows and not go outside. We remind you again, the highly toxic acid rain is deadly. Please, citizens, do not go outside. Meanwhile, the news on TV also began reporting on the acid rain. However, at first, not many people took the acid rain seriously. Instead, many online were relieved they didn't have to go to work today. Schools were closed too. Wasn't this something to celebrate? As for those who died in the acid rain, people could only express regret. After all, many die each year from typhoons and earthquakes. Right now, it was just an acid rain. Once it stopped, everything would return to normal. However, everyone didn't know this was just the beginning. Outside, the acid rain poured down, while Chu Ming took a nap. When he woke up, he opened his phone. He found he had a dozen missed calls and several text messages. Chu Ming Gran. Chu Ming, are you crazy? Did you take everything from the kitchen? You didn't even leave me a cucumber? Chu Ming Gran. Did you see the news? The acid rain outside is highly deadly. I can't go out, and you've taken everything. What are we going to eat today? Chu Ming Gran. What do you mean? You aren't answering the phone. Now I'm ordering you to bring back all the food, or we're breaking up. As he looked at Chu Ming Ran's messages, Chu Ming replied cheerfully, Baby, weren't you just dieting with your friends? I took the food for your own good, to keep you from wanting to eat too much. I can see you're almost getting a spare tire. Chapter 3. You can go ahead and spend this card freely. Chu Ming Gran received Chu Ming's text, and her face turned almost green with anger. Has this guy gone mad? He openly and secretly criticized her for being fat. She didn't want to lose weight, but it was just casual talk. Who knew Chu Ming would really come here and take all the food away? He didn't even spare the leftover half packet of salt. Ming Gran, I'm starving. Hurry and find Chu Ming to get the food back. It's raining so heavily outside. We can't go out at all. We can't just not eat today, can we? A slightly plump girl complained with a distressed look. Ming Gran, I don't think your new boyfriend is that great. He won't even spend a few hundred. Do you really expect him to send you an LV bag today? He's probably just making excuses to brush you off. Another girl lounged on the sofa with her legs apart, playing on her phone as she spoke. Exactly, Ming Ran's boyfriend this time is really not worth mentioning. He's only bought us groceries a few times and acts like a penny pincher, the slightly plump girl scoffed. I'm just playing with him. Once I get the LV, I'll find an excuse to dump him next week, Chu Ming Gran said with a huff. She didn't need a boyfriend who embarrassed her. She was aiming to marry into a rich family. Chu Ming Gran originally didn't want to lower herself to ask Chu Ming for food. But as she saw the acid rain getting heavier, a sense of crisis began to rise in her heart. This acid rain wouldn't last for several days. Would it? She had seen videos online. Anyone who got caught in the acid rain would bleed all over in just a few minutes. In less than 10 minutes, someone was gone. As long as the acid rain didn't stop, she would never dare to step outside. After much hesitation, Chu Ming Gran decided to find Chu Ming. She put on her shoes and took the elevator to the 15th floor. In the room, Chu Ming was playing a game on his tablet. On the other side, the computer was connected to a large-capacity hard drive, downloading various single-player movies, novels, and anime. It was only when a knock on the door sounded that Chu Ming slowly put down his tablet. Chu Ming, open the door quickly. Return everything you took today. Shin Min Gran angrily knocked on the door, too lazy to maintain her usual ladle-like image. Of course, Chu Ming would not open the door for her. He got up, walked to the door, and said earnestly, Min Gran, I know you're very hungry right now, but you must control yourself. Losing weight isn't something that can be done in a day or two. I can't let you keep falling apart like this. %UN #@ Shin Mingran's head was filled with curses. Who the hell wants to lose weight? She was almost starving to death. At that moment, Shin Mingran saw Chu Ming slide a bank card under the door. Baby, take this card and spend it as you like. There's 500,000 inside, password 123456. If you can lose weight to 80 pounds, I will give you another 500,000. After searching for a long time, Chu Ming finally found a bank card that only had 5 yuan left. In the apocalypse, money was just worthless paper. However, for Shin Mingran, spending 5 yuan was already a limit. 500,000? Hearing this number, Shin Mingran instantly forgot her hunger and hurriedly picked up the bank card. If I lose weight to 80 pounds, you really will give me another 500,000? Shin Mingran asked eagerly. She was already at 85 pounds. Losing 5 pounds was not difficult at all, right? Just starve for a few days. Of course. I haven't told you. I actually like thin women. Chu Ming casually made up a lie. He just wanted to slowly torture this woman, pushing her body and spirit to complete collapse. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Shin Mingran immediately became energized. Darling, don't worry. I will definitely lose weight to 80 pounds and show up beautifully in front of you. After saying that, Shin Mingran happily left with the bank card, completely forgetting the purpose of her visit. Fool! Chu Ming sneered. Shin Mingran was only focused on getting money. The temptation of 500,000 was not something a few cucumbers and carrots could compare to, but she would soon discover that money meant nothing. Besides, there was only 5 yuan in his card. Shin Mingran wouldn't even get a thrill. Shin Mingran happily returned to 803. Seeing her come back empty-handed, Wang Jiai and Zhang Wen were stunned. Mingran, where's the food? Why did you come back like this? Zhang Wen immediately asked. Oh, my dear at home wants to encourage me to lose weight. For my sake, he took away the food. Shin Mingran proudly raised the bank card in her hand and said, he even gave me 500,000. Once the rain stops, I will go withdraw the money. You must be mistaken. That loser would actually give you 500,000? I can't believe it. Wang Jiai said with a face full of doubt. He wouldn't dare to lie to me. Shin Mingran replied confidently. You all saw how he has been sweet-talking me these past 2 years. He even promised that after we get married, he will add my name to his property deed. You all know how expensive housing prices are in City G. Of course, I will never marry him. He isn't worthy, Shin Mingran said proudly. Chu Ming's parents died in a car accident during high school, leaving him a house and over $1 million in insurance money. After graduating from college, he found a decent job, but in the end, his monthly salary was just over 10,000. He was far from a true wealthy person. If Chu Ming's monthly salary were 100,000, then she might consider it. After all, her salary was just over 3,000, not enough to even cover her own spending. So, what do? There's nothing to eat at home. Zhang Wen was almost speechless. Shin Mingran wanted to lose weight, but why drag her into it? Just borrow some from the neighbor and return it to them tomorrow. Shin Mingran said dismissively. Fin. Zhang Wen went next door in her pajamas. She knocked on the door. After a short while, a man in his 30s opened the door. Upon seeing Zhang Wen come to him in her pajamas, the man's eyes lit up. Little one, what do you need from me? Li Chong said, rubbing his hands and leering. Although Zhang Wen was slightly plump, her curves were certainly eye-catching. Especially from this angle, it was simply breathtaking. Zhang Wen didn't mind, and even deliberately crossed her arms and swayed her hips as she said, Changgu, we have nothing to eat at home. Can you lend us some? Once the rain stops, we'll return it to you. Hearing Zhang Wen's sweet voice made Li Chong instantly erect. He swallowed and said, if you let me touch you, I'll let you in to pick whatever you want. LSP. Zhang Wen cursed silently, but still followed Li Chong into the room. Half an hour later, Zhang Wen returned to room 803 with a big bag of things. Why did you take so long? Wang Jiai frowned and asked. Don't need to say. Didn't you hear the noise next door? Shin Mingran rolled her eyes. Oh, Chang'e got new gym equipment. I just exercised a bit over there. Don't think too much, Zhang Wen said innocently. Chapter 4. You can come try. Everyone knew very well what kind of exercise Zhang Wen was talking about. Shin Mingran also understood Zhang Wen's nature. She truly wasn't picky at all. Moreover, she often gave things away for free. A complete super philanthropist, an invincible female bodhisattva. At least this time, she brought back a bag of food. That was already a gain. Ming Gran, are you really not eating? Then I won't make a portion for you. Zhang Wen looked at Shen Ming Gran and said. No. Shen Ming Gran said firmly. As long as she could lose weight to 80 kilograms, she could get 500,000 from Chu Ming. It was just a few days of hunger. She could endure it. The next day, the acid rain was getting heavier with no signs of stopping. Many low-lying areas were almost flooded, even the first floors. The morning news announced that preliminary death tolls had exceeded 1 million. Seeing this number, those who had been joking and celebrating not having to go to work or school fell silent. They initially thought this acid rain, like earthquakes, typhoons, and floods, would only kill tens of thousands, which was already an exaggerated figure. No one expected that on the first day, hundreds of thousands had already perished. And that was just yesterday's data. As the water level rose, many people living on the first floor died in their sleep. With very few people daring to go outside, the officially recorded death toll was likely inaccurate. Realizing this, everyone's mood became heavy. When would the rain stop? While everyone was worried, Chu Ming was sitting, listening to music, and frying a steak. After finishing breakfast, Chu Ming continued downloading various resources onto his hard drive. With the ongoing acid rain and heavy downpours, power outages were inevitable. He had to save all his favorite games, movies, and novels onto his hard drive during this time. These would be unavailable in the future. In his free time, Chu Ming kept testing the expansion and upgrade features of his space. He discovered that as long as it was something like food, daily necessities, or items with a simple function and not too many characteristics, they typically only gained in quantity. For example, cups, combs, toothbrushes, toothpaste, body wash, etc. When stored in the space, the quantity would increase 100-fold. Meanwhile, more valuable, complex function items, or those with offensive and defensive capabilities would receive a comprehensive upgrade in quality. Once, there was a space that could be upgraded. A raincoat could transform into a winter coat. But when he tossed a pair of underwear into the space, he only received 100 identical pairs of underwear back. There were also some items with vague definitions. Only by storing them in the space could he know if they had been enhanced or upgraded. Besides that, Chu Ming had upgraded all the electronic appliances and products in his home. The electric kettle could boil water in 1 minute. A 1 terabyte hard drive, storing 100 times more space. A computer he bought for $3,000 now had top-notch configuration. After upgrading his phone and tablet, they even gained anti-fall features. Chu Ming tested it. No matter how hard he dropped them, they couldn't break and could be used like bricks. Of course, what thrilled Chu Ming the most was the power bank. After one charge, it could last for 100 days. Even if the power went out in the future, he could rely on the power bank for a while. Just then, Chu Ming noticed someone in the homeowner group was mentioning him. Clicking to check, he found the representative was assigning housing to the first-floor residents. Last night, acid rain had flooded the first floor. Those who reacted slowly had already perished. The fortunate survivors could only stay in the corridor. Therefore, the representative took the initiative to help these survivors find places to stay. Chu Ming was one of the unlucky ones. Lu Hongwei. Everyone, don't worry. The losses from this acid rain disaster will surely be compensated by the state. So right now, we need to work together to get through this tough time. Lu Hongwei. Now that all the first-floor residents have moved out, they can't stay in the corridor forever. Anyone with a spare room should help their neighbors. Lu Hongwei. At Chu Ming, I remember you live alone, right? Let Aunt Wu and her grandson stay at your place for a few days. The elderly and children don't eat much, and you can take care of their meals. After mentioning Chu Ming, Lu Hongwei began to assign other households. Although everyone was reluctant, no one dared to offend Lu Hongwei, whose family had a relative in power. After all, it was just for a few days, and they could endure it. After reading the group messages, Chu Ming tossed his phone aside. In his previous life, he was soft-hearted and let Aunt Wu and her grandson in, who knew these two would turn out to be ungrateful. They didn't show any gratitude and complained about his home being poorly decorated and uncomfortable, eating nothing but junk food. Later, when they could go out to gather supplies, these two relied on him entirely, not stepping out of the house even once. With a lesson learned from the harshness of the apocalypse, how could he be foolish enough to play the fool again? Having witnessed the cruelty of the end times, he resolved not to be soft-hearted towards anyone. Chu Ming did not respond in the group. However, that didn't stop Lu Hongwei from arbitrarily arranging their stay. Soon enough, he heard a loud knocking on his door. Chu Ming, we are sent by Representative Lu. Please open the door. My grandson hasn't had breakfast yet. Let him in to have something to eat. Aunt Wu yelled, her voice hoarse. Chu Ming found it annoying and put on his headphones. As silence filled the room, Aunt Wu's knocking became increasingly frantic. Chu Ming, I know you are home. Someone just saw you downstairs yesterday. We are supposed to stay here, arranged by Representative Liu. If you are unhappy, just hold it in. Hurry and open the door for us. Aunt Wu shouted angrily. Fine. You are ignoring Representative Liu's words. I see you are tired of living. Immediately, Aunt Wu ran off to complain to Lu Hongwei. Not long after, Lu Hongwei at Chu Ming in the homeowner group again. In times of crisis, how can someone still be so selfish, only thinking of themselves? At Chu Ming, you better come out and clarify. Otherwise, once the acid rain stops, I'll report to higher authorities. People like you, who refuse to follow arrangements, will end up with a bad record. After reading the group messages, Chu Ming. Calmly, I found a diagnosis from Mania Online and posted it in the owner group. Representative Liu, it's not that I don't want to let people in, but a few days ago I was just diagnosed with mania. And right now, I really want to hurt someone. I'm not opening the door for your own good. You think you can just find a random picture online and escape responsibility? Lu Hongwei naturally didn't believe it. Well, you can come and try? Chu Ming wasn't trying to scare anyone on purpose. If someone were to force their way into his room now, he would send them straight to see the King of Hell without hesitation. In his past life, he scratched and crawled his way through 3 years in the apocalypse. It wasn't just luck. Chapter 5: Defeating Magic with Magic. Seeing Chu Ming's message, Aunt Wu immediately backed down and quickly said in the owner group, Representative Liu, I don't want to live with a madman. Please switch us to another family. Lu Hongwei. Aunt Wu, that kid Chu Ming just found a diagnosis online. Don't believe him. Aunt Wu didn't care about that. Anyway, I'm not going to his home. I remember your family only has 2 people. How about I squeeze in with my grandson? As the owner representative, you should set an example. Lu Hongwei was directly silenced by Aunt Wu. He didn't have much food at home either. How could he let Aunt Wu and her grandson move in? Aunt Wu continued to nag in the group. Representative Liu, hurry up and make a statement. My grandson and I are about to starve to death. If anything happens to my grandson because of hunger, I won't let you go. Chu Ming almost laughed. This was probably defeating magic with magic. Aunt Wu, with little education, loved to suppress others with morals. She could perfectly restrain Lu Hongwei. In the end, Lu Hongwei found an excuse to refuse Aunt Wu's request and arrange for them to stay next door to Chu Ming instead. However, Chu Ming remembered the neighbor was a shut-in, the type who ordered takeout every day. His home didn't even have pots and bowls, let alone food. He wondered how long this grandmother and grandson duo could hold out. In the blink of an eye, it was the 3rd day. Chu Ming woke up and found that the rain outside had lessened significantly. By noon, the sun even rose in the sky. However, the sunlight was a strange blue hue, looking a bit eerie. In the afternoon, the acid rain completely stopped. Chu Ming heard cheers all around the neighborhood. But people didn't stay happy for long, because just 10 minutes after the acid rain stopped, a heavier downpour began outside, mixed with thunder and lightning. The entire sky seemed to be covered in an electric net, as if it was the end of the world. At this moment, the owner group and Sunshine community was already in chaos. Oh God, why is it raining again? There's almost no food at home. How are we supposed to live? At least it's not acid rain now. Once the thunder stops, I'm planning to go buy some rice and dry food. At this rate, we might face a flood. Yeah, since it's not acid rain now, let's hurry and buy some food. If the water rises later, we won't find anything. But as time passed, everyone quickly dismissed such thoughts, because it was spreading online that rain mixed with acid rain was also poisonous. In this weather, who could guarantee they wouldn't get caught in the rain? Watching the videos of those covered in toxic rain, their bodies rotting and bleeding, no one dared to say they would go outside anymore. For a few bites of food, it wasn't worth taking such risks. Meanwhile, Chu Ming received a message from Shen Minggran. Dear, I've lost over a pound in the past 2 days, but not eating isn't a solution. How about you bring down the food you took last time? Shen Minggran observed the atmosphere online and the messages in the owner group. She finally woke up from the temptation of money. She could lose weight anytime, but if the rain didn't stop, there is no food, but people could die. Now she must get the supplies back from Chu Ming. Chu Ming smirked and typed back. Why didn't you say earlier? My fridge is broken, and I couldn't finish all the stuff I took last time. A lot of it went bad. I just cleaned it out this morning, and there's nothing left. Of course, Chu Ming was lying to Shen Minggran. The things he looted from Shen Minggran last time were still perfectly fine in his space. Well, when it was just as it was now, time inside was completely still. There was no need to worry about freshness. When Shen Minggran saw Chu Ming's reply, she was almost spitting blood from anger. How's it going, Minggran? When is Chu Ming bringing the stuff down? Zhang Wen asked beside her. She was already craving food. The things swapped from the neighbor were finished by this morning. At this rate, she would be starving. His fridge is broken. The meat and vegetables are spoiled. How are we going to eat? Shen Minggran replied irritably. No way. Wang Jiai sat up from the sofa when she heard this. Then we have no food. What are we going to do for the next few days? In the minds of Chu Ming, Gran, and the others, this heavy rain would definitely not last long. But even so, they couldn't just live on air for the next few days. Why don't you go next door and borrow some from Li Chang? Chu Ming Gran suggested to Zhongwen. Okay, I'll go again. Zhongwen was so hungry, she couldn't hold it any longer and went to knock on Li Chang's door again. Half a minute later, Zhongwen successfully entered Li Chang's home. This time she lay down on the floor, opened her legs, and seductively said, Changgu, can you lend me some food? Li Chang originally had no intention of lending. Letting Zhongwen in was just a chance to get a little handsy, but looking at the scene before him, how could Li Chang resist? If he didn't act, then was he even a man? Hearing the commotion next door, Wang Jai couldn't help but frown. Isn't this a bit unfair, us using this method to get food? If this got out, their reputation in 803 would be ruined. You know what Zhongwen is like, she probably enjoys it, Chu Ming Gran casually said. True. Thinking about Zhongwen's usual behavior, Wang Jai stopped worrying. By night, the rainwater had flooded to the second floor. Because the rainwater still contained the poison of acid rain, the residents on the second floor had no choice but to move out. Lu Hongwei once again called for everyone to take in the refugees from the second floor. But this time, very few people took the bait. Everyone was busy taking care of themselves. Who had extra food to take care of outsiders? Seeing that no one was paying him any attention, Lu Hongwei immediately felt his authority challenged. Are you all pretending not to hear? You don't even listen to my arrangements? I'm telling you, someone is in charge of me. Today, if anyone dares to disobey my arrangements, once the rain stops and the cleanup begins, you'll be considered lawbreakers disrupting the order, and I'll send you all to pick oranges. Of course, Lu Hongwei wasn't stepping up out of kindness. He just wanted to flaunt his authority and have everyone listen to him. After all, as the homeowner's representative, it was the only thing he could show off. A 30-year-old guy who still relied on his family while using civil service exams as an excuse. What could he possibly achieve? But at times like this, everyone wasn't foolish. No matter how much Lu Hongwei shouted in the homeowners group, not a single person paid attention to him. Chapter 6 Planning Base and Generator. Chu Ming didn't pay much attention to the turmoil in the homeowners group. After the acid rain stopped, he kept thinking about collecting supplies. Now, the supplies in his space were enough for him for a while. But to completely have no worries, these were far from enough. And the longer the time dragged on, the fewer fresh ingredients he could collect. So he had to plan ahead. With the heavy rain washing and diluting, the toxicity of the acid rain would greatly weaken in just a few days. Even if he accidentally got contaminated, it would not endanger his life. At that time, he had to rush to the planning base outside the city, ahead of everyone else. The terrain there was higher, and many vegetables and fruits were grown in greenhouses, making them less likely to be contaminated by acid rain. If he was lucky, he might even find some seeds. They would definitely be useful later. As for many vegetable markets and supermarkets in the city, they would be flooded by then. To salvage supplies, one would have to dive. Without professional equipment, that would undoubtedly be asking for death. So there was no need for him to take that risk. For the next few days, Chu Ming ignored everything outside his window. Other than eating, sleeping, exercising, and playing games, he had nothing else to do. Although it was quite boring compared to the people outside, it was already a heavenly life. During this time, Chu Ming Gran called a few times. Chu Ming did not answer. Until the 8th day that everyone was trapped at home, the Sunshine community was out of power. The panic spread infinitely, and it also bred a lot of darkness. That night, a shrill scream suddenly came from the neighboring building. Chu Ming stood by the window and saw with his own eyes that several men wearing masks broke into a household across the street. The male owner was stabbed several times, and the female owner was violated. Then they were both thrown out of the window. The cruelty of the apocalypse officially began to unfold. The next day, the whole Sunshine community was discussing last night's murder case. The bodies of the couple were floating in the community. It was absolutely horrifying. And even though it had come to this, no police had come to investigate or arrest anyone. This made everyone very worried. They feared that such things would happen to themselves. Chu Ming observed the two corpses downstairs, but he realized one important thing. The moment he was waiting for had come. The toxicity of the acid rain had weakened. A key sign was that it no longer corroded the skin. The two bodies thrown down last night now looked still white and clean, just slightly swollen. This meant that the toxicity could no longer enter through the surface. Unless one accidentally ingested rainwater, that would still pose a life threat. However, for Chu Ming, this was already enough. He prepared the inflatable boat and went out with a large black bag on his back. He didn't want to reveal his space yet, so he had to cover the existence of the inflatable boat with a backpack. The Sunshine community had already been flooded up to the 5th floor. The hallways of the high-rise buildings were filled with people. They looked no better than refugees with dirty and messy clothes, disheveled hair. In contrast, Chu Ming was clean and tidy, his face glowing with health. He hardly looked like someone who was starving. "Young man, you have food, right?" A middle-aged woman blocked Chu Ming's way. "If I had food, would I risk going out?" Chu Ming retorted. "What? You want to go out?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman was immediately taken aback. "Young man, the rainwater outside is toxic. Many people have had mishaps trying to go out. Don't be impulsive." An elderly man nearby earnestly advised. "Since we're all going to die anyway, it's better to try going out," Chu Ming said as he strode down the stairs. Through the window on the 5th floor, Chu Ming successfully got outside. He inflated the boat, then headed straight for the suburbs according to the initial planned route. Such a commotion naturally drew a lot of attention. Among them were Xin Ming Gran and her friends. "Ming Gran? Isn't that Chu Ming? He actually has an inflatable boat." Wang Jiai shook Xin Ming Ran's arm and exclaimed in excitement. "Yes." Xin Ming Gran was also incredibly joyful. "Now we finally have a chance to find food." After all, Chu Ming was her boyfriend. If he went out to find food, how could he not share it with her? These days, Zhongwen had nearly drained Li Chong next door. Once thought that the only way was to continue developing business upstairs. Now it seems there is no need to go that far. Zhongwen is shameless, but she also has her pride. Now that her reputation is ruined, how will she have a chance to marry a rich man in the future? 2 hours later, Chu Ming arrived at the foot of a mountain in the suburbs. Looking at the rising floodwaters, he was thankful he came early enough. Otherwise, the planted base on the mountain would eventually be submerged. Chu Ming put away the speedboat and climbed up the mountain path. Before long, he saw large rows of greenhouses on the mountain, along with a few scattered buildings. The quality of these greenhouses was excellent, with only a few damaged by the rain. The rest were intact. Chu Ming walked into one of the greenhouses, which was filled with vast areas of leaks. He only needed to walk down the middle path, and the leaks on both sides along with the soil were all collected into a space. At the same time, the volume had already amplified 100 times. The quantity was astonishing. In this way, Chu Ming went from greenhouse to greenhouse collecting them. Cabbage, cauliflower, small greens, lettuce, garlic, cilantro, chili, tomato, loofah, wintermelon, pumpkin, all kinds were practically available. Chu Ming worked for about 7 or 8 hours to collect all the vegetables from the entire planting base. Besides that, he also found more than a dozen greenhouses. Inside were strawberries, grapes, bananas, dragon fruit, watermelons, oranges, and other fruits. Some were in season, while others were out of season. It appeared they were still in testing. The number of greenhouses was not large. But once stored in his space, the quantity became terrifying. Chu Ming might never finish eating them in several lifetimes. Moreover, for convenience, he took them out with roots included. When the weather warms up and he finds a suitable place to live, he can replant all of these. This trip was indeed a great harvest. Hundreds of greenhouses of vegetables and dozens of greenhouses of fruits. After a 100-fold increase, that is the output of tens of thousands of greenhouses. Years later, when resources become severely scarce, a fresh fruit could exchange for a school beauty. This is not a joke. After raiding the greenhouses for supplies, Chu Ming turned towards several buildings not far away. Where there are greenhouses, there must be warehouses. Perhaps he could also find some useful stock. Before getting close, Chu Ming saw many rotting corpses on the road outside. There were also small trucks for transporting goods nearby. There was no shortage of food here, so they could only have died in the acid rain. As for the vegetables in the truck, they had all rotted away. Chu Ming just took a glance and continued on. When he arrived at the building, he discovered that there were indeed many warehouses. However, the doors of many warehouses were wide open. Acid rain had poured in, and all the food inside had perished. Chu Ming wandered around the warehouses on the 1st floor. Seeing there was not much to gain, he went up to the 2nd floor. At the same time, he heard the sound of a generator. In his past life, Chu Ming would surely have shown no interest in generators. But now he had a space. To ensure his quality of life in the future, a generator was absolutely necessary. He could even get an electric vehicle when the opportunity arose. However, Chu Ming did not rush to find the generator. Instead, he checked every warehouse along the way. Here, he found many sweet potatoes, and corn. These types of crops are easy to store and can fill one up. When there is no rice, they can completely serve as a staple food. Chu Ming naturally collected everything into his space. The total stock in these warehouses added up to at least several thousand tons. After a 100-fold increase in his space, it wouldn't be a problem to run a grain station. In another building, Chu Ming also found a large amount of seeds for agricultural products, an astonishing number of various fertilizers, and even some materials for building greenhouses. With these things, he could easily choose another place and continue to set up a planting base. In the apocalypse, this was undoubtedly the most profitable business. After looting several buildings thoroughly, Chu Ming hurried to the location of the generator. It was a standalone metal shed, Inside, there were many iron racks, metal sheets, parts, and other items piled up. Various tools were fully equipped. Chu Ming collected everything without missing a single item into his space, and then made his way to the basement of the metal shed. This was where the generator was stored. Looking at the large generator in front of him, Chu Ming's eyes couldn't help but light up. A generator of this scale could easily be worth over $1 million in the market. He didn't expect to find such a good item. At the same time, he also discovered more than a dozen barrels of diesel nearby. After collecting them into his space, they instantly turned into over 1,000 barrels. As for the generator, Chu Ming spent half a day studying it, confirming that all the wiring had been collected before he placed it into his space. Detected item. Do you want to upgrade the item? Yes. Item upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining the enhanced generator. Enhanced generator. Energy consumption reduced by 99%. Power increased by 500%. Special attribute. Never damaged. Chu Ming's pupils shook. What kind of incredible technology was this that could last forever? Moreover, with a 99% reduction in energy consumption, didn't that mean no need for energy? He realized that the more valuable something was, the greater the enhancement in his space. This generator was the most valuable item he'd stored in his space. Therefore, after the quality upgrade, a special attribute appeared for the first time. It seemed that in the future, he could try more things, perhaps there would be different surprises. After turning around the basement, Chu Ming discovered there was another room at the back. That generator seemed to be prepared for this room. Chu Ming exerted some effort to open the iron door of the room. Instantly, a rush of cold air hit his face. There's actually a cold storage here? Chu Ming shivered, took out some cold-resistant clothing from his space, and then stepped into the room. Inside, there were many unexpected ingredients. Various seafood, a 5-grade beef, ham, and some wild game. The dates were all very fresh. The quality was top-notch. This should be a little business the farm owner was running on the side. Now, it had become a bargain for Chu Ming. He collected all the ingredients in the cold storage into his space. After the space enhancement, these high-end ingredients instantly turned into tens of thousands of tons. Just looking at them brought joy to his heart. These items he couldn't bear to eat before the apocalypse and had no chance to eat after the apocalypse. Now it can be seen as compensating for regrets. After clearing out the entire base, Chu Ming found it was approaching midnight. He had no choice but to spend the night in the metal room of the planning base. It was actually quite suitable for living. The terrain was elevated, and there were no annoying neighbors. But the problem was, this was the outskirts. Those terrifying monsters had crawled out from the wilderness. He couldn't take this risk. Although he would eventually leave G-City, leaving behind the sunny community he grew up in, now was not the time. The more people there were, the better the protection in the early stage. The next morning, Chu Ming hurried back to the sunny community. Just as he climbed in from the 5th floor into the building, he was blocked in the hallway by a few people. "Kid, you've been out for so long. It seems you had a good harvest," said a burly man with a greedy expression, staring at the backpack behind Chu Ming. They had come over from the adjacent building. Since early yesterday, they had noticed Chu Ming, so they had been waiting here for the chance. Initially, when they saw Chu Ming hadn't returned overnight, they thought he might have died outside. Now it looked like they hadn't come in vain. Chu Ming glanced at the few people lightly. Without saying a word, he grabbed the nearest person and slammed him against the window ledge. As the other party was stunned from the impact, he produced the previously upgraded folding knife in his hand. Gently opening it, he then unhesitatingly cut the opponent's neck from behind. As blood spurted out, the others were all stunned in fear. Killed someone? Someone trembled and shouted. What the hell is going on? They just wanted to grab some food. How could this guy just kill someone out of nowhere? Has he gone crazy? Chu Ming released his grip and tossed the corpse away, then turned to look at the remaining few. Run! It was unclear who reacted first, but someone shouted. Immediately, these guys scrambled away, rolling and crawling out of the hallway. The building had many twists and turns, and the light was dim. Chu Ming couldn't be bothered to chase after them. In a 1 versus many situation, he didn't have the advantage. But when it came to being ruthless, these people who had just emerged from civilized society couldn't compare to even one of his fingers. Having survived in the apocalypse for 3 years, who hadn't crawled out from a pile of dead bodies, he had even specifically trained in combat and killing techniques. In his eyes, these guys weren't even worth watching. Chu Ming threw the corpse out the window, washed his folding knife with water, and then walked steadily up the stairs. Starting from the 10th floor, more and more people began to appear in the hallway. They discovered that Chu Ming had actually come back alive. Many people had their own thoughts, but seeing the bloodstains on Chu Ming, those with ulterior motives immediately began to have second thoughts. This guy looked like he was not to be messed with. It had only been a short 9 days since the acid rain began. Usually, everyone was a good citizen, law-abiding, and obedient. Chu Ming looked as if he had just killed someone, let alone asking for food. They didn't even dare to approach him to chat. Just like that, Chu Ming smoothly returned to the 15th floor. He knew that during this trip out, many people must be focusing on him, but most were thieves with no courage. Moreover, to take action, they would need to prepare themselves mentally. They were no better than the few who had just attempted to rob him at the window. Civilization and morality were gradually decaying. Now, these guys were still not a threat to Chu Ming. Just as Chu Ming was about to open the door to his house, Mrs. Wu from the neighboring apartment quickly walked over as if she had timed it perfectly. Chu Ming, what good food did you find this time? Mrs. Wu looked at the backpack behind Chu Ming, her eyes shining, and reached out to grab the zipper of the backpack. Chapter 8, Just Her Kissing Dog. Chu Ming turned and dodged Mrs. Wu's movement. Is there something? Chu Ming asked coldly. Oh, we're all neighbors. Don't be so distant. Mrs. Wu stared eagerly at the backpack, imagining it was filled with food, her mouth nearly watering. At that moment, a boy about 10 years old rushed out from next door, clutching Mrs. Wu's arm and shaking it. Grandma, I'm so hungry. I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat. Mrs. Wu looked at Chu Ming helplessly and said, You saw it too. My grandson is almost starving. We can't let the kids suffer, can we? Quickly take out the food for me to fill my grandson's stomach. When he grows up and becomes successful, he will definitely remember you, uncle. Saying this, Mrs. Wu reached out again to grab the backpack. However, what awaited her this time was the sharp blade of the folding knife. Mrs. Wu was wearing thick clothes, and the knife only grazed the surface of her arm. But Mrs. Wu screamed as if her arm had been cut off, seeing blood oozing from the wound. Murder! Murder! Her grandson, Dog Eggs, was also stunned. He glanced at the knife in Chu Ming's hand and ran back next door without looking back, slamming the door shut with a bang. He was gone in a flash. The motion of closing the door was incredibly smooth. Mrs. Wu was shocked by Dog Egg's reaction, too stunned to scream, only staring blankly at the direction of the next door, seemingly unable to believe her grandson would react this way to her. Chu Ming shook his head in silence. Aunt Wu's unconditional pampering of her grandson was something he had already witnessed in his past life. Plus, Aunt Wu herself was timid, afraid of trouble, and selfish. It's no surprise she raised such a grandson. Chu Ming chose not to pay any more attention to Aunt Wu and opened the door, stepping inside. He shut out all the noise and ugliness outside. Chu Ming relaxed completely. This house, where he had lived for over 10 years, felt comfortable. After being out for so long, he had hardly eaten anything decent. He took out lamb chops he had scavenged from the cold storage, preparing to make a lamb soup. Even though it was only May, the weather was exceptionally cold. After the heavy rain, there would be a more terrifying cold wave. He should prepare in advance. On the other side, upon learning that Chu Ming had returned, Xin Min Gran and her two friends were excited beyond measure. Chu Ming actually came back alive. He must have a lot of food on him. Zhongwen was so hungry her eyes were almost glowing green, wishing she could offer herself to Chu Ming right now. But she knew Chu Ming wouldn't look at her. This was something Xin Min Gran needed to handle. Min Gran, stop dawdling and go find Chu Ming. He has a speedboat. He can definitely support the three of us in the future. Wang Jiai urged from the side. Why rush? I'll be right there. Xin Min Gran was sitting at her vanity, carefully shaping her eyebrows. She never let herself appear too disheveled in front of men. With spots and pimples on her face and darkness under her eyes, how could she face others without some foundation to cover it up? Min Gran, you can't ignore Chu Ming like before. Now we need him. Once you see him, remember to give him a little sweetness, so he can't live without you. Zhongwen said as she approached Xin Min Gran. If the rain continued, then Chu Ming would be their long-term provider. They definitely needed to pamper him, so he would work hard for them in the future. That's why you don't understand, man. Xin Min Gran set down her eyebrow pencil and glanced at Zhongwen. If I acted like you, just spreading my legs for every man I saw, they would only treat you like a toy and wouldn't listen to you at all. But when you were with young Master Wang, didn't you go to bed with him right away? Zhongwen muttered softly. Xin Mingran's expression stiffened, and then she straightened her face and said seriously, That's not the same. I genuinely loved young Master Wang. Going to the hotel was completely unintentional. Zhongwen pouted. What a load of rubbish about true love. It still came down to money. On the surface, Xin Min Gran looked pure. In reality, she was no less involved with men than anyone else. The only difference was, Xin Min Gran preferred to sleep with rich men. She was just someone else to them. Who was more noble? I'm done talking to you. I'm going to find Chu Ming now. Xin Min Gran changed into her prettiest dress and boldly walked out the door. Along the way, she received many intense gazes. Xin Min Gran didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just her charm. Little did she know, civilization and morality were gradually declining. Beautiful women like Xin Min Gran often ended up with tragic fates in an apocalyptic world. Arriving at the 15th floor, Xin Min Gran unexpectedly discovered that Chu Ming's door was ajar. Chu Ming was using a welding tool to secure an iron plate to the security door. These were tools he found at the planning base. Just what he needed to reinforce the house. Chu Ming, what are you doing? Why does the door look like this? It's hideous. Chu Ming Gran curiously walked over. Preventing thieves. Chu Ming replied without looking up. Hearing this, Chu Ming Gran felt a jolt of happiness. Chu Ming truly had brought back a lot of good things. Otherwise, why would he be so ostentatiously reinforcing the door? Darling. Chu Ming Gran suddenly approached and linked her arm with Chu Ming's, her voice almost silky. Did you find a lot of food this time? It's okay. Chu Ming did not deny it. I'm your girlfriend. Shouldn't you give me half? At this point, Chu Ming Gran quickly changed her tone. But I have 2 sisters. Why don't you give us all the food? And tomorrow you go out to find more. Chu Ming Gran spoke with a very justified tone. In her eyes, Chu Ming was just her loyal dog. Right now, she wasn't taking advantage of Chu Ming. She was giving him a chance to show off. Chu Ming was so grateful that he couldn't even express it. Chapter 9. Glorious Doings for the Family. Chu Ming Ran's gentle voice made Chu Ming stop his actions. He looked Chu Ming Gran up and down, his face showing some disdain as he said, You're already so fat. How can you still just think about eating every day? Chu Ming Gran, you're disappointing me too much. Let's break up. What? Chu Ming Gran was stunned. She couldn't believe she heard correctly. Chu Ming actually wanted to break up with her? Thinking back to the last time Chu Ming took out $500,000 for her to lose weight, she had thought he was just trying to make her happy. She never expected this guy really disliked her weight. She was already 82 pounds. Chu Ming was still not satisfied. Did he prefer skinny people? Come back to me when you lose 70 pounds. I will accept you again then. Chu Ming pushed Chu Ming Ran's hand away and slammed the door shut behind him. It was the first time Chu Ming Gran had been dumped, and she fell into deep self-doubt. She wanted to ask Chu Ming for clarity. But when she looked up, she found that Chu Ming's door was not only covered with metal plates, but was also welded with dense iron nails and many rusty sharp iron pieces. She didn't even know how to knock on the door. In the end, she could only return to room 803 in despair. Seeing Chu Ming Gran come back empty-handed again, Zhang Wen and Wang Jiai both showed astonishment. Ming Gran, where's the food? Zhang Wen looked at Chu Ming Gran and then at the door behind her. Chu Ming didn't come back with her. Eat, eat, eat. That's all you think about, Chu Ming Gran said angrily. I will never go find Chu Ming again. It's just a few bites of food. I can figure out how to get it myself. Chu Ming had pursued her for 2 whole years. She had never bothered to look at a loyalty like him. Now, he actually dared to look down on her. She had made up her mind. Even if Chu Ming begged her on his knees, she wouldn't change her mind. Ming Gran, you're not throwing a princess fit again, are you? Right now, we all need to rely on Chu Ming to find food. We can't offend him, Wang Jiai frowned. She naturally knew Chu Ming Ran's usual attitude towards Chu Ming. Even when they were officially dating, Chu Ming Gran had never regarded Chu Ming as anything more than a tool and a wallet. But things were different now. Chu Ming had a speedboat. As long as he was willing to support them, they wouldn't have to go hungry. Anyway, I will never go find him again. I don't believe there's no one else besides Chu Ming who can find food. Chu Ming Gran, of course, wouldn't tell Wang Jiai and Zhang Wen that she got dumped by Chu Ming. It was too embarrassing. With her looks, as long as she spoke up, plenty of people would bring her food. Why should she rely on that guy? She would never soften her heart towards her loyal dog. Chu Ming spent a whole day reinforcing his doors and windows. He also sealed the windows with sheets of metal. Behind the door, he added 10 more bolts. It was almost impossible to pry the lock or break down the door with brute force. After all, the corridor outside was just over a meter wide. It was impossible to gain momentum to crash the door. Moreover, he had welded iron nails and sheets all over the door. Anyone with a brain wouldn't want to experience a tetanus shot. After doing all this, Chu Ming took out his winter tent from storage. The temperature was about to drop in a few days. Starting today, he would be sleeping in the tent. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Many families with stored food were almost running out now. But everyone feared the toxicity of the acid rain and dared not go out to find supplies. Even the fresh supermarket across the community had no one daring to risk going there. Knowing that this situation was not sustainable, Lu Hongwei gathered everyone together to discuss a solution. The final conclusion was that they needed a means of transportation. In simple terms, they needed a boat. And whose family in Sunshine Community had a boat? It was obvious. After discussing, they marched to Chu Ming's doorstep. But when they saw the door in front of them, they all stood frozen in place. Initially, they thought that if Chu Ming refused to lend the boat, they would just break down the door and forcefully take it. After all, in the end, they would be considered as having acted in emergency self-defense with not too much responsibility. Besides, Chu Ming was just one person, while they were many lives. Chu Ming ought to make sacrifices. But who would have thought that Chu Ming had welded rusted iron nails all over the door? A careless scratch there could basically be a death sentence. Lu Hongwei took a deep breath. It seemed he could only persuade him with reason. He stepped forward, cleared his throat, and shouted, "Chu Ming, come out, let's talk." Inside the room, Chu Ming was busy preparing the seafood he had long wanted to make. The cold storage was filled with a variety of ingredients. Just the seafood alone included dozens of types. He randomly picked some to reward himself, but heard Lu Hongwei's voice like a duck's outside the door. "These guys finally can't hold it any longer?" Chu Ming raised an eyebrow. He put down the ingredients and opened the monitoring app on his phone. Outside, there was a dense crowd of about 20 people, almost blocking the narrow passageway. The smart lock he used came with monitoring and communication features. By connecting his phone via Bluetooth, he could use it. After thinking for a moment, he opened the microphone on the smart lock. "What's the matter? Just say it directly." Upon hearing Chu Ming's voice, Lu Hongwei put on a fake smile. "Chu Ming, everyone is in a tough situation right now. Could you lend us the speedboat for a while?" Chu Ming had anticipated Lu Hongwei's intention was for the boat, but he didn't expect this guy to even bother pretending. For a while versus 1 or 2 days, these are two entirely different meanings. If he were stupid enough to lend out the speedboat, he would never get it back. Seeing that Chu Ming remained silent, Lu Hongwei quickly added, "The supplies we collect outside will be distributed equally later. We guarantee everyone won't go hungry. Helping so many people, once the flood disaster is over, you'll definitely be recognized. This is a great thing to bring honor to your family." Even now, many people shared Lu Hongwei's thoughts. Once the flood was over, everything would surely return to normal. After all, natural disasters happened every year. This year was just worse than previous ones. It was normal that help from above was delayed. They just needed to endure this period, and they wouldn't have to live such a difficult life anymore. But whether they could endure it depended on whether Chu Ming was willing to lend out the speedboat. Therefore, many began to use their eloquence. "Chu Ming, you can't be too selfish, hiding in your room eating meat while forgetting your neighbors. Exactly, if you lend us the speedboat, we'll find food, and we can share some with you. After all, we won't be taking much from you. My kid hasn't eaten for 3 days. If you don't lend us the speedboat and something happens to my kid due to hunger, you'll bear the main responsibility." Chapter 10. Shadows on the outer wall. Listening to the accusations from the neighbors, Chu Ming found it amusing. He hadn't said anything yet, and various labels had already been stuck on him, as if their suffering was all his fault. However, having so many people crowded at his door was indeed annoying. Chu Ming picked up his phone and said, "Don't blame me for not warning you. The toxicity of acid rain has weakened 3 days ago, and otherwise, I can't possibly come back alive. If you were smart, you should immediately go to the nearby supermarket to gather supplies, instead of wasting time here listening to that fool Lu Hongwei. If someone else gets there first, you will have missed your chance completely. You little brat. Who are you calling a fool?" Lu Hongwei shouted angrily, jumping up and down. The other neighbors, however, grasped the key point in Chu Ming's words. The toxicity of the acid rain has decreased? Does that mean they can also go outside? They knew that the fresh food supermarket across the street was just a few dozen meters away. Going out wouldn't be too risky, but most of the fresh food sold in the supermarket was vegetables and meat. By now, it must have been ruined by the flood. There shouldn't be much left that is edible. Realizing this, those who had followed Lu Hongwei immediately scattered. Only Lu Hongwei was left standing there like a clown. He had finally regained the feeling of being a leader, but now it was all messed up by Chu Ming. Lu Hongwei felt his teeth grinding in anger. But looking at the spiky security door in front of him, he could only leave unwillingly in the end. A few minutes later, residents began to come out one after another from Building 7. They either carried plastic basins or wooden boards taken from their beds, floating along with the water towards the outside of the community. Some shouted that there really was no poison in the water, saying similar things. Chu Ming stood in front of the only small window that wasn't blocked, watching more and more people surge towards the fresh food supermarket across the street, his expression slightly serious. According to the information he obtained from his previous life, monsters first appeared right around the time the cold wave hit. But he wasn't sure of the exact timing. The murky flood hid who knows what in it, and no one knew for sure. Letting these people go out could help him test the waters. The flood was almost up to the 7th floor now. Yet the fresh food supermarket was on the 1st floor. One could imagine how difficult it would be to acquire supplies. However, with a bit of luck, it was still possible to find some vacuum-packed food on the water surface. But then again, the flood was flowing. Even if vacuum-packed food floated on the surface, the vast majority of it was swept away by the flood. Everyone had to search in farther places. A resident from Building 7 took the lead. Owners from other buildings in Sunshine Community also rushed out of their homes, confirming that the toxicity of the acid rain could no longer threaten their lives. They all scrambled to the nearby vegetable markets and supermarkets. It must be said, they did manage to find some supplies. Although the quantity was not much, at least they no longer had to be so passive as before. In short, everything seemed to be heading in a good direction. Many people even felt that the crisis would soon pass. However, that very night, a scream echoed within Sunshine Community. At first, Chu Ming thought another family had been robbed. But in the middle of the night, he suddenly heard strange movements coming from the outer wall. Wet and sticky. It was as if something was crawling outside. Chu Ming's sleepiness vanished in an instant. He tiptoed to the small window. Through the faint light, he could vaguely see a huge black shadow clinging to the outer wall of the 10th floor. Due to the late hour, he couldn't make out what it was. But just looking at its size, it was at least 4 or 5 meters long. Cold sweat broke out on Chu Ming's forehead. He knew that mutated creatures would appear, but he didn't expect one to be right outside his own building. In the early days, most mutated creatures were born in the wild and at sea. The likelihood of mutated creatures appearing in the city was extremely low. What kind of luck did this guy hit? But in the early stages, the destructive power of mutated creatures would not be too strong. His doors and windows had all been reinforced. This creature definitely couldn't break in. Moreover, there were so many residents in Sunshine Community. This creature had no reason to focus on his hard bone. So in a short time, he was still safe. But unfortunately, he did not have any special abilities. Otherwise, solving this monster shouldn't be a difficult task. Wait, special abilities? Doesn't he have spatial abilities? Does this mean he also has offensive capabilities? No, he must give it a try. Chu Ming quietly retreated to the living room and began to experiment with his spatial abilities in various ways. But regrettably, the offensive abilities he imagined did not appear. Could it be that the time hasn't come yet? In his previous life, the first special abilities appeared at least 3 months later. He didn't even learn about the existence of special ability users until 6 months into the apocalypse. This shows how poorly he was doing. In the apocalypse, class differences were very obvious, and he undoubtedly was at the very bottom, not to mention coming into contact with special ability users. Right now, he was basically in the dark, lacking not only practical experience but also theoretical knowledge. But one thing he was very certain of: the core of a mutated beast could enhance the strength of special ability users. Therefore, in the apocalypse, this thing was the most valuable. Thinking of it this way, the appearance of this huge creature outside might not be a bad thing. He now needed to get a core for testing. That night, screams and wails arose one after another. Many people couldn't figure out what was happening. When Shin Mingran woke up, she was full of mourning anger. Did everyone in the neighborhood go crazy last night? I couldn't sleep well from all the noise. Shin Mingran came out of her bedroom with a pale face. Not being full made her prone to insomnia. She had finally fallen asleep, but it was as if the community was having a party with noises that didn't stop. I heard there seems to be some kind of monster, and it's spreading like wildfire. Wang Jiai shrugged, clearly not taking it seriously. Ming Gran Jiai, come quickly. Zhang Wen, standing by the window, said with a face full of fear. Hearing this, Shin Mingran and Wang Jiai rushed to the window. They saw that many residents' windows in the community had been damaged. The outer walls of several buildings were covered with slime and bloodstains. What was even more terrifying was that in the flood, something huge seemed to be swimming. Chapter 11: The Safest Place. Oh my God! Shin Mingran stared wide-eyed in disbelief. This really wasn't her hallucination, was it? They were in G City. How could such a big animal come in? Or was it a fish from the sea that had swum in with the flood? Is this the monster everyone is talking about? Wang Jiai was terrified and spoke with a trembling voice. What on earth was happening in this world? Natural disasters were one thing. Now even monsters were emerging. Is there no way for people to live anymore? At that moment, the huge creature in the flood suddenly surfaced, revealing a massive head. The flood had already submerged up to the 7th floor, and Shin Mingran and the other 2 girls happened to live on the 8th floor. From their position, they could clearly see the monster's form. It had a snake-like head, a long tail, and limbs. It was like an enlarged version of a lizard. Its belly was bulging, looking like it was stuffed. It swam to a corner and opened its big mouth, retching a few times. Suddenly, a large number of severed limbs and corpses were vomited out. Shin Mingran and the other 2 had never seen such a bloody scene. Zhang Wen and Wang Jiai both had to suppress their nausea and fear, crawling away from the window. Shin Mingran was so scared that she wet herself, and she fainted right away, her eyes rolling back. Meanwhile, Chu Ming was also observing the movement outside from the window. When he discovered that the monster below was actually a mutated lizard, a hint of joy appeared on his face. Lizards prefer warmth and fear the cold. Early-stage mutated creatures are generally weak and tend to retain many of their pre-mutated habits. This means this creature would hibernate. Before long, the cold wave would arrive. In extremely low temperatures, this mutant lizard would lose its ability to move. At that time, it would be the best moment for him to act. Chu Ming returned to the living room and took out all the weapons from the space. Among them was his most frequently used folding knife. Light and compact, it's perfect for surprise attacks. There were also a few kitchen knives. However, kitchen knives have a short attack range and are somewhat heavy. This thing, he can't think of any other use besides chopping vegetables. In addition, he also had a watermelon knife that had been collecting dust in the cupboard for years. This watermelon knife is about 40 to 50 centimeters long and was a giveaway from an online shopping event. Now, however, it had become the strongest weapon in his hands. After the upgrade, the watermelon knife could slice through iron like mud. He had used the watermelon knife to cut through the iron sheets sealing the doors and windows, as easy as slicing paper. Most importantly, with an attack range of nearly half a meter, it gave him a significant sense of safety. But even so, he still felt it wasn't enough. Even if the mutated lizard could hibernate, it wasn't truly out of breath. If it were to counterattack in its dying moments, it could seriously hurt him. Then, he would meet his end directly. If only I had a ranged weapon. Thinking of this, a figure suddenly appeared in Chu Ming's mind. In the past, when he went out, he occasionally saw his neighbor across the street, dressed in protective gear, with a compound bow slung over his shoulder, looking like a member of a shooting club. Chu Ming's eyes lit up. Yes, a compound bow. This weapon would be perfect. However, in this environment, everyone understood the importance of weapons. Even if he exchanged food with the other person, they might not necessarily sell it to him. So he had to wait a bit longer. Chu Ming looked out the window. He would wait until the cold wave arrived, until everyone was despairing. By then, the food he had in hand could be exchanged for anything he wanted. The appearance of the mutated lizard made residents of Sunshine Community feel unsafe. Everyone cautiously hid in their homes. They dared not make a sound, let alone approach the windows. Although the mutated lizard was big, it couldn't squeeze into the residential buildings. But its tongue could reach through the windows to catch prey. So the hallway, which everyone had previously found unappealing, gradually became crowded. Because many places in the hallway had no windows. Despite the harsh conditions, it was better than losing their lives. Chu Ming Gran and the other two girls were also forced to leave apartment 803. They lived on the 8th floor, closest to the ground. The mutated lizard only needed to show its head to easily spot them. Staying in 803 made them more dangerous than others. Ming Gran, what should we do? Are we going to be trapped here? Zhang Wen said with a choked voice. It was no longer a matter of whether there was a flood. It was that there were monsters outside their community. Even if the flood receded and the rain stopped, could they really go outside? And they had been without power for so long. They had no idea what was happening outside. This sense of despair could drive a person crazy. How about we go to Chu Ming's house? I saw him seal his doors and windows with iron sheets last time. It must be very safe inside. Chu Ming Gran hesitated and suggested. Even though she had already made up her mind not to have anything to do with Chu Ming anymore, this was a critical time. She could begrudgingly put aside her feelings and stay with Chu Ming for a while. But this didn't mean she had forgiven him. If he didn't perform well, she would cross him off her backup list. In the future, he wouldn't even qualify to be her admirer. Chu Ming Gran dreamed unrealistic dreams. Why didn't you say that earlier? Let's go over right now. A few days ago, Chu Ming just went out. He definitely doesn't have to worry about food at home. Zhang Wen was still thinking about food. Right. We have known Chu Ming for over 2 years. He will definitely take us in. Wang Jiai nodded vigorously. In the past, when Chu Ming Gran went to find Chu Ming, she always returned empty-handed. But in Wang Jiai and Zhang Wen's eyes, this was merely a couple's quarrel. After all, Chu Ming Gran always saw herself as a little fairy. She had a bad temper and loved to cause trouble. Over time, how many men could put up with her? But now, when life and death were at stake, Chu Ming had no reason to stand by and watch them die. As long as they had a good attitude, why wouldn't he treat them as honored guests? After making up her mind, Chu Ming Gran and the 3 women made their way to the 15th floor. I don't really want to talk to him. You two communicate with him. Chu Ming Gran still held her pride, unwilling to lower herself to ask Chu Ming for help. She wanted to save face, especially in front of her sisters. She absolutely couldn't bring herself to lower her status. Zhang Wen and Wang Jiai looked at the iron door in front of them, both in shock. What kind of mentality did it take to make the door like this? It was too twisted, but if the windows were sealed just as tightly, then Chu Ming's home would truly be the safest place in Sunshine Community. Thinking of this, Wang Jiai immediately stepped forward and shouted, Chu Ming, open the door. We're coming to stay with you for a while. Chapter 12. Unbelievable. Wang Jiai's tone was not asking for permission. It was a direct announcement. In the past, Chu Ming had been polite to them while trying to pursue Chu Ming Gran. They had gotten used to being treated like little princesses. Over time, they began to feel that Chu Ming was beneath them. Naturally, their tone had not been pleasant. But now, Chu Ming was no longer the same as before. He looked at the surveillance screen of the door lock and saw Shin Ming Gran and the three women outside, unable to help but sneer. It seemed there would be new fun today. He was bored and had nothing to do. Chu Ming activated the door lock's communication function, brought his phone to his mouth, and said, "Ladies, it's not that I don't want to let you in. I broke up with Ming Gran 2 days ago. It wouldn't be appropriate for you little girls to stay with a big man like me. What's the problem?" "We don't mind," Zhang Wen exclaimed in urgency. "But I do," Chu Ming replied slowly. Hearing this, Wang Jiayi suddenly remembered that Chu Ming and Shin Ming Gran had been together for 3 months, and they hadn't even held hands. It seemed that Chu Ming's words had a lot of credibility. This guy must have traditional values, believing that two people shouldn't be intimate before marriage. Moreover, since Shin Ming Gran and Chu Ming had already broken up, he certainly wouldn't let them in. Thinking of this, Wang Jiayi immediately turned to Shin Ming Gran and said, "Ming Gran, we must stay in this room today. Don't throw a tantrum. Hurry up and make up with Chu Ming." "I don't want to." Shin Ming Gran crossed her arms, standing proudly at the side. She already felt embarrassed. Now Wang Jiayi and Zhang Wen didn't even know she was the one who got dumped. If she softened to Chu Ming, what would that make her? Unless Chu Ming begged her to come in, she would not stay in the same room with him. "Ming Gran, you can't be so willful. Think about the monsters outside, and we haven't eaten much for 2 days. Those guys outside are also starving with green eyes. Not long ago, we could still borrow food, but who can we ask now?" Wang Jiayi said anxiously, her lips almost chapping. What situation were they in? And Shin Ming Gran still wanted to maintain her image. If it weren't for the fear of tearing their face, she would have tied Shin Ming Gran up and delivered her directly to Chu Ming's bed. "Yeah, Ming Gran, I'm so hungry I could gnaw on the floor," Zhang Wen said weakly. Thinking about being hungry made Shin Ming Gran hesitate a little. The situation had actually improved yesterday. Everyone had found some food to some extent. But who would have thought that a man-eating monster would appear that night? Now nobody dared to even approach the windows. The food was tightly held, and no one was willing to share anymore. Today, Zhang Wen had even tried to find someone. Nobody was willing to trade a piece of bread for just one night's sleep. Not to mention filling their stomachs. At this rate, they might really starve to death. Realizing this, Shin Ming Gran finally felt fear inside her. "Then I'll give it a try." Shin Ming Gran pressed her lips together and walked to the door. She tucked her loose hair behind her ear, trying to make herself look a bit more presentable. After hesitating for a while, Shin Ming Gran reluctantly said, "Chu Ming, let's make up, okay? As long as you let me stay at your house, I can share a room with you." This suggestion was quite obvious. How could Chu Ming not understand? Previously, Shin Ming Gran only treated him like a moving ATM. He didn't want to do something with her, but Shin Ming Gran never allowed it. To put it bluntly, she still felt that he didn't spend enough money on her. However, now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he had no wicked thoughts at all, because as soon as he thought about this woman eating his meat, he felt disgusted and wanted to vomit. Seeing that Chu Ming didn't respond, Zhang Wen could no longer hold back and said, "If your room isn't enough, it's fine if all 3 of us stay in your room. Whatever you want to do, you can do it then." Chu Ming, lying on the couch, was almost hit by his phone. This Zhang Wen was as fierce as ever. In his past life, he moved to room 803 to protect Shin Ming Gran. As a result, Zhang Wen always intentionally or unintentionally flirted with him. Although he never took the bait, he did witness how powerful this woman was. For the sake of food, Zhang Wen could abandon all bottom lines. Looking at the 3 women outside, Chu Ming suddenly had an idea. He picked up his phone and said, "Actually, I want to let you in too, but you all know how scarce resources are now. I only have enough supplies here to support 1 more person. Why don't you discuss among yourselves to see who should come in?" He knew very well that Shin Ming Gran and her friends were just plastic sisters. Rather than reject them now, it would be better to watch a good show. Hearing Chu Ming's words, the first to get angry was Shin Ming Gran. "Chu Ming, what do you mean? I'm your girlfriend. You just let me in. Why care about them?" Shin Ming Gran stared at him with angry eyes. "We're all friends, and we've known each other for so long. How can I watch you die without helping? Besides, we've already broken up. I can't keep giving you special treatment." Chu Ming pretended to be troubled as he said, Right, we're all friends." "Ming Gran, how can you be so stingy, only thinking about yourself?" Zhang Wen started to harbor some opinions about Shin Ming Gran. Not long ago, she was the one who went out to find food. If anyone should get into this room, it should be her. "Ming Gran, what you said is a bit too much. Like Chu Ming said, you two have broken up. Why should we have to wait behind you?" Wang Jiayi was also unhappy with Shin Ming Gran. Friends for so many years, but Shin Ming Gran only cared about herself. This was too selfish, too unreasonable. Just because I broke up with Chu Ming doesn't mean it's permanent. Given my relationship with Chu Ming, it's reasonable to share a room, but you living in there, what kind of thing is that? Ming didn't care at all about Zhang Wen and Wang Jiai's thoughts. She was already dizzy from hunger. There were monsters outside. Only by living in Chu Ming's house did she have a chance to survive. What do you mean it's temporary? I see you actively seeking to reconcile. And look, Chu Ming doesn't even care about you. Wang Jiai scoffed. What did you say? Ming felt she had never been humiliated like this before. Chu Ming was just her loyal follower. Why did Wang Jiai think that he would suddenly not like her anymore? She had only gained a bit of weight. Once she got down to 70-something pounds, Chu Ming would surely want to get back together with her in no time. Chapter 13, he looks just like a good person? In fact, Chu Ming's words had somewhat affected Ming. So for a while, she had been trying to eat less. And it seems like this couldn't go on. So thin that she only weighed around 70 pounds, wasn't it just a matter of time? When that day came, Chu Ming would have to come back to lick her again. After all, if Chu Ming didn't like her, why would he give her 500,000? Though until now, she hadn't had the chance to go out and collect the money. But this still showed Chu Ming's attitude. I still think this opportunity should be given to me. For the past half a month, I've been taking care of you. Now I just need to stay in for a few days. Later, it will be your turn to go in, Zhang Wen said matter-of-factly. Once you go in, would you really want to come out? Moreover, it's a different issue. We've already returned all the food you traded for before. Wang Jiai said. That's right, I can let you pick a few pieces from the clothes and bags in my room. Enough for you to buy snacks for a year. When Ming said this, she felt a little pain in her heart. Her luxury items were all hard-earned. How much were those food Zhang Wen traded for worth in total? She was already generous to her friends. Who wants your clothes and bags? Zhang Wen rolled her eyes and said, Today I must go in. Ming, you've already been dumped. Isn't it awkward to be with Chu Ming inside? And Jiai, you're not that close to Chu Ming either. I'm not close to Chu Ming, but you are very familiar with him? Besides, Ming, it's not me talking about you, but the matter between you and young Master Wang has not been clarified yet, Wang Jiai said sarcastically. What nonsense are you talking? There's no young Master Wang. Ming knew that Chu Ming could hear her and immediately retorted loudly. Just then, a loud noise suddenly came from the end of the hallway. Bah! Then a sticky sound came from the wall. The three girls, Ming, Zhang Wen, and Wang Jiai looked over in confusion. They saw a huge head at the end of the hallway, peering in at them. The mutated lizard's eyes were bizarrely turning. Its crimson tongue flicked in and out, as if it had spotted some delicious food. Ah! The three girls screamed in terror, and the mutated lizard did not disappoint. Its long tongue snapped back like a rubber band, and the window at the end of the hallway shattered instantly. Wang Jiai, who was closest, was directly caught by the lizard's tongue. The next second, she fell directly into the lizard's mouth. Everything happened too suddenly. Wang Jiai didn't even have time to say a final word before becoming the lizard's breakfast. Ming and Zhang Wen were so shocked that they were frozen. When had they ever seen such a terrifying scene? Moreover, the one who had just been eaten was their roommate. As they saw the mutated lizard poised to make another move, Zhang Wen was the first to react, pulling Ming to hide in the hallway. TSK, what a pity! Seeing this scene, Chu Ming shook his head. He thought more people would die. The mutated lizard was very sensitive to sound. These three women were making a ruckus in the hallway, drawing the mutated lizard's attention. Chu Ming turned off the surveillance and was too lazy to care about what was happening outside. Next, he just needed to wait for the cold wave to arrive. The weather grew colder by the day. Sunshine Community became quieter as time went by. Only occasionally could a corpse be seen thrown out of a window. Many people had starved to death, but very few dared to brave the danger of being found by the mutated lizard to go out searching for food. And even after going out, no one would be foolish enough to come back. So those who remained in Sunshine Community could only choose to wait for death. In desperation and hunger, many violent incidents occurred. Even darker things were happening in some corners. As for Chu Ming, during this time, he completely shut himself off from the outside world. He spent his days sleeping, playing games, and researching various dishes. Life was very boring, but compared to the outside, it was as if she was in paradise. The weather was getting colder. That day, the neighbor living opposite him finally decided to go out. The mutated lizard was lingering in Sunshine Community. Most people only went out at this time when they were pushed to a dead end. Chu Ming looked at the compound bow on the other person's body. He knew that if he didn't take action now, he might never have the chance again. Whether this guy could return alive from going out was uncertain. But he had to get that compound bow. With this thought in mind, Chu Ming no longer hesitated and directly opened the call function on his phone. Beauty, would you like to make a deal with me? Upon hearing Chu Ming's voice, Su Yufei stopped in her tracks. Her first thought was that, despite the power outage lasting so long, there was still someone who could use their phone to control the smart lock. However, she did not delve deeper and simply asked in a calm tone, "What deal do you want to make?" Su Yufei was wearing a black protective suit, her long hair tied into a ponytail. Her features were somewhat cold, but she was absolutely a beauty. Without makeup, she could still score above 9 out of 10. Seeing that Su Yufei could communicate normally, Chu Ming let out a sigh of relief. You also saw how fast and responsive that monster outside is. Going out doesn't guarantee that you will come back alive. Well, it's death either way, so why not take a gamble? Su Yufei had a look that was fearless of death. Watching Su Yufei's reckless demeanor, Chu Ming felt he couldn't let her leave right now. Otherwise, his compound bow would be lost too. Don't be so hasty to seek death. I can give you some food, but you must trade me the compound bow and arrows in exchange. Chu Ming stated his intentions directly. Really? How much can you give me? Su Yufei's expression flickered, her cold features becoming animated. I can only offer you 1 box of instant noodles at most. If you agree to the trade, place the compound bow at the door and step back to a safe distance. I will bring the food out to you. Chu Ming didn't think Su Yufei was his opponent, but caution was better than recklessness. Besides, offering her 1 box of instant noodles was already a genuine gesture. He also considered that if he only gave her 1 or 2 days' worth of food, that would be less appealing than risking it outside. After all, he wasn't lacking in food. There was no need to save it at such a time. Chu Ming initially thought that Su Yufei would surely think for a while. After all, in this environment, weapons were second only to food. Who knew Su Yufei didn't even think and said, okay. After speaking, she took off the compound bow, the quiver, and a box of steel balls from her shoulder. After placing them at Chu Ming's door, she turned around and went back to her own room without any hesitation. She didn't worry one bit about Chu Ming not keeping his word. Chu Ming, does he really look that much like a good person? Chapter 14. Picking the lock, Chu Ming observed through the monitor for a moment. After confirming that the door opposite was securely closed and that Su Yufei wasn't pulling any tricks, he took out a box of instant noodles from his storage. After opening his door, he checked again to see if the mutated lizard was nearby. After confirming there was no danger, he casually tossed the instant noodles and picked up the items on the ground before retreating back to his room. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Su Yufei opened her door and walked out again. She glanced at room 1501 across the hall and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Is this guy a rabbit or something? He runs so fast while complaining. Su Yufei checked the instant noodles. Seeing that Chu Ming was relatively trustworthy, she moved the instant noodles back to her room. After closing the door, she went to the living room and pushed open a hidden door in the corner. This was a fully enclosed storage room. When Su Yufei opened one of the cabinet doors inside, she found it was filled with various styles of compound bows, and even some small crossbows. If Chu Ming were here, he would understand why Su Yufei didn't feel the slightest nostalgia when she threw down the compound bow. Because there were plenty of things at her home. If she could trade for a box of instant noodles, it would definitely be a win for her. If she couldn't trade, she wouldn't suffer much loss either. Moreover, Su Yufei was vigilant about Chu Ming, so staying in her room was actually the safest for her. However, Chu Ming kept his word and really gave her a box of instant noodles. This added quite a few points in Su Yufei's mind. In that earlier situation, Chu Ming could have easily taken the stuff and not acknowledged it. It was just that she had enough confidence to bet on Chu Ming's character. On the other side, Chu Ming, who had received the compound bow, couldn't wait to put everything into his space. The 30 arrows in the quiver multiplied to 3,000. 100 steel balls multiplied to 10,000. Finally, there was the compound bow. Its quality experienced a comprehensive upgrade. Item upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining the enhanced compound bow. Enhanced compound bow. 10 times increased penetrating power, automatic targeting of vital points within 15 meters. Looking at the introduction of the enhanced compound bow, Chu Ming felt energized. 10 times the penetrating power. It could even automatically target vital points. This was simply tailor-made for him. He had no shooting foundation. To practice until he hit the target every time would surely take a long time. With this automatic targeting of vital points, everything became easier against the mutated lizards. Chu Ming guessed the time. The arrival of the cold wave was nearly upon them. He stuffed the thickest quilt into the cold-proof tent. Until the cold wave arrived, he wouldn't leave the tent again. This maximized his safety. When the cold wave first arrived, the temperature suddenly dropped by over 40 or 50 degrees. Many people slept through the night and never woke up again. But as long as he stayed in the tent, he didn't have to worry about such problems. With the upgraded cold-proof clothing and tent from the space, they could withstand extreme cold of minus 100 degrees. In extreme cold weather, the temperature only hovered between minus 40 to 70 degrees, which posed no threat to him at all. Only ordinary people would not have it so easy. The next day, the alarm clock rang sharply at 10 in the morning. Chu Ming opened his eyes, and his first feeling was that the temperature had dropped. Although the tent was still quite warm, Compared to a few days ago, it felt like two completely different sensations. Chu Ming quickly put on his cold-proof suit, wrapped himself tightly, and wore gloves and a scarf. Then carefully opened a small gap in the tent. In an instant, the biting cold rushed in through the crack. Is the cold wave finally here? Chu Ming murmured. It seemed he had a good memory. After 3 years, he hadn't forgotten the date. I wonder how that lizard is doing. Chu Ming finished his protective preparations and paused for a moment before stepping out of the tent. He made his way to the little window, wiped the frost formed by the condensation, and observed for a while, but didn't find any trace of a lizard. However, the mutated lizard was still wandering in Sunshine Community yesterday. Even if it wasn't there today, it shouldn't be too far away. Right now, what Chu Ming worried about was whether the mutated lizard had not yet hibernated with the cold wave just arriving. It seemed to be safer to wait a few more days. At that moment, Chu Ming suddenly heard a slight disturbance from the direction of the front door. He immediately opened his phone to check. As a result, he saw a few sneaky figures fiddling with the smart lock at his door. Chu Ming raised an eyebrow. What kind of unfortunate souls were trying to pick the lock to his house? After all, he had added 10 bolts behind the door. Compared to picking the lock, it would obviously be more appropriate to use brute force to enter his home. But unfortunately, Chu Ming would not give them that opportunity. At the entrance of 1501, Lu Hongwei, dressed in a thick puffy coat, was shivering and, while urging, he said, "Why isn't it done yet? Can you do it or not?" Don't rush. It will be done soon." The lockpicker was a chubby man wearing glasses. He was already freezing cold, and picking locks required careful technique. It was bound to take more time. After a while, a soft click sounded. The chubby man's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, "It's open. But the next second his face stiffened. "Why can't we push it open? Is it open or not?" Lu Hongwei asked impatiently. "There should be something blocking behind the door." The chubby man frowned. "It looks like we have to slam the door open." Lu Hongwei looked at the security door in front of him, covered in nails and iron pieces. The corner of his mouth twitched. How the hell are they supposed to slam it? Why don't we find a thicker wooden stick? Someone nearby suggested. Although the space was narrow and hard to maneuver, they had many people and strength to spare. With tools in hand, wouldn't they be able to open this door? Chu Ming had said. The resident of 1501 had plenty of food. If they succeeded today, they wouldn't have to worry for a while. "You guys go find a stick." Lu Hongwei thought this idea was reliable, so he immediately assigned 2 people. As soon as he finished speaking, the tightly closed door suddenly opened from the inside, and the force of the door was strong, crashing right into the chubby man nearest to it. Whoa. The chubby man screamed in agony. His forehead, knuckles, and thigh were all marked with injuries from nails and metal scraps. The key wounds were deep. Realizing this, the chubby man was in pain, but more fear filled his heart. These nails were rusty. Now there was no way to go to the hospital for a tetanus shot. Wasn't he screwed? Chapter 15, Decapitation. Before Lu Hongwei and the others realized what was happening, Chu Ming had closed the door again. "Damn it, this guy actually ambushed us." Someone cursed angrily. "Watch me kill this little brat." Another man with a baseball bat stepped forward, ready to take a few swings at the security door. But unexpectedly, this time the door opened again. However, everyone was on high alert. No one was injured this time as they took the chance to grab the door, preventing Chu Ming from escaping back inside. "Lu, you guys act fast, he can't close the door anymore." Someone shouted excitedly. Seeing the situation back under their control, Lu Hongwei couldn't help but show a proud smile. He was just thinking of boasting a little. But before he could say anything, a sharp glint flashed by. Ah! Accompanied by a spray of blood, the scream sounded again. The person who reached for the door found his hand neatly severed by Chu Ming. The intense pain made him convulse all over. Blood splattered everywhere. The others were stunned. How could this guy move to attack just like that? So ruthless. "Chu Ming, are you crazy? We were just trying to get some food from you. And you actually attack someone? Do you know this is against the law?" Lu Hongwei was also scared, but that didn't stop him from trying to act tough. "Is it not against the law to pry open a door?" Chu Ming, holding a watermelon knife, asked with a cold smile. "Who's making you so selfish, keeping food at home without helping the neighbors? What we do is all forced by you," Lu Hongwei said through gritted teeth. "Stop wasting words with him. Let's charge in." The man with the baseball bat had a fierce look, emboldened by the length of his weapon, and took the initiative to attack Chu Ming. A glint of coldness flashed in Chu Ming's eyes, and he directly countered with the watermelon knife. The baseball bat was indeed solid and hard, but when it collided with the watermelon knife, it was cut in half like tofu in an instant. Immediately after, Chu Ming swung the watermelon knife horizontally. The man with the baseball bat was instantly severed in half. Watching the rounded head roll down to his feet, Lu Hongwei only felt his mind go blank, and then he suddenly vomited. As he threw up, he found himself eye to eye with the head lying on the ground. Startled, Lu Hongwei stumbled back several steps. Crazy, crazy. Chu Ming is really insane. In these days, he had seen fights, seen people stab others, but he had never seen a killing like this. Beheading. Is this something a normal person can do? He suddenly remembered. Chu Ming had mentioned in the owner's group that he had mania. Now it seemed that maybe it was true. This is a mental illness. What logic can a normal person have with a lunatic? If he got stabbed by Chu Ming, he would really suffer. Thinking of this, Lu Hongwei immediately ran away without looking back. The others saw this and scattered like birds. Chu Ming did not pursue them, nor did he deal with the corpse at the door. He just calmly closed the door and locked it with 10 bolts. Downstairs, Chu Ming Gran saw Lu Hongwei and the others come back and immediately rushed forward to ask, "Did you get the food?" Chu Ming Gran was already so hungry that her face was yellow and thin, her cheeks sunken. There was no trace of the goddess look left at all. "Don't mention it, that guy's a lunatic," Lu Hongwei said with a face full of fear. "Isn't it too much?" Chu Ming Gran found it hard to understand. "You guys had 5 people, couldn't you deal with them alone?" In her impression, Chu Ming was just a useless weakling. How could these guys be even worse than a weakling? That guy was wielding a watermelon knife and swinging it at anyone he saw. "I think it's best not to provoke him anymore," the fat guy who picked the lock said, holding his head where he was hurt. "But you had 5 people. Even if he had a watermelon knife, he could only stab 1 person. Couldn't the others take him down?" Chu Ming Gran felt her logic was clear. 5 against 1. Isn't that a matter of course? She had provided such important information. These guys came back empty-handed. They were simply a group of useless people. "Ming Gran, you have no idea how terrifying that guy is." Li Chong's head was cut off by him. "Let's think of another way. I absolutely will not go to room 1501 again." Lu Hongwei swallowed hard. Recalling the scene just now, it was enough to give him nightmares for a month. He would rather go to the new cafeteria on the 10th floor than seek trouble with Chu Ming again. It's not that exaggerated. Chu Ming Gran didn't believe Lu Hongwei's words at all. Even if Chu Ming really killed Li Chong, you shouldn't back down. He only has 1 life. If you all fought him together, you could definitely bring back some food. Chu Ming Gran, you're just talking nonsense, right? The fat guy who picked the lock was immediately upset upon hearing this. "Why does your life matter? While our lives don't. If you're so capable, why don't you go to room 1501 yourself?" The others silently agreed. Chu Ming Ran's words were indeed too selfish. Should they just go to their deaths? That's different. You are men. Shouldn't you be the ones to do this? As she said this, Chu Ming Gran seemed to feel it was hard to defend her point and quickly added, "Although I can't fight with you, at least I will support you mentally." "Who the hell cares?" The fat guy scoffed. "Enough. The temperature has dropped so much today. It's below 30 degrees outside. If we don't eat, we're all going to starve to death. I'm going to the 10th floor cafeteria. Surviving is more important than anything else." Lu Hongwei sighed. "I'm not going." Chu Ming Gran thought of the corpses collected on the 10th floor these days and couldn't help but feel nauseous. Zhang Wen also snuck up to the 10th floor yesterday, but she was determined never to eat that stuff. The arrival of the cold wave plunged everyone into despair. Chu Ming, however, snuggled inside a warming tent. Today he was having a small hot pot. "Tomorrow, I will eat snail's rice noodles." In the sealed space, he was already sweating a bit. Thanks to the previously charged power bank, it was upgraded enough for him to use for a long time. As long as there was power, he could heat some water and cook some hot food. The problem was not really big. If it came to it, he could also pull out the generator. No matter what, it wouldn't affect the quality of life. After drinking the last sip of hot soup from the snail rice noodles, Chu Ming walked out of the cold-proof tent. Today was already the 3rd day of the temperature drop. Outside was already a world of ice and snow. The flood had frozen into solid ice. Chu Ming knew that the time was almost here. He should also go out for a walk. Chapter 16, New Ability. Chu Ming put on his cold-proof clothes and slung his compound bow across his back. Fully armed, he stepped out of the door once again. Due to the weather changes, the mutated lizards no longer appeared. Many people had hidden away indoors. In the corridor, apart from some trash and excrement, he couldn't see a single living person. Of course, there were no corpses either. Chu Ming made his way smoothly to the 7th floor. The window at the end of the hallway had been smashed. Looking at the fresh footprints on the windowsill, it was obvious that someone had gone out in the past 2 days. Actually, this was the wise choice. The cold wave had just set in, and the temperature had not yet dropped to a terrifying level. The flood outside was frozen. At this time, going out to collect supplies was the most appropriate opportunity. But without enough cold-proof gear, the chances of dying outside were also quite high. It just depended on whether one was willing to take the gamble. However, for Chu Ming, minus 30 degrees was a piece of cake. Wearing only an autumn shirt inside, he even felt a bit of clammy sweat. The cold-proof clothing was undoubtedly impressive. Chu Ming climbed through the window to the outside, then tied a few ropes to his shoes to increase friction, and set off towards the community's exit. He walked around the Sunshine community for a few rounds. Finally, he discovered traces of the mutated lizard on the street next door. The mutated lizard was lying motionless on a building. Its body was covered with a thick layer of snow. It looked as if it was wearing a fluffy white coat. These past few days, there had only been light snow outside. Judging by the thickness of the snow, the mutated lizard had probably been here for a while. Chu Ming observed for a while, confirming that the mutated lizard showed no signs of movement. He took down his compound bow and shot an arrow tentatively. This arrow naturally did not hit the mutated lizard. Instead, it pierced through the nearby floorboard. Looking at the power of the compound bow, Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Although his aim was slightly off, it wasn't a big problem. The compound bow had an automatic aim feature for vital spots. Moreover, such a loud noise hadn't even woken the mutated lizard. It was probably frozen and numb. With this in mind, Chu Ming directly climbed through the window and entered the building. This building was a relatively large mall in the area. There was a big supermarket downstairs. Unfortunately, it had all been covered in ice. But most of the goods upstairs, which had not been frozen, were still intact. Chu Ming took a cursory glance and saw that they were all rather expensive brand items. Clothing, appliances, electronics, everything was there. It seemed that after dealing with the mutated lizard, he would need to replenish his supplies in the space. Chu Ming found the stairwell and made his way to the top floor. After opening the iron door, he immediately saw the mutated lizard lying about 7 or 8 meters away. Shooting from this position, he could definitely hit the vital spot. Moreover, if the mutated lizard woke up, he could retreat back into the stairwell at the first moment. The mutated lizard could never break in. Ensuring his safety, Chu Ming took down the compound bow again. This time, after pulling the bowstring, he didn't even aim properly. He simply let go of his right hand. Whoosh! A slight sound of air rushing was heard. Clearly, it was just an arrow shot at random. When it reached above the mutated lizard's head, this arrow took a huge turn, vertically striking the mutated lizard's head. Boom! The mutated lizard's body shook violently and then began to struggle intensely. It seemed to be waking up soon. Seeing this, Chu Ming didn't hesitate for a moment and quickly retreated back to the staircase. After about 10 more minutes, when there was complete silence outside, Chu Ming finally stepped out from the staircase. The mutated lizard on the rooftop was indeed already cold. Still feeling uneasy, Chu Ming shot another arrow with his compound bow. However, this arrow also struck the mutated lizard's head at a strange angle. Watching the two antennas on the mutated lizard's head, the corners of Chu Ming's eyes twitched. This was just too defiant of the laws of physics. Was this really an arrow he shot, not a missile? To be safe, Chu Ming shot several more arrows one after another, until the mutated lizard's head was almost completely pierced by arrows. Only then did he step onto the rooftop. Arriving in front of the mutated lizard, Chu Ming retrieved all the arrows, then took out a folding knife and dug out a crystal the size of a pigeon egg from the lizard's head. Got it! Looking at this crystal, Chu Ming's eyes brightened. In his past life, he never got the chance to come into contact with energy cores like this. But when he worked hard in Future City, he had seen them on those with superpowers. This thing was not only currency, but also an essential material for superhumans to increase their strength. There was high demand and low supply. In the early days of the apocalypse, even a first-level energy core could cause superhumans to fight fiercely. Now it was time to verify if the energy core was useful to him as well. Chu Ming tried and found that he could not sense the energy core. Naturally, he couldn't absorb the energy within it. Could it be that he was not a superhuman? This result somewhat disappointed Chu Ming. If he wasn't a superhuman, even having an infinitely large space wouldn't help him live peacefully in the apocalypse. The best method was still to find a place to hide. But such a life was definitely not what he wanted. In helplessness, Chu Ming could only put the energy core into his space and study it slowly after returning. Just then, a prompt appeared in his mind. Detected first-level energy core. Please note, the energy core cannot be amplified or upgraded in quality, but you can choose to absorb or fuse it. Absorbing will grant you new abilities, while fusing will enhance the capabilities of specific items. Please choose absorb or fuse. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Chu Ming inhaled sharply. So it was waiting for him here, and it seemed the energy core had two directions of use. Absorbing should be for his own use. Fusing should be for a specific item. Now he didn't have any spare energy cores to experiment with, so he should focus on enhancing his own abilities. So of course, Chu Ming chose to absorb. Absorbing. Absorption progress 5%. Absorption progress 10%. Absorption progress 50%. Absorption progress 100%. First level energy core has been absorbed. Congratulations on gaining a new skill. Space cutting. Space cutting. can slice objects within 3 meters, not limited by any rules or material states. Chu Ming's expression moved slightly. Space cutting? He remembered this skill could only be used by space superhumans at the 7th or 8th level. Now, just by absorbing an energy core, he directly possessed it? This was too cheating, but the attack range was relatively small. If he encountered high-level mutated creatures, 3 meters would only be a blink of an eye. But for now, Chu Ming felt he was already invincible. Chapter 17. First Level Physical Strengthening Liquid. Chu Ming used space cutting on the spot, just casually waving his hand, and a corner of the rooftop was directly sliced off. There was no obstacle, flowing smoothly as if playing Fruit Ninja. The key was, space cutting is colorless and shapeless. It is simply indefensible. Chu Ming was in high spirits as he carved east and west on the rooftop. After using the space cutting technique about 10 times, he began to feel a slight fatigue. However, Chu Ming was not surprised. When superpowered individuals first gain their abilities, using it 3 to 5 times is usually the limit. He had used space cutting 10 times and only felt a bit tired, which already surpassed most superpowered individuals. It seemed he needed to continue collecting energy cores. As his superpower level increased, the attack range and frequency of space cutting would definitely improve. Overall, Chu Ming was very satisfied with today's gains. There was space, there was strength, there were supplies. In the apocalypse, could there be a more perfect start than this? At that moment, Chu Ming's gaze suddenly landed on the mutated lizard's corpse. The flesh of mutated creatures cannot be absorbed by the human body, so it cannot be eaten. Otherwise, one might suffer from fever and vomiting, or even die from poisoning. However, many materials from mutated creatures can be useful. With this thought, Chu Ming stored the mutated lizard's body in his space. Detected a first-level mutated lizard. Would you like to decompose it? Another new prompt? His space was quite versatile. Decompose, Chu Ming said. First-level mutated lizard has been decomposed. Harmful substances and impurities have been automatically removed. Congratulations on obtaining first-level physical enhancement liquid. Lizard skin, lizard tongue, lizard blood. First-level physical enhancement liquid. Consuming it can enhance physical abilities in all aspects. Lizard skin has certain defensive properties. Lizard tongue possesses good elasticity and stickiness. Lizard blood has strong antibacterial properties. The mutated lizard was only a first-level mutated creature. The materials on it were quite ordinary, with no particularly outstanding parts. Moreover, the space could only amplify, upgrade, or decompose once. So, after glancing at these materials, Chu Ming tossed them into the corner of the space. What he truly cared about was the first-level physical enhancement liquid. Looking at the small red liquid floating in the space that was not even the size of a fist, Chu Ming's eyes were filled with astonishment. To think that such a thing could be extracted from a mutated creature's body? In his previous life, he had heard that in the wealthy area of Future City, there was a type of physical enhancement liquid rumored to be extracted from high-level mutated creatures, each bottle selling for a sky-high price. Now, he had obtained such enhancement liquid from a first-level mutated creature. Although the effects might differ, it saved a lot of complicated steps and requirements for technology and equipment. Chu Ming returned to the stairwell, then found a bowl in the space and poured out the enhancement liquid. The enhancement liquid was crimson and viscous, yet it emitted an enticing fragrance. Without a second thought, Chu Ming drank the entire bowl of enhancement liquid. The next second, he felt a burning sensation in his stomach, which immediately transformed into warm currents flowing towards his limbs and bones. This sensation lasted for more than half an hour before stabilizing completely. Chu Ming clenched his fists, feeling a surge of strength throughout his body. He extended his hand and forcefully bent the stair rail. The steel railing immediately deformed. The effect is incredibly obvious. Chu Ming's eyes brightened. He hadn't even used much strength yet. He never expected the first-level enhancement liquid to be this useful. It seemed that in the future, he could not only be a mage, but could also engage in melee combat. Chu Ming ran back to the rooftop and tested his speed and jumping ability. Indeed, there was a world of difference compared to his former self. Now, even if he were to participate in the Olympics, he could break the world record in no time. Chu Ming moved around on the rooftop for a while, until the wind and snow outside became stronger. He then returned to the mall. Next, it was time to get to work. The top floor of the mall was equipped with numerous entertainment facilities. There were cinemas, game rooms, and many more. In the library, there was also a specialty sports store. In the cinema and arcade, Chu Ming didn't find much useful stuff. Most of the equipment was connected to the ground and walls. Just taking them apart would take forever. Ultimately, they weren't very useful to him. So in the cinema, Chu Ming only took some massage chairs, 3D glasses, and VR glasses. In the arcade, he only picked a few games that he usually enjoyed playing. Then he moved on to the library and the sports store. There were many things in there that could come in handy. The books in the library covered various novels: physics, chemistry, astronomy, geography, biomedical science, agriculture, livestock, and so on. Who knows when they might be useful in the future? If they aren't useful, storing them in the space won't take up any space. The sports store had many practical items. Besides the common types of balls, there were all kinds of fitness equipment: goggles, binoculars, skiing gear, wrist and knee guards, gloves, protective suits, sports clothing, shoes, and socks, among others. Anything that one could think of, they had it all. Moreover, in the open area of the sports store, Chu Ming discovered a display Monster H2, or motorcycle, along with a black cool helmet. These were all great items. Chu Ming immediately stored them in his space. A large portion of the items in the sports store were functional products. So once stored in his space, their quality underwent a significant upgrade. Sports clothing and shoes saw an increase in quantity. Among the items that made Chu Ming the most satisfied were the protective suit, binoculars, motorcycle, and helmet. The protective suit upgraded to a bulletproof vest, able to resist any bullet-level attacks while also protecting internal organs from damage. The binoculars upgraded to a strengthened version, allowing him to clearly see objects 3,000 meters away without obstructions. The Monster H2 are upgraded to a strengthened version, which could not only go faster and be more agile, but could also adapt to any terrain, including snow and ice. The helmet upgraded to a bulletproof helmet, matching the specifications of the strengthened bulletproof vest. If he wore this set, he would be as safe as hiding in a turtle shell. After finishing up on the top floor, Chu Ming continued to descend. The second-to-last floor sold various household appliances. The third-to-last floor sold various electronic products. The fourth-to-last floor sold various brands of men's and women's clothing. All of these were things that would improve his quality of life in the future. Chu Ming accepted them all with a smile. Upon leaving them all, Chu Ming did not return to the Sunshine community, but rode his motorcycle towards the suburbs. This direction was completely opposite from the planting base. If you remember correctly, the bottled water factory from a certain treasure was in this direction. After the acid rain fell, the water quality in many places was polluted. Drinking this spoiled acid water long-term could cause great harm to the body. Thus, clean water sources were also extremely scarce materials in the apocalypse. He needed to prepare everything for himself at once. Chapter 18. Super Base Vehicle. During this time, every day, apart from eating, sleeping, and playing on his phone, the most he did was study the map. Then he planned his future routes and marked some useful material points. Unfortunately, along the way, all the material points he marked were buried beneath layers of ice. For example, pharmacies, liquor stores, gas stations, and so on. Very few people would open pharmacies or liquor stores in high-rise buildings. And as for gas stations, that's even less likely. Luckily, he had found dozens of barrels of diesel at the planting base previously. After the increase, he now had over 1,000 barrels of oil in his space. If used sparingly, it should last him for the rest of his life. However, not being able to find medicine was quite a headache. Medicine was extremely important in the apocalypse. In extreme environments, sometimes just a cold or fever could potentially cost a person's life. Although he now possesses special abilities and his body has been enhanced, a cold or fever poses no threat to him at all. But even if he doesn't need it, he cannot be without it. This kind of thing often proves useful at critical moments. If he cannot find it in City G, he would have to look outside. Riding his motorcycle, Chu Ming quickly arrived at the bottled water factory. This place, like the planting base, is situated on higher ground, with not many areas submerged. Except for a thin layer of ice a few centimeters thick on the ground. Many places remain intact. After entering the factory, Chu Ming made a beeline for the warehouse. As a large bottled water processing factory, it can produce hundreds to thousands of bottled water every hour. Although inventory doesn't pile up for long, just the temporary stock is quite amazing. After locating the warehouse, without saying a word, he began to loot. Even though his movements were quick, it still took several hours. After enhancement, the total amount of nearly 100,000 bottles of water reached the astonishing figure of 10 million. He used mineral water for bathing daily and still couldn't finish it. The only issue was that these waters had frozen into blocks of ice, and whatever goes into the space comes out the same way. Every usage requires thawing in advance. In such extreme cold weather, it doesn't count as a quality resource. However, when the weather warms up, for the next few years, temperatures would continue above 40 degrees. By then, the status of these frozen bottled waters would be completely different. After coming out of the bottled water factory, Chu Ming rode around the nearby area on his motorcycle. He originally wanted to see if there were any convenience stores nearby. Instead, he found a villa community on the back of the mountain. It was quite far from the city center. Geographically, it was even worse than the previous factory. In such a neighborhood, the occupancy rate is low, and the prices are still high. Perhaps it had just recently been completed, the entrance didn't have even the basic facilities. This is probably what's called the conscience of the industry, specifically targeting rich people. Chu Ming shook his head, ready to turn back. But when he passed a corner, he suddenly spotted an RV parked inside the community. Moreover, it was a super luxurious large RV. Chu Ming had only seen this kind of RV online. The cheapest supposedly costs over 10 million. The interior was exceedingly luxurious, with various complete facilities, fully satisfying living needs. Chu Ming looked at the little motorcycle he was riding, and then at the super giant vehicle in the neighborhood. They were simply not on the same level. If he could live in such a super luxurious RV while on the road, with endless supplies in the space, he could go anywhere he wanted. It was simply too enjoyable. Thinking of this, Chu Ming immediately rode his motorcycle into the community. He arrived in front of the RV. Without any hesitation, Chu Ming directly stored the RV into the space. Item detected. Do you wish to upgrade the item? Yes. Item upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Super Base Vehicle. Super Base Vehicle. All accessories upgraded. Body defense upgraded. Power system upgraded. New weapons added. New permanent temperature control system added. New water purification system added. New energy saving system added. Special enhancement. Absolute domain. Absolute domain. Inside the Super Base Vehicle, you will never suffer harm. Looking at the outcome after upgrading the RV, Chu Ming's eyes nearly popped out. He knew the higher the item's value, the better the upgrade effects would be. But that special enhancement of absolute domain was incredibly impressive. As long as he remained inside the base vehicle, he would never be harmed. This was much safer than his little shabby house. Seeing that it was still early, Chu Ming took the Super Base Vehicle out from the space. This Super Base Vehicle is 12 meters long and 4 meters high. The exterior is coated in a high-tech silver gray color. The beauty is undeniably striking. Stepping into the RV's interior, on the right is the driver's cabin, while the left features a beautifully decorated living room. Next to the window, there is an open kitchen and dining area. It is also equipped with 4 extensions. All opened, it can add about 10 square meters of space inside. At the back of the vehicle is an ultra-luxurious bedroom. It includes a bathroom, a shower, and even a bathtub. Some hidden features and details have considered every aspect of life. What satisfies Chu Ming the most is the vehicle's permanent constant temperature system. Outside, it's over 30 degrees below zero, yet inside, without air conditioning, it can maintain a temperature of over 20 degrees. It's so comfortable that one simply doesn't want to leave. However, Chu Ming still isn't used to spending the night in the wilderness. After familiarizing himself with the RV's functions, he stowed it back into its space. Back at Sunshine Community, Chu Ming was preparing to tidy up before leaving this place he had lived for over 10 years. After the cold wave hit, the floods had frozen. In such an environment, it was actually more suitable for traveling. At least that was the case for him. Chu Ming found a hidden corner to stow away his motorcycle, and then he climbed in through the window of the 7th floor. But as he passed the 8th floor, he noticed a lot of people gathered in room 803. Shen Ming also spotted Chu Ming. She immediately shut the door, afraid Chu Ming would hear something. Miss Shen, is what you said true? Is there really a shelter outside G City? Someone asked excitedly. Why would I lie to you? Shen Ming took out a radio from her bag. I found this in the landlord's storage room yesterday. I saw the battery still had power, so I just fiddled with it a bit, and it actually picked up a signal. It really said there's a shelter outside the city. If we make it to the shelter, we won't have to starve anymore, and we'll have the army to protect us. Shen Ming's tone was somewhat smug. From now on, she would be the savior of these people, and she was the only one who knew where the shelter was located. If these people wanted to get there, they had to keep her alive. All the food and supplies had to prioritize her. Chapter 19, let them experience the hardships of life. Shen Ming's words indeed ignited hope in everyone present. If there really is a shelter, why should they continue to live these lives that are neither human nor ghost? Previously, they faced acid rain and flood disasters. Now, surely a snow disaster would come soon. How many more days could they hold on? So regardless of whether the shelter truly existed, they had to check it out. This was their last chance for survival. Ming, let's hurry and set out. Everyone is hungry now. If we reach the shelter soon, we can have a full meal, Lu Hongwei urged quickly. To join Shen Ming's team, they had given up their food. But if all went smoothly, they could reach the shelter by tomorrow morning. In this little time, they could still hold out. But if they delayed further, the situation wouldn't look good. It's best if we wait until dark to set off. We must not let others find out about us. If so many people go to the shelter, they'll take our food. Shen Ming wasn't foolish. Now everyone was having a tough time, and the shelter might not be able to support too many people anyway. Besides, too many people could easily create chaos. At that time, how many would still be willing to listen to her? Ming is right. We can't let too many people know the location of the shelter. Let's just take the people in our building, Zhang Wen said. She had been going to the cafeteria on the 10th floor these days, and her face even looked much healthier. But what about that monster outside? Has it really left? Won't we get eaten if we go out? Someone worriedly asked. I've observed it. Since the temperature dropped, the monster hasn't appeared again. It might have been frozen solid. Didn't you just see Chu Ming back from outside? He was living just fine alone, and going out with us would definitely be safe, Chu Ming vowed confidently. When it came to Chu Ming, she was filled with anger. So this time, when organizing the team, she deliberately didn't invite Chu Ming. While she enjoyed herself in the shelter, Chu Ming, that useless guy, could just wait to die here. Back at room 1501, Chu Ming packed everything in the room into his space, including the old furniture, his parents' belongings, and the photos hanging on the wall. He even dismantled the kitchen stove. He couldn't take the steel and concrete, but he could take away the memories of his home. Chu Ming took one last look at the room, then turned and opened the door. Just then, Su Yufei happened to come out of her room at the same time. Ah, so late? Are you going out? Su Yufei looked at Chu Ming, fully armed, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Aren't you going out too? Chu Ming raised his eyebrow, not answering directly. I was planning to find you, Su Yufei said. Find me? Chu Ming was slightly taken aback. Yes. Su Yufei smiled a little. Are you interested in teaming up with me? I know a really good place with medicine and food, perfect for a stronghold. Medicine. Chu Ming seized on this keyword and immediately asked, how much is there? This place is actually my cousin's pharmaceutical company. Before the acid rain came, my cousin was working overtime and got trapped there, Su Yufei said with a helpless shrug, so I'm going over this time, partly for the medicine and partly to find her. As for the amount of medicine, their company is in this line of work, so there's definitely no shortage. How are you sure she's still alive? Chu Ming didn't know Su Yufei well, so he wouldn't easily believe her words. However, if he could really find a pharmaceutical company, he would be very willing to go. After all, he lacked medicine in his collected supplies. My cousin works on a high floor. Their company only rents the top few floors, and the cafeteria is also upstairs, so don't worry, she won't die anytime soon, Su Yufei said confidently. After pondering for a moment, Chu Ming asked, where's the company you mentioned? How long will it take to get there? Not far, just in the new area. I have a mountain bike at home, so if we ride, we should be there in a few hours, Su Yufei replied without thinking. Chu Ming looked at Su Yufei speechlessly. He was just testing her. This girl really told him the address. Last time when trading the compound bow, it was the same. Didn't she fear he might change his mind suddenly or kill her to silence her? But now, he couldn't be sure if what Su Yufei said was the truth. Should he kill Su Yufei and take the medicine for himself? He would have to wait until he got to the place to decide. Forget the mountain bike. Today I found a motorcycle, so let's take my motorcycle, Chu Ming said as he pulled back his thoughts. As for the RV, he definitely wouldn't expose it easily to outsiders. Then wait for me a few minutes. I'll go pack my things, Su Yufei said joyfully upon hearing Chu Ming's agreement. I'll go get the bike first. Let's meet at the 7th floor exit, Chu Ming said. Okay, Su Yufei native. Chu Ming climbed out the window from the 7th floor. He looked around to make sure no one was watching, then took out the motorcycle from his space and also pulled out a backpack to pack 2 pieces of clothing and some food. After doing all this, he patiently waited at the exit. A few minutes later, instead of Su Yufei, he was greeted by Shin Ming and others. Seeing Chu Ming, Shin Ming's expression instantly changed. What are you doing here? Shin Ming stared at Chu Ming, her face full of suspicion, and then reacted, saying, were you eavesdropping on us in the hallway just now? It must be that way. This despicable and sinister little man killed Li Chong last time. We can't let this murderer follow us, Lu Hongwei said angrily. What are you saying? I don't understand, Chu Ming replied calmly, glancing at Shin Ming. What are these guys doing now? Stop acting dumb. Even if you kneel and beg me today, I won't take you to the shelter, Shin Ming said, her tone filled with a hint of pride and arrogance. Knowing the shelter's location, she felt like a savior. But who to save and who not to save? That was entirely up to her feelings. As for Chu Ming, he was not qualified to join her team. Hearing the word shelter, memories of his past life flooded into Chu Ming's mind. Back then, they also knew about the shelter's existence. They rushed to seek refuge. But upon arrival, they found it was a place that devoured people without spitting bones. In the end, it took great effort to escape. Watching Shin Ming and the others excitedly, Chu Ming didn't want to dampen their spirits. Let them experience what true human suffering is. Chapter 20. Don't open the door to anyone. At this moment, Su Yufei also came out. Seeing so many people gathered outside the 7th floor, she was somewhat caught off guard. What's going on? Gathering here in the cold wind at midnight. Su Yufei walked up to Chu Ming and whispered, these people, they won't be coming with us, right? You're thinking too much, Chu Ming replied. That's good. Su Yufei sighed in relief and then asked, when do we set off? Let's go now. Chu Ming straightened up. Chu Ming, are you out of your mind? Why did you bring a girl along? Didn't you hear what Ming Gran just said? Even if you kneel and beg us, we won't take you to the shelter. Lu Hongwei said sharply. Su Yufei was very beautiful. In comparison, she was on a completely different level than Shun Ming Gran, who needed makeup to look good. When Su Yufei first moved to Sunshine Community, Lu Hongwei had tried to flirt with her a few times, but she didn't even give him the time of day. That's why he turned to chase Shun Ming Gran instead. Now seeing his goddess with Chu Ming, how could he not feel jealous? Yeah, and bringing a deadweight. My team won't accept people like you. I advise you to give up on this thought. Shun Ming Gran said sourly as she noticed Su Yufei. During this time, she had been cold and hungry, losing all care for her appearance. Forget makeup, she hadn't bathed in over 10 days. But Su Yufei still looked clean and had a rosy, full face. In comparison, it was like a strike from another dimension. What are they saying? Su Yufei asked, puzzled, obviously still unclear about the situation. Don't mind them. Chu Ming put on his bulletproof helmet and got on the motorcycle. Get on. Oh, okay. Hearing this, Su Yufei quickly hopped onto the back seat. Once the people behind were settled, Chu Ming hit the gas, and the motorcycle shot out. Those left behind, Shin Ming Gran and the others, were left choking on exhaust fumes. Damn, what is he doing? It's 30 or 40 degrees below zero. Why is he out here racing at midnight? Does he want to die faster? Lu Hongwei cursed in the direction Chu Ming had left. Ming Gran, it seems he wasn't waiting for you at all. Looks like you overestimated yourself just now, Zhang Wen said smugly beside her. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Shin Mingran's face was extremely ugly. She didn't believe for a second that Chu Ming had gone out at this hour just to take a girl for a ride in the cold night. These two must be trying to find a place to hide and then secretly track them down. She wouldn't let these two scoundrels get their way. With that thought, Shin Ming Gran turned around and said, let's set off quickly. We don't know if it will get even colder tomorrow. We must find a shelter before dawn. The new city was a distance from Sunshine Community. There are about 70 to 80 kilometers. Riding on the upgraded monster motorcycle, it only takes a few dozen minutes to get there. But Su Yufei suffers. When Chu Ming went out, he not only wore thermal clothing, a bulletproof vest, and a bulletproof helmet, but also had full protection for his neck and hands, the places exposed to the wind. Su Yufei, on the other hand, only wore a down jacket and regular knitted gloves. Just 10 minutes after going out, she was already frozen to the point of losing feeling. Fortunately, she was sitting in the back, with Chu Ming blocking the wind for her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to endure for long. After about 40 minutes, the motorcycle stopped in front of a tall building. Chu Ming looked up. This building had over 50 floors. The lower 7 or 8 floors were submerged. If there was enough food, there should be many survivors inside. Su Yufei trembled as she got off the motorcycle, stomping her feet to warm herself, saying, this is it. Before the power went out, I agreed to meet my cousin here. She must still be waiting for me upstairs. Lead the way. Chu Ming jumped off the motorcycle, but did not take off his helmet. In such a strange environment, he could not expose his weaknesses. He was not worried about people. He feared any mutated creatures that might appear. Okay. Su Yufei nodded, then found the entrance to this building. Chu Ming took the opportunity, while Su Yufei was not paying attention, and put the motorcycle away into a space, then quickly followed her. This building primarily served as an office building, but had some apartment floors in between. So, there should be quite a few residents. However, as Chu Ming and Su Yufei walked along, they didn't hear any sounds. Moreover, all the doors were open, many having marks of violent break-ins. Bloodstains were everywhere. Clearly, this place was not peaceful. Su Yufei realized this and began to feel a bit anxious. What if Ji Yan got into trouble? After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the 48th floor, right in front of the pharmaceutical company's door. Looking at the closed door, Su Yufei felt a little relieved. The security of this pharmaceutical company was evidently still very good. Just looking at the big door gave a sense of safety. You go knock on the door. Chu Ming stood to the side, already gripping a watermelon knife in his hand. If anything seemed off later, he would act without hesitation. Su Yufei didn't think much and walked up to knock on the big door. Jian, it's me. Are you in there? Inside the pharmaceutical company, a woman in a white coat was wrapped in a thick blanket. Her pale red face was buried in the blanket, exposing only a pair of watery, big eyes. Opposite her sat another woman. Jian, just give in to Liang Ge. He has gotten really strong lately and can definitely protect us. You know how chaotic it is outside recently. Many people are watching us. Yang Li looked at Yi Jiyan, earnestly advising her. He thinks too highly of himself. If you want to indulge in delusions, don't drag me into it. Yi Jiyan rolled her eyes in frustration. There were 5 people who stayed overtime this time, and only one was a man, Yu Liang. Yet in less than a month, Yu Liang had started dreaming of a harem. Did he really think he was some local emperor? Plus, she had no intention of staying here. Just then, a sudden knock on the door sounded from outside. Yi Yan's heart tightened. She initially thought that group had come again, but the next second, she heard Su Yufei's voice. Cousin. Yi Yan's eyes lit up, and she quickly jumped off the sofa, preparing to open the door for Su Yufei. What do you think you're doing? Yang Li reached out to stop Yi Yan. My cousin is outside, and it's so cold. We need to let her in quickly, Yi Yan said anxiously. No way. Yang Li's face darkened. Liang Ge said not to open the door for anyone. There's only so much food in the company. We only need to take care of ourselves. Chapter 21. Trouble? Just take the knife. Yi Yan took a deep breath and said to Yang Li, if you won't let my cousin in, then I guess I can leave, right? But I need to take my stuff with me. She was already sick of this place. It was filled with foul air all day long. And they wanted her to warm the bed for that bald man? What a joke. I can't decide that, Yang Li said, crossing her arms. Liang Ge said yesterday that all the supplies here will be distributed by him. You want to take away 1/5? I'm afraid you won't get your wish. What did you just say? Yi Yan doubted her own ears. From now on, all the supplies here will be distributed by Yu Liang? Even Annie and the others agreed. Yeah, this is the apocalypse. We as women can hardly fight back. Only Liang Ge can protect us. What's wrong with him distributing supplies? Yang Li said with reason. Yi Yan seriously doubted these folks' intelligence. Had they lost their minds after being with someone? Supplies were life-saving stuff, and they were handing it over to a guy who only thought about sleazy things. Was that really appropriate? This only strengthened her resolve to leave. She was not on the same wavelength as these people. Just then, a bald man swaggered out of the lounge, flanked by 2 women. He had dark circles under his eyes, and the whites of his eyes were bloodshot. He looked like a picture of weakness. Yi Yan, Yang Li, it's your turn. Liang Ge is truly amazing. And then I can't handle it anymore, said a plump woman, her face flushed. Another younger girl stood there silently. Liang Ge, you finally came out? Jian is making noise about leaving and wants to take our supplies away. Seeing the bald man, Yang Li rushed to complain. You want to leave? Yu Liang looked at Yi Yan, frowning. I wasn't planning to stay here long anyway. Just give me 3 days' worth of food, and you can keep everything else, Yi Yan said, knowing she had no bargaining chips and could only settle for less. Jian, it's not that I won't let you go, but the outside world is too dangerous. I can't just watch you go to your death. Yu Liang said, feigning concern, then pushed the younger girl forward. Annie, you're friends with Jian. You should persuade her. The young girl looked up at Jian and timidly said, Jian, just stick with Liang Ge. Staying here is at least safer than outside. It's impossible to talk sense to you guys. Yi Yan completely lost her patience. She didn't even want the supplies anymore and turned to walk towards the door. Now she just wanted to escape from this filthy place. Stop her! Yu Liang shouted angrily when he saw Yi Yan ignoring him. You shameless woman! Look what you've done! I'll take care of you today! Yang Li and the plump woman immediately headed toward Yi Yan. Yi Yan realized the danger and hurried toward the door. But Yang Li, who was closer, grabbed her by the hair. A glint of despair crossed Yi Yan's eyes. Was she really going to fall here today? Thinking of Yu Liang's disgusting face, she'd rather crash into something deadly. Zzz. At that moment, the company's doors suddenly made a sharp noise. Then, with a loud bang, the entire steel door was cut in half by a sharp object, crashing straight down to the ground. Standing at the entrance were a man and a woman. Sister! Yi Yan's eyes lit up as she exclaimed. Seeing Yi Yan's situation, Su Yufei didn't say a word but drew her bow and shot an arrow. The sharp arrow flew out and struck Yang Li's arm. Ah! Yang Li screamed in pain and let go of Yi Yan's hair. Yi Yan broke free and immediately ran toward the company's door. Seeing her dash over, Chu Ming's pupils slightly contracted. It was her. If you remember correctly, the girl in front of him was the #1 healer in Future City. Her talent was much higher than many combat-type superpowers. While other superpowers were struggling in the 7th or 8th rank, she had already broken through to the 9th rank. There were even rumors that she had the ability to bring the dead back to life. How outrageous! In almost an instant, Chu Ming had made up his mind inside. He had to keep this mobile blood bag with him, whether through coercion or temptation. Yi Yan could only be on his side. Are you okay? Su Yufei supported Yi Yan's shoulder, carefully checking. Seeing that Yi Yan was not seriously harmed, Su Yufei let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she came today. Otherwise, she couldn't imagine what Yi Yan would face. You little brat, how dare you disturb my good deed? Yu Liang also reacted at this moment, cracking his fingers and walking towards Chu Ming with a gloomy face. Chu Ming glanced at Yu Liang. He felt something was off about this guy earlier. Now that he looked up close, he was even more certain of his suspicion. Before Yu Liang could step out the door, Chu Ming took the initiative to step forward with a watermelon knife. Of course, Yu Liang saw the watermelon knife in Chu Ming's hand, but he didn't seem scared. Instead, a strange smile appeared on his lips, and the blood vessels in his eyes grew thicker, spreading all over his eye sockets. Su Yufei and Yi Jian were both startled. Are these still human eyes? Chu Ming didn't give Yu Liang a chance to attack. As they closed the distance, he suddenly accelerated, rushing forward and cutting off Yu Liang's neck with the knife. However, after Yu Liang's head fell, no blood flowed out, but a lot of red threads emerged, quickly pulling the head back to the neck. Indeed, he's been parasitized? Chu Ming's gaze darkened. Seeing this scene, Yang Li and the others were almost scared to death. Killed someone? Monster! Since the apocalypse came, they had been staying in the company. Though they often talked about the apocalypse, they had never seen real bloody incidents, let alone such a bizarre bloody incident. How can a head fall off and also be reattached? Seeing Yu Liang trying to revive, Chu Ming raised a foot and kicked him away. The half-attached head was severed again, and it just happened to fall at Yang Li's feet. Yang Li screamed and turned to run. But then, she felt a sharp pain in her chest. A watermelon knife had pierced through her chest from behind. The other two women realized what was happening and also wanted to escape. But they were all dealt with by Chu Ming one by one. They all shared one characteristic, which was that no blood flowed out of their wounds. All these women who had been with Yu Liang were, without exception, parasitized. Only, they weren't as severely infected as Yu Liang. The red threads inside them did not have regeneration capabilities. Therefore, they just needed to be killed. In fact, women like them with this level of infection could still be saved. However, Chu Ming found it troublesome and simply finished them off. They were strangers to him. Keeping them alive might pose a threat. Any hesitation would be disrespectful to the watermelon knife in his hand. Chapter 22, he is usually quite kind. Looking at the madly killing Chu Ming, Su Yufei and Yi Jian huddled together, shivering. Sister, what kind of person is your friend? Yi Jian swallowed hard, her watery eyes looking like a frightened rabbit. I don't know, I thought he was usually quite kind. Su Yufei also seemed as if she was meeting Chu Ming for the first time. In fact, she had interacted with Chu Ming long ago. When she had just moved to Sunshine Community, she had once fainted from a fever in the corridor, and it was Chu Ming who took her to the nearby hospital. That's why she had always trusted Chu Ming. But she never knew that when Chu Ming killed, he could be so crazed. One knife for each. Just like cutting leaks, Chu Ming threw the several corpses in the room out of the window, including Yu Liang's. Yu Liang's body could still regenerate. But as long as he left this room, he could go wherever he wanted to live. Chu Ming didn't care at all. However, while closing the window, he faintly caught sight of something moving outside. It seemed that this place could not be stayed in for long. Chu Ming turned around and walked towards Su Yufei and Yi Jian. Yi Jian was so scared that she shuddered and quickly said, "Big brother, don't kill me. I'm different from them. I can bleed. I'm not a monster." As she spoke, Yi Jian bit herself. Only after drawing blood did she hold her arm up in front of Chu Ming and exclaimed excitedly, "Look, I can really bleed." Of course, Chu Ming knew that Yi Jian was not a monster. But seeing her prove herself made him feel a bit relieved. "Where are the medicine and food?" Chu Ming asked straightforwardly. "The medicine is on the 3rd floor, and the food is on the 2nd floor," Yi Jian answered honestly. "You all wait for me here." After saying that, Chu Ming headed straight for the 2nd floor. This pharmaceutical company wasn't very large. Chu Ming quickly found 37 bags of rice, 15 bags of flour, a few packs of noodles, several unopened spices, and a few boxes of drinks in the storage room of the cafeteria on the 2nd floor. There were also some dried goods like shiitake mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, and kelp. Although it didn't look like much, the quantity became very considerable after enhancement. Chu Ming then went to the 3rd floor. Here, he found several warehouses storing medicine, which were quite complete. Besides some common medications, there were also essential vaccines. They were all stored in refrigerated cabinets. In order to prevent power outages, there was even a small generator in the warehouse, specifically providing power to these refrigerated cabinets storing vaccines. Chu Ming collected everything into his space without leaving anything behind. Since the medicine was functional, all of them received an upgrade in quality after being stored in the space. He casually took out a box of heart rescue pills. The effects described on it were no longer just for treating heart pain from stagnation and blood stasis. Even for a heart injury, as long as it didn't lead to immediate death, it could help you recover gradually. Suddenly, Chu Ming heard a faint sound coming from the warehouse. Upon a closer look, he noticed that a crack had appeared on the wall at some point. There were faint red threads trying to creep out from inside. Chu Ming didn't dare to waste any more time and hurriedly returned to the 1st floor of the company. "Why didn't you take anything?" Seeing Chu Ming come back empty-handed, Yi Jian was momentarily taken aback. "There are dirty things here. Let's get out first. Chu Ming didn't explain further, and, regardless of whether Su Yufei and Yi Jian followed, he went directly down the staircase. Upon hearing the words dirty things, and recalling the appearance of Yu Liang and Yang Li, Su Yufei and Yi Jian dared not linger, quickly keeping pace with Chu Ming. With a safe yet cautious journey to the first floor, Chu Ming deliberately circled to the side of the building to take a look. Under the cold moonlight, he saw a massive vine-like plant covering the entire left side of the building, right where the windows were plentiful. He had thought that there were presumably many dead people in this building, yet not a single corpse had been seen on the way. Even if someone wanted to save up for food reserves, it wouldn't lead to such large numbers. It now seemed clear that all those corpses had become nourishment for this vine. That was how it grew so quickly. There was an even more terrifying possibility. All the missing bodies had been parasitized by this vine. One Yu Liang was easy to handle. But if there were hundreds or thousands of parasitic bodies, just the thought made one shiver. At that moment, Su Yufei and Yi Jian caught up. When they saw the vines on the building, their faces were filled with shock. "Oh my gosh, how did this thing grow so big?" Su Yufei said in disbelief. "Sister, look at those red tendrils above. Don't they look a lot like the ones in Yu Liang's neck?" Yi Jian noticed the key point. "That's right, this is a parasitic mutated plant. It's very troublesome to deal with, and we should get away from this area as soon as possible," Chu Ming said, withdrawing his gaze. Although he lacked energy cores, he valued his life even more. This mutated vine seemed to have reached the second tier. He wouldn't provoke it no matter what. At least not now. Mutated plants? Su Yufei gasped. In this day and age, even plants could mutate? Is there no place for humans anymore? Yi Jian, let me see your hand. Chu Ming suddenly turned and said. Hand? Yi Jian raised both hands. Which one do you want to see? Huh. Su Yufei leaned in for a closer look. Why is the wound on your hand gone? Yeah, where did the wound go? Yi Jian blinked, her face full of curiosity. The finger she had bitten earlier had no trace left at all. Seeing this scene, Chu Ming was even more certain that Yi Jian was the person he was looking for. The earlier one awakens an ability, the stronger they will become in the future. Moreover, a healing ability has no offensive power. It's very convenient to control. This Yi Jian was simply the best choice for a little helper. That's right, Chu Ming didn't plan to find teammates. But it wouldn't be a problem to have a few little helpers. He preferred being the one in control of profits over sharing them. Actually, this is your ability. Chu Ming pointed to the vine behind him. Just like this plant, you are part of a special group chosen by heaven. He first explained the concept of abilities to Yi Jian. He didn't want her to be surprised when he used space abilities in the future. Although, strictly speaking, his space does have some bugs. But space ability users would gradually appear. Using this identity as a disguise wouldn't be a problem. Really? I'm so powerful? Yi Jian was somewhat flattered. What about me? Do I have abilities? Su Yufei asked right after. You. Chu Ming glanced at Su Yufei. I don't know. Oh. Su Yufei pouted in disappointment. You all wait here for me. I'll go get the car, Chu Ming said as he walked toward the street outside. Su Yufei thought Chu Ming was going to ride a motorcycle and immediately pulled Yi Jian to complain. I'm telling you, he rides a motorcycle. Good thing you brought the blanket down. Otherwise, we would freeze to death later. However, 2 minutes later, a large, high-tech RV stopped at the intersection ahead. Chu Ming rolled down the window and urged them to get in quickly. Sister, are you confused? Does a motorcycle look like this? Yi Jian's eyes widened. Chapter 23. Assigning tasks to the girl Su Yufei was even more dumbfounded. When she came with Chu Ming, they were clearly on a motorcycle. So where did this RV come from? Feeling the biting cold wind outside, Su Yufei didn't have time to think too much and dragged Yi Jian to run toward the RV. Once they were in the RV, Su Yufei and Yi Jian felt like they had moved from hell to heaven. It was a warm space, bright lights, and a luxurious living room. Was this truly an environment they could still enjoy? Chu Ming, where did you get this car? Su Yufei asked, looking at Chu Ming in the driver's seat. Picked it up by the roadside, Chu Ming casually joked. Su Yufei's eye twitched. Could such a big RV really be picked up by the roadside? Who do you think you're fooling? At this moment, Chu Ming had already taken off the bulletproof helmet. Inside the RV, he had absolute control. He didn't need to worry about others harming him. Naturally, he didn't need to wear a helmet while driving. Yi Jian looked around the inside of the RV and then at Chu Ming. Sister, your friend is pretty handsome. Yi Jian whispered to Su Yufei. What time is it, and you still have the mood to look at handsome guys? Su Yufei poked Yi Jian's forehead. Handsome is better than a bald head. Yi Jian stuck out her tongue. She used to not be that obsessed with looks. But after seeing the comparison, she realized that she still liked handsome men. Who can cook? There are vegetables in the fridge. Feel free to make something to eat. Chu Ming asked while driving, turning his head to ask. From now on, he needed to nurture the awareness of these two women. living in his RV. How could they not work? I can do it, my cooking skills are pretty good. Yi Jian walked to the fridge. She opened it and saw fresh vegetables, eggs, noodles, pork, beef, and even a big box of shrimp. So much. Yi Jian's eyes were full of surprise. Most importantly, she actually saw green vegetables. During her time trapped in the company, even though she didn't lack food, some perishable vegetables and meats had long spoiled. She hadn't had a bite of leafy greens in ages. Thinking of this, Yi Jian immediately took out some bok choy, eggs, shrimp, and noodles. She prepared the ingredients, fried 3 eggs, and sautéed the shrimp heads in oil to bring out the aroma. Then she added water to cook the noodles. Next, she added bok choy, shrimp meat, and fried eggs. Finally, she adjusted the seasoning, and the fragrant shrimp and egg noodles were ready. Time to eat. Yi Jian brought 3 bowls of noodles to the dining table. Chu Ming smelled the aroma and parked the car by the roadside, moving from the driver's cabin to the dining area. Wow, it smells amazing. Su Yufei's eyes sparkled. What kind of incredible car owner leaves so much delicious food inside? Otherwise, how would she have the chance to enjoy a hot bowl of shrimp noodles in the frigid weather? Chu Ming didn't be polite with Yi Jian. After sitting down, he began to eat. The soup made with shrimp heads was delicious and refreshing. The noodles were perfectly cooked and flavorful. Just a simple bowl of noodles could rival the standards of top chefs outside. After dinner, Su Yufei voluntarily helped to clean the dishes. Chu Ming initially wanted to remind her that all appliances in the RV, including the dishwasher, could be used freely. However, after thinking it over, he let her be. Too much comfort at the beginning might not necessarily be a good thing. From now on, cooking will be your responsibility. Chu Ming sat on the big sofa in the living room and started assigning tasks to Yi Jian. I'd love to take charge, but the supplies in the RV won't last us long. Yi Jian said a bit discouraged. If we can enjoy for a few days, let's do it. It's the end of the world. Why think so much? Su Yufei said with a relaxed attitude, holding a thermos. You don't need to worry about food. I'll find a way. Chu Ming looked at Su Yufei. Have you ever taken a driving test? Starting tomorrow, you'll be driving. Me? But I've never driven such a big vehicle. Su Yufei blinked in surprise. If this beautiful RV got damaged carelessly, it would be troublesome. It's okay, as long as you know the basic operations. Chu Ming didn't intend to have idle people around. Yi Jian had healing abilities and great cooking skills. Su Yufei also needed to find something to do. In fact, if it weren't for Yi Jian, he wouldn't have bothered bringing Su Yufei along. However, to keep Yi Jian willingly staying, Su Yufei had to be included. Moreover, the upgraded RV could already be considered a mobile steel fortress. Even a novice driver wouldn't have any issues. After all, ordinary collisions couldn't damage the vehicle at all. Okay then, I'll give it a try tomorrow. Su Yufei nodded hesitantly. Chu Ming walked to the control panel by the door and opened partial permissions for Yi Jian and Su Yufei. Many of the appliances inside the RV, such as the TV projector, washing machine, dishwasher, steam oven, microwave, coffee machine, massage chair, etc., required him to unlock their permissions. In addition, access to the bathroom and shower also needed permissions. These things are just a little bit of water and electricity. But this super base vehicle, the one thing it has plenty of is water and electricity. The upgraded power system generates 10 degrees of electricity for every hour it drives. The roof is covered with high-strength solar panels. As long as there is light, it can keep charging continuously. Moreover, the vehicle has a permanent climate control system, which means we can save on air conditioning and heating. This alone can save a lot of electricity consumption. Additionally, the new water purification system in the base vehicle can turn any water added to the tank, ice, rainwater, snow, river water, or seawater, into drinkable quality in minutes. Although Chu Ming doesn't drink this water, it is more than enough for bathing and washing clothes. After completing all this, Chu Ming went into the bedroom again, took out 2 sets of pajamas from storage, and returned to the living room, handing them to Yi Jian and Su Yufei. You two go take a hot shower, and just rest for today? Although Yi Jian and Su Yufei didn't look particularly dirty, they hadn't bathed for a while, and there was a bit of odor. He didn't want to stay in the same room with smelly girls. Realizing this, Yi Jian and Su Yufei felt embarrassed and quickly grabbed the pajamas, rushing into the shower. To save water, it was clear they planned to wash together. Chu Ming took out his tablet and began checking the map of the new district. Although the base vehicle has an energy-saving system, long-distance driving still consumes quite a bit of fuel. Therefore, he needed to replenish his stock of gasoline and diesel. Emptying a few gas stations should be enough for his future needs. Chapter 24. Emptying a basket of water. In the end, the target Chu Ming circled was a gas station on the edge of the new district. He chose this place not for any other reason, but because someone was eyeing it just like him. The shelter that Shin Ming Gran mentioned was actually located in a newly built school in the new district. To collect supplies beneath the ice layer, the shelter organizes teams to go out and excavate every day. The gas station is also one of their targets. This is not a small task. With only 3 people on Chu Ming's side, it obviously wasn't suitable for this kind of work. But picking up ready supplies can avoid the manpower problem, right? By the way, he remembered that the shelter was also excavating the largest supermarket in the new district. He could join the excitement later. After all, those people in the shelter, who would eat others without spitting out the bones, would surely pocket the supplies for themselves. It would be better for him to be the bad guy. Yi Jian and Su Yufei, fearing waste, came out less than 10 minutes after showering. The pajamas Chu Ming prepared for Su Yufei were a purple silk nightdress with intricate patterns, while for Yi Jian, there was a youthful white lace short skirt. These were all branded items he collected from the mall, and the quality was unquestionable. On Su Yufei and Yi Jian, they were even more visually pleasing. However, after a busy day, it was already late at night, and Chu Ming didn't have much time to admire. He went to the control panel and pressed one of the buttons. Instantly, a hidden retractable bed descended from above the driver's seat. This bed is 2 meters wide, the same standard as the big bed in the bedroom. From now on, you'll sleep here, said Chu Ming. Yi Jian and Su Yufei both nodded obediently. Staying in such a comfortable environment and sleeping on such a spacious bed, how could they be unsatisfied? After settling the 2 girls, Chu Ming also rinsed off in the bathroom, then returned to his room to rest. The next day, Chu Ming woke up after 9 o'clock. As soon as he came out of the bedroom, he smelled delicious food. Yi Jian had made seafood porridge, steamed a plate of buns, and prepared a cold dish for breakfast. Looking at the abundant breakfast on the table, Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction. This little brother is a good deal. Good-looking, skilled in cooking, and a healer with special powers. It seems tomorrow he needs to stuff more ingredients into the fridge. He can't affect Yi Jian's performance. Chu Ming, where are we going today? During dinner, Su Yufei looked at Chu Ming and asked. Starting today, she would act as the driver of this car. But she still didn't know exactly where to drive. Chu Ming took out a tablet and placed it on the table. Let's go to this gas station marked on the map. Meanwhile, Shinmen Gran and the others braved the cold wind and finally found shelter. On the way, 2 out of the 8 of them had frozen to death. In normal times, temperatures below -30 degrees shouldn't take lives. But everyone had been starving for several days, and their strength couldn't compare to that of normal people. Looking at the school in front of them and the several strong men guarding the gate, Shinmen Gran and the others were almost in tears with excitement. We made it! We finally made it! Zhang Wen shouted while pulling Shinmen Ran's arm. So, there really is a shelter. I thought we were going to freeze to death on the way. Lu Hongwei also cried tears of joy. I told you, there definitely wouldn't be a problem. Shinmen Gran stumbled towards the school gate and found a guard, saying, Big brother, we're here to seek refuge in the shelter. Please take us in. The guard glanced at Shinmen Gran and then at the big backpack behind her. You can join our shelter, but all supplies must be turned over. What? Hearing this, Shinmen Ran's expression changed immediately. These supplies were all obtained by her trading information about the shelter. If she had to hand everything over now, wouldn't it be a waste of her efforts? At this moment, Lu Hongwei and the others also caught up. Ming Gran, can we go in? Lu Hongwei asked eagerly. They want me to hand over all supplies. Shinmen Gran bit her lip and said, Isn't this a bit too much? We traveled a long way here. How can they ask us for things? Shouldn't a shelter help the masses? The guard smiled and said, Sister, you're right. We established the shelter to help more people like you. Handing over supplies is for unified management. Once you enter here, we'll guarantee everyone will have food and shelter. That sounds great. Zhang Wen immediately urged, Ming Gran, hurry and give the supplies to this big brother. Once we're in their place, we must follow their rules. Yeah, everyone is about to starve to death. Shinmen Gran, hurry up and give the supplies to this big brother. Once we're in the shelter, we will eat. Others nodded in agreement. On the way, many people could hardly hold on and wanted to borrow food from Shinmen Gran. But she refused to share even a bite. In the end, 2 people froze to death, and it could be said that Shinmen Gran was responsible for it. This made everyone quite opinionated about her. Now that they heard the supplies had to be handed over, they were mostly gloating over her misfortune. Seeing that no one was on her side, Shinmen Gran could only reluctantly take off her backpack and hand it to the guard. Will this do? Although she was reluctant to part with the food, she wanted to enter the shelter and stay in a warm house even more. Anyway, the shelter would distribute food every day. If she ate a bit more, wouldn't she be able to earn back what she had given? The guard checked the backpack after receiving it and then let them in. They were brought to the school square. Seeing that over 100 people were gathered in the square, Shinmen Gran felt a bit relieved. This shelter was quite large. It could support so many people, so it definitely wouldn't lack supplies. However, it was quite different from her imagination, where armed soldiers would protect them. And she wasn't sure if it was her illusion, but the patrolling people around seemed more like street thugs from before. At that moment, a bald man walked out of the house. Everyone, today's task is still the gas station and the supermarket. Make sure to gather the tools. We'll set off in 10 minutes, the bald man said loudly in front of the crowd. What gas station? What supermarket? Lu Hongwei looked confused. Young man, are you new here? The leaders of the shelter are mobilizing everyone to go out and dig for supplies. The task for the next few days is to first dig out the gas station and supermarket, and everyone needs to participate, someone explained voluntarily. What? For supplies? Chu Ming widened her eyes. We haven't even had a bite to eat, and we have to go out and work. Chapter 25. Is the shelter your home? Chu Ming was almost furious. She had held off eating breakfast just to save it for the shelter. She hadn't touched anything in her backpack. But now, supplies had been taken away. Before she even had breakfast, she was being told to go out and work. This was simply a huge loss. And why was she the one going out to work? She was a girl. Wasn't hard labor supposed to be the man's job? This place was so disrespectful to women. The others who came with Chu Ming were also complaining loudly. Zhang Wen couldn't take it any longer for not getting any food and stood up directly, saying, We haven't even had breakfast. How can we have strength to work? Breakfast? The bald man chuckled twice. Don't worry. When we get to the work site, you'll be fed. Hearing this, Lu Hongwei and others felt a little better. Although this shelter was not what they had imagined, at least there was food. If they really could dig out a supermarket, they might not have to worry about food for a year or more. With hopes for a bright future, Chu Ming and the others joined the excavation team. However, they regrettably found themselves assigned to the gas station. Their motivation instantly dropped by half. What they had longed for as breakfast turned out to be a flatbread as hard as a rock. It even had a strange taste. Chu Ming, is this the good place you mentioned? They tricked us of our food, and now we can only gnaw on this stuff. A girl named Shui Qin shouted at Chu Ming in despair. I didn't know it would turn out this way. Chu Ming said with a grievance. The food you gave me? I hadn't eaten a single bite before it was taken away by the shelter. So, you're just a fool. If we had eaten everything outside before coming to the shelter, we wouldn't have made others benefit from it. Shui Qin retorted sulkily. Isn't it because you all urged me? Chu Ming pouted. Don't blame Ming. I think this shelter is pretty good. Life may be a bit tough now, but once we dig out the supermarket, won't we worry about food anymore? Lu Hongwei tried to smooth things over nearby. Yeah, I see that this gas station is almost done being dug up. The supermarket should be close too. Another man also spoke up for Chu Ming. Seeing that no one was on her side, Shui Qin could only grudgingly close her mouth. About 700 or 800 meters away from the gas station, Chu Ming was looking through binoculars, observing the gas station situation. Su Yufei also understood Chu Ming's intention. If they wanted to live in a vehicle like this, diesel would definitely be needed. Unfortunately, the gas station had already been occupied. The other side had quite a few people. Chu Ming, how about we change places? There are too many of them. If they discover this vehicle, they might start to rob us, Su Yufei said anxiously. Rob? Chu Ming put down the binoculars and coldly laughed. Let them come over. He had been waiting for a chance to try out the weapon system of the base vehicle. After observing for a while, Chu Ming suddenly got up and walked towards the car door. Chu Ming, are you going out? Yi Jian, nestled in the sofa watching a drama, poked her head out from under the blankets and asked curiously. You all stay in the car and don't leave. I'll be back soon, said Chu Ming as he set the parking mode on the control panel. He then put on his bulletproof vest and cold-proof clothing and stepped out of the base vehicle. In parking mode, no one could drive the vehicle away. Moreover, many important permissions inside the vehicle would automatically shut down. For example, the access to the bedroom, the control console, the water tank, and the fuel tank. All these were locked. The purpose was to prevent anyone from making small moves while he was away. After getting out of the car, Chu Ming swaggered his way towards the gas station. Since the cold wave hit, this shelter in the new district welcomed many refugees daily. Everyone looked like strangers to each other. So, no one would notice anything strange about Chu Ming blending in with the excavation team. The nearby guards thought he was just going out to relieve himself. Chu Ming took a glance at the excavation progress. Just as he guessed, they were almost reaching the bottom. The shelter's goal was the fuel outlet outside. Now, with temperatures below -30 degrees, it hadn't even reached the fuel's solidifying point. As long as they dug it out, they could access the fuel normally. But Chu Ming's target was the oil tank in the basement. For gas stations of this level, each basement oil tank was 50 cubic meters in size. It was impossible for the shelter's manpower to move it. But for Chu Ming, he could simply store it in his space. He intended to empty the entire gas station right under everyone's noses. Chu Ming casually picked up a stick and mingled with the crowd to blend in. At that moment, A familiar voice came from behind him. Chu Ming, I knew you had evil intentions. You even dared to secretly follow me. Don't you have any shame? Shin Ming Gran, disheveled and holding a broken shovel, glared angrily at Chu Ming. What's wrong, Ming Gran? Hearing the commotion, Shin Ming Ran's new admirer, Lu Hongwei, rushed to her side. Zhang Wen and the others nearby also turned to look. Chu Ming is following us, Shin Ming Gran said indignantly. The shelter was discovered by me. Without my permission, why should he be allowed to come in? You little rascal, so that's your intention. Ming Gran rejected your joining us, yet you shamelessly followed. You're really so insidious, Lu Hongwei said with full condemnation. Chu Ming stopped his motion, stood up straight, and said, What's the matter? Is the shelter yours? That can't be said. We are all homeowners of Sunshine Community. This time we came out, and everyone listened to Meng Ran's arrangement. You followed along without a word. Isn't that simply taking advantage? The shelter is something we found with great difficulty. Lu Hongwei spoke confidently. Chu Ming couldn't help but laugh. Homeowners? Shin Ming Gran is just renting her house. What kind of homeowner is that? Moreover, the news about the shelter has long spread everywhere. Only you are foolish enough to bring food to this woman. Chapter 26. Emptying the gas station. Hearing these words, Xueqin and others felt uncomfortable in their hearts. Indeed, clearly, they were the homeowners of the community. Why should they listen to Shin Ming Gran, an outsider tenant? They had even been tricked into giving up their food. Now seeing the size and number of people at the shelter, it was evident that the news had long been out. Even if Shin Ming Gran hadn't mentioned it, they would eventually find out. What was most absurd was that Shin Ming Gran wanted to be their leader and demanded everyone listen to her in the future, as if she had bestowed great favor upon them. I think Chu Ming is right. The shelter is supposed to serve the public. How can it be a tool for some people to hold others in gratitude and not allow others to join the shelter? Does she really think she's the leader? Xueqin, who had long been displeased with Shin Ming Gran, was the first to stand up and say, Ming Gran, I think you should stop meddling. Since Chu Ming is already here, can you really kick someone out? Do you have that right? Zhang Wen said sarcastically. She couldn't stand Shin Ming Ran's high and mighty attitude. What time was it? Still thinking of herself as a goddess, wanting people to chase after her? She should take a look in the mirror and see what kind of ugly expression she has. Shin Ming Gran felt speechless as Xueqin and Zhang Wen confronted her, her face turning red and white in turn. These two ugly monsters in the past could only be her followers. Now, they dared to talk back to her. As she contemplated how to regain her dignity, suddenly cheers erupted from not far away. A few refugees ran out from the depths of the ice. Captain Sun and the others broke open the convenience store. There's a lot of food inside. Hearing this, joy spread across Shin Ming Gran and the others' faces. How could they have forgotten? The gas station also had a small supermarket. Finally, they could eat a decent meal. With that thought in mind, who cared about Chu Ming? They all rushed towards the convenience store. Everyone behave. If I catch anyone stealing food, I will shoot. At the entrance of the convenience store, a tattooed man holding a gun said fiercely. Beside him stood several tall, strong men. They all looked like fighters. Zhang Wen, who initially wanted to sneak food while it was chaotic, couldn't help but mumble, It's just a bite of food. Why does it have to come to killing people? Shin Ming Gran also had her complaints. Why does the shelter hire these shady people to protect us? We are all good citizens. Why are we being treated like thieves instead? However, under the threat of firearms, no one dared to act recklessly. 20 people go in and carry all the supplies from the convenience store back. The rest continue digging out ice, the tattooed man shouted. Chu Ming, who had long blended into the crowd, immediately volunteered to be the first to enter the convenience store. The remaining people were sluggish. The shelter was several kilometers from the gas station. This move would be tiring. They rushed over, thinking they could get a bargain. Now that they knew stealing could lead to a bullet, who still had the motivation to work. Seeing that nobody was taking the initiative, the tattooed man had no choice but to raise his gun and start picking people himself. At this moment, Chu Ming had successfully entered the gas station's basement through the iron door at the back of the convenience store. Inside the basement were 3 large oil storage tanks. Each tank was a 50 cubic meter model. Chu Ming first closed the valves of the storage tanks, then cut off the pipes connecting to the top. Only then did he store these 3 oil tanks into his space. In the blink of an eye, the 3 storage tanks instantly transformed into 300. That totaled 15,000 cubic meters. That was equivalent to the total storage capacity of hundreds of gas stations. A 100-fold increase. Never disappointing. Chu Ming didn't linger in the basement. After securing the oil tanks, he immediately returned to the surface. In the convenience store, the shelves were in disarray. Chu Ming's disappearance and reappearance didn't attract anyone's attention. He grabbed some snacks he liked and walked out with large and small bags. There were people at the entrance taking notes. First, recording the types and quantities of supplies, then registering their identities. What's your name? Where are you from? Chu Ming grinned, looking honest and simple. My name is Lu Hongwei, and I just came from Sunshine Community this morning. After exiting the gas station, Chu Ming first walked a distance towards the shelter. Once there weren't many people around, he directly stored the supplies in a space, then turned into a small alley nearby. After a half-hour detour, he returned to the front of the base vehicle. Opening the car door, Chu Ming entered the vehicle. Su Yufei and Yi Jian immediately surrounded him. Chu Ming, how's the situation ahead? Su Yufei hurriedly asked. It's a shelter where people are digging for supplies. Chu Ming took off his cold-proof clothing and casually threw it on the sofa. There's actually a shelter nearby? Yi Jian said, her face filled with surprise. Last night, Lu Hongwei and the others also wanted to go to the shelter. Could it be the same one? Su Yufei reacted quickly. It is the same one. Chu Ming poured himself a cup of hot water and then glanced at Su Yufei. If you're interested, you can also join the shelter. There are quite a lot of people there. I won't go. A crowded shelter means resources will definitely be consumed a lot. Whether they can feed so many people is still a question. Anyway, we have to go out to find supplies. Doing it ourselves is the same. Su Yufei said without any hesitation. Yeah, you're right. Chu Ming nodded. Why didn't you ask me? Yi Jian looked at Chu Ming in confusion. You? Forget it, Chu Ming replied. He was just testing Su Yufei. As for Yi Jian, she could stay as a moving blood bag for him in this lifetime. At night, Shin Min Gran and the others dragged their exhausted bodies back to the shelter. They initially thought that after opening the convenience store at the gas station today, they could finally have a good meal. Who would have guessed that dinner served to them was still the same sour and hard flatbread as during the day? Too much. We worked hard all day, and this is what we get to eat. Lu Hongwei angrily scolded. But the flatbread in his hand was too precious to throw away. Back in the Sunshine Community, many people couldn't even get a piece like this. It's probably just because they didn't have time to distribute yet. I just passed by the dining hall and saw the shelter's people counting supplies. Tomorrow, we will definitely get to eat something good, Shin Min Gran consoled herself. Just then, the bald man from earlier suddenly approached them. Who among you is Lu Hongwei? I am. Lu Hongwei thought he might be getting some good news and rushed out of the crowd, then immediately began to flatter. Sir, what can I do for you? Chapter 27, Someone Has to Take the Blame. Lu Hongwei from the Sunshine Community. The bald man looked at the form in his hand and confirmed again with Lu Hongwei. Yes. Lu Hongwei nodded eagerly. You're quite something. The bald man sneered. Where? Lu Hongwei didn't catch the bald man's deep meaning and thought he was genuinely complimenting him. He didn't see any problem with it. Just arriving at the shelter, and the management was already rushing to compliment him. It must be because of his family background. His uncle was a city leader, and he often used his uncle's name to make a fuss. He didn't expect that even in the apocalypse, this name would still be useful. Lu Hongwei felt overjoyed and was full of thoughts about what to eat tonight and where to sleep. If things weren't arranged properly, he would make sure these guys wouldn't have it easy. However, just as Lu Hongwei had this idea, what awaited him was a big slap. The bald man slapped Lu Hongwei on the forehead. You think you're great, huh? You dare to steal from the shelter's supplies? Honestly tell me, where did you hide the stuff? What supplies? Lu Hongwei was taken aback by the slap. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Shouldn't he be arranged into the best room in the shelter and treated to good food and drinks? What did that slap mean? And why was he being accused of stealing supplies? When we cleaned out the convenience store today, you took away about 60 pounds of supplies, all high-calorie food. It's black and white recorded here. You still want to play tricks? The bald man glared at Lu Hongwei ferociously. I didn't. Lu Hongwei was so anxious that cold sweat began to flow down his back. I've been with my neighbors the whole time. They have never been to the convenience store. You can ask them if you don't believe it. Then your neighbors are your accomplices. The bald man was too lazy to listen to Lu Hongwei's explanation. He only cared about where the supplies had gone. In this world, supplies are worth more than lives. Hearing the bald man's words, Shin Min Gran and the others instantly panicked. They originally thought Lu Hongwei had connections in the shelter. As neighbors, they could also benefit and live a comfortable life. But who knew it would take such a turn? After all this, Lu Hongwei was actually suspected of stealing supplies. Now, the suspicion had fallen on them too. They weren't going to take the blame. Brother, we have nothing to do with this, Shin Min Gran said, worried about being implicated. She immediately stood up and said, but I remember Lu Hongwei left for a while this afternoon. I just want to take a shit. Lu Hongwei quickly explained. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to suggest you stole supplies. I was just stating what I saw. Please don't blame me, Shin Min Gran said innocently. I can testify for Min Gran that Lu Hongwei indeed left for about half an hour. We don't know what he was doing, another neighbor added. You take a shit for half an hour? The bald man glanced at Lu Hongwei. I'm constipated. Lu Hongwei wept in despair. You have no evidence. How can you prove that you didn't steal supplies while you were missing? The bald man questioned coldly. How can you prove that? Lu Hongwei was stunned. He couldn't possibly dig out what he had done earlier to show the bald man. Could he? Since you're not being honest, it seems I can only ask in a different way. The bald man waved his hand behind him, and soon two strong men walked towards Lu Hongwei. Beat him until he talks. Lu Hongwei stared wide-eyed in terror. You dare? My uncle is a leader in the city. If you touch a single hair on me today, I will make sure you regret it. A city leader? The bald man was slightly taken aback. That's right. Lu Hongwei thought the bald man was scared and started to sound more arrogant. I advise you to quickly hand over the food you found today, or I'll report you for hoarding supplies and abusing power. I'll make sure you all end up in jail. Lu Hongwei pulled out his usual tricks from his time in Sunshine Community. But it was clear that this didn't work on the bald man. He grinned maliciously and said, Kid, today I'll teach you a lesson. Here, even if the King of Heaven comes, he must lie down. Beat him. Immediately, a series of screams rang out. For dinner, Yi Jian made braised pork, shrimp cakes, stir-fried leafy greens, and seaweed egg drop soup. Outside, the temperature was minus 30 to 40 degrees. However, Chu Ming and the others were in the warm camper, eating meat and drinking hot soup. Su Yufei and Yi Jian even felt a twinge of guilt in their hearts. Is this life too luxurious? Starting tomorrow, let's go look for supplies too. The stuff in the fridge will only last us for 2 days, Su Yufei suddenly said. Actually, my home is nearby. How about we go take a look? Yi Jian suggested. That's right. Su Yufei's eyes lit up. You love cooking, so you must have some food at home. Anyone who cooks would have at least some grains and oils at home. Bringing some back would be enough for them to eat for several days. Chu Ming, what do you think? Su Yufei instinctively looked at Chu Ming. Although everyone didn't say it outright, they all understood who was in charge of the camper. You can do as you wish. I'm fine with it. Chu Ming shrugged. He didn't intend to support idlers. Letting Su Yufei and Yi Jian go out and exercise wasn't a bad thing. Then let's go over now. I can take some food back to the camper, Yi Jian said excitedly. All right, I'll go drive. Saying this, Su Yufei walked towards the driver's seat. A few minutes later, the base vehicle stopped outside a residential area. The sound of the engine stirred this quiet neighborhood, stirring up a commotion. Su Yufei was the first to get out of the car, a compound bough slung over her back. Yi Jian followed closely behind her. Chu Ming, armed to the teeth and donned with a bulletproof helmet, moved down at a slow pace. It was clear that the residents of this neighborhood had attempted to venture out for supplies. Disorderly footprints were scattered everywhere on the ground. From the density of the footprints, it seemed they were quite organized and disciplined. Just as Chu Ming was about to remind Su Yufei and Yi Jian to be cautious, a shadow suddenly darted past not far away. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a limping black cat. It glanced at Chu Ming and the others with a wary eye, then darted directly into the hallway ahead. Chu Ming's pupils slightly constricted. This is the King of Nether. In his past life, there was a royal-level mutated beast in City G. Surrounded by a nether fire, it was called the King of Nether by people. He had the fortune to see a picture of the King of Nether, which was indeed a black cat with a limp back leg. Moreover, the King of Nether had a very obvious mark. That is, there was a streak of blue flame on its forehead. This matched perfectly with the characteristics of the black cat just now. Initially, he planned to advise Yi Jian and Su Yufei not to enter the neighborhood. But now it seemed that they had to go in. Chapter 28. Kill them. After entering the hallway, Chu Ming's gaze was continuously searching for the black cat's trace. Now that he had supplies and abilities, he could afford to keep a cat. In his past life, the ending of the King of Nether wasn't good. Though it was a mutated beast, the King of Nether had always held goodwill towards humans. When the beast tide erupted under the sea, if it hadn't been for the King of Nether guarding the defense line of City G, the base behind would have suffered. But just because the King of Nether was friendly to humans didn't mean that humans felt the same way. This was a royal-level mutated beast. What does a royal-level mutated beast mean? In the 3 years of the apocalypse, there have been fewer than 10 known royal-level mutated beasts in the entire Dragon Kingdom. And most of them were in the sea. If one could capture a royal-level mutated beast, it would mean the possibility of cultivating a Tier 10 powerhouse. What a huge temptation that was. So, the future city lured the King of Nether into a trap that had long been set, using its goodwill towards humans. Then, they cruelly killed it. The energy core of the King of Nether was then absorbed by the strongest in Future City. When Chu Ming learned about this, he felt regret for the King of Nether. How many lives had the King of Nether saved? Countless. In the end, it died without a complete corpse. Even many people thought it deserved to die. After all, royal-level mutated beasts were so powerful. In the eyes of many, creatures stronger than humans shouldn't exist in this world. Moreover, the King of Nether had completed its mission, helping humans fend off the beast-tide invasion. In death, it could also create a Tier 10 powerhouse for humanity. It could be said to have died for a reason. Seeing people's attitude towards the King of Nether, Chu Ming had only one thought. In the apocalypse, never be a saint. Otherwise, even a cat would not have a good ending. On the other side, after Yi Jian returned home, she found the door had already been pried open. Everything inside had been ransacked clean. Even though she had anticipated this, Yi Jian was still very angry. These guys, stealing was one thing. How could they not even leave her a pair of underwear? Although Chu Ming had prepared pajamas for them, there was nothing to change into. This meant they would have to spend at least half their time completely exposed. That was really uncomfortable. Okay, let's see if there's anything useful left. Yi Jian rummaged through the room, flipping left and right, then packed some usable items into her backpack. Su Yufei, meanwhile, was holding her compound bow, always watching the situation downstairs. Be careful that someone might steal their RV while they're not around. At that moment, a filthy woman from next door crept over. Jian girl, you actually came back alive? That vehicle downstairs is yours, right? The woman asked with a curious look on her face. That RV looked so big, so luxurious. Living inside, it must be very comfortable. Looking at Yi Jian and Su Yufei, they were both so clean and tidy. Maybe they could even take a shower inside. In an environment like hers, even getting a sip of clean water was difficult. But Yi Jian and Su Yufei could still take showers. The disparity was too great. It's none of your business. Su Yufei watched the woman warily. The RV isn't ours, so don't ask, Yi Jian also said with a grim face. After experiencing the company's troubles, it was hard for her to trust outside people again. Moreover, she never had a good impression of this neighbor in the first place. It was even less likely she would reveal any information about the RV to her. Sister, don't be so distant. Your RV is so big. Can you let me stay inside? I'm the only one left in my house, and I won't take up much space. The woman insisted, staying at the door. No. At that moment, Chu Ming came over, holding a black cat. He had wandered around the hallway several times, and finally spotted the Ghost King in a corner. It was thin and shivering, curled up against the wall. It looked so pitiful. Who would have thought it would grow into a king-level mutated beast in the future? Hey, isn't this Coldball? Yi Jian said as she walked over to Chu Ming upon seeing the black cat. Coldball was a stray cat in the neighborhood that she had fed for a while. She didn't expect Coldball to still be alive after all this time. Seeing the black cat in Chu Ming's hands, the woman's eyes turned. This is my cat. You can't just take it away unless you let me live in that RV. Then I'll give you the cat for free. The woman grinned widely. In these times, finding such fresh meat is not easy at all. It's actually you who gained. Meow. Hearing the woman's words, the black cat instantly puffed up its fur. Its fierce look seemed to indicate it could tear someone apart. The woman stepped back in fright. This cat is way too fierce. According to her, such a little creature should be killed directly. At least it could be a couple of meals. Looks like it doesn't quite agree with you, Chu Ming said, soothing the black cat's back, his eyes filled with mockery. Coldball is clearly the neighborhood's stray cat. When did it become your cat? Yi Jian said angrily. I adopted it a while ago, the woman said, feeling guilty. Don't blame me for not warning you. Chu Ming suddenly looked out the window. If you want to live in my RV, you still have time to go now. What? The woman was a bit slow to react. She rushed to the window, took a glance, and then slapped her thigh, shouting, Those damn brats are quicker than me. Downstairs, 7 or 8 people had already surrounded the RV. They were banging on the doors and windows. If she delayed any longer, they would already have driven the RV away. Thinking of this, the woman ran downstairs without looking back. Su Yufei and Yi Jian witnessed this scene, feeling as anxious as ants on a hot pan. It's over, it's over. They won't steal the RV, will they? Yi Jian looked at the things in her bag. She should have known better than to come back. If they lost the RV because of these trashy people, that would be losing big over something small. Chu Ming walked over to the window and said calmly, Kill them. What? I said kill them. Chu Ming looked at Su Yufei and added, Or, do you want to sleep on the streets? I don't want to. Su Yufei gritted her teeth and decisively took down her compound bow. She understood very well. If they stayed in the RV, what would happen to them once those people broke the doors and windows? To survive, everyone no longer needs a bottom line. But these guys should understand something. When you want to rob someone else, when you want to hurt others, you should be ready to lose your life at any moment. Su Yufei's eyes narrowed, and she released the bowstring in her hand. The next second, the arrow shot out, directly exploding the target's head. After hitting the target, Su Yufei did not stop her movements. Instead, She quickly shot the second arrow, and then the third arrow. In the blink of an eye, there were 4 or 5 people fallen on the ground. The remaining people finally reacted and all scrambled to find places to hide. Chu Ming cast an appreciative glance at Su Yuf. Yesterday at the pharmaceutical company, he had noticed Su Yuf's archery was very accurate, and her shooting speed was incredibly fast. If she were equipped with a composite bow upgraded for space, Su Yuf's combat power would rise several levels. If she wanted to follow him, that would barely be considered passing. Meanwhile, the woman who had been below had also arrived downstairs. Upon reaching the RV, she discovered that the ground was covered with corpses. My God, what's going on? Chapter 29. The glutton Li Xiumei clutched her chest, clearly frightened. Before coming downstairs, these people were all fine. How did they all end up lying there in the blink of an eye? This is just unbelievable. Looking at the luxurious RV in front of her, Li Xiumei's eyes were filled with greed and desire. There was no way she would be willing to give it up. But moving forward, she was also afraid that she would end up the same way as these people. Once dead, there would be nothing left. Thinking of this, Li Xiumei could only choose to temporarily retreat. Just as she was about to turn around, she heard someone seemingly eating something in the corner. Crunching, it sounded delicious. Who is it hiding here to eat? Li Xiumei's appetite was stirred. Everyone lived in the same neighborhood. How could they not share good food with her? With this thought, Li Xiumei crept over. Then she saw a woman with disheveled hair, squatting in the corner, gnawing on a huge chicken claw. Upon hearing the noise, the woman turned her head. Her face was covered in blood, her skin pale, with eyes as small as a sesame seed. But her mouth was shockingly large, nearly stretching to her ears. Her teeth were sharp and vicious, with bits of meat and bone slivers hanging from them. Seeing this scene, Li Xiumei was terrified beyond belief. She wanted to escape, but her feet felt as heavy as lead, unable to move an inch. Eat! The woman squatting on the ground suddenly stood up, making strange sounds. Her eyes were fixed on Li Xiumei, and then she lunged at her violently. Not long later, Chu Ming and the 2 others walked out of the neighborhood. Su Yuf and Yi Jian immediately rushed forward to check the state of the RV. They found that, despite the earlier chaos, the RV was completely unharmed, not even a scratch on the windows. Chu Ming, what material is this RV made of? It's so tough. Su Yuf exclaimed in amazement. It's all bulletproof, can't be broken, Chu Ming responded as he approached. In fact, this RV was made entirely of bulletproof materials. After undergoing space-strengthened defenses, it was far beyond any normal bulletproof level. He hadn't specifically tested its strength, but with the intensity of the attacks, just now, it should have felt like nothing more than a tickle. Upon hearing this, Su Yuf and Yi Jian both breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, a sense of safety surged within them. Living in such an RV meant they wouldn't have to fear anything anymore. But the premise was that Chu Ming was willing to keep taking them along. Chu Ming approached the RV door, just about to unlock it using his fingerprint. At that moment, he paused. Aren't there 2 fewer corpses? Chu Ming tilted his head and asked. Corpses? Su Yuf looked around, her expression suddenly changing slightly. She had shot a total of 5 arrows, and each one had hit its target squarely. Logically speaking, there should be 5 corpses here. But why are there only 3? Meow. Suddenly, the black cat in Chu Ming's arms let out a warning cry. A strange smell of blood inexplicably filled the air. Chu Ming heard a faint sound coming from not far away, and almost instinctively took out a watermelon knife from thin air, then turned and swung it with all his might towards the sky. There was a sharp sound as the thing that was struck split open, black blood spraying out and soaking Yi Ziyuan and Su Yufei. What is that? Yi Ziyuan cried out in surprise. Chu Ming quickly opened the car door and threw the black cat into Yi Ziyuan's hands. Get in the car. Su Yufei reacted and pulled Yi Ziyuan into the RV. The injured monster slowly crawled up from the ground. Chu Ming looked at the creature before him, a hybrid of human and beast, his face dark as a pot bottom. He didn't expect to encounter a devourer here. Devourers are not mutated beasts. They are humans who, in extreme hunger, awaken a special power. Humans who become devourers can eat anything. As long as they eat, they can grow stronger. Later, they become very difficult to deal with. Typically, these powers start to appear only after a cold wave arrives. This means the devourer in front of him must have just awakened not long ago. But his previous strike, delivered with all his strength, only left a wound on the devourer's body. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been split in 2 by now. It seemed this guy had eaten quite a bit. Before Chu Ming could think too much, the devourer immediately launched another attack. She dropped to all 4s, leaping at him like a frog. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Chu Ming. He took a step back, directly entering the RV. With such short notice, there was no time to shut the car door. The next second, the Devourer's attack was right before him. But just when she was less than 10 centimeters away, she was stopped by an invisible barrier, unable to advance even a hair's breadth. Chu Ming seized the opportunity to stab the Devourer, then kicked her away. Indeed, Chu Ming's expression turned slightly excited. After the RV upgraded its space, it added a special effect called Absolute Domain. The effect of this special boost is that as long as he is inside the RV, he won't take any damage. When the Devourer attacked him earlier, she was blocked by Absolute Domain, wasn't she? Chu Ming felt like he had discovered an amazing bug. He could just squat at the door of the car and defeat monsters. As long as he was within the RV, enemies couldn't harm him at all, and he could attack as normal. Even if a king-level mutated beast came, he wouldn't need to panic at all. But Chu Ming also knew that if the level difference was too great, his attacks might not work. However, dealing with this freshly awakened Devourer was still quite manageable. After awakening, Devourers lose all reasoning. Their minds only focus on one thing, that is to eat. The knife Chu Ming had just given the Devourer did not stop her desire for food. After landing, the Devourer ignored her wounds and continued to attack Chu Ming. Because she knew if she could eat this young man, her wounds would heal. Seeing the Devourer already lost to madness, Chu Ming didn't want to waste any more time. When the Devourer got close, Chu Ming found the right moment and unleashed a space-cutting technique. The Devourer, just leaping into the air, was instantly decapitated by an invisible force. From Su Yufei and Yi Ziyuan's perspective, Chu Ming looked like a celestial being, casually waving his hand to effortlessly take the enemy's head. It was simply too cool. Chapter 30 Attitude Change. After the Devourer's corpse fell to the ground, to be safe, Chu Ming delivered another blow to her head with space cutting before stepping down from the RV. He rummaged through the glutton's head and dug out a blood-red energy core. This trip had yielded quite a harvest. Not only did he gain a pet, but he also obtained an energy core. Chu Ming rinsed the energy core with water, without specifically avoiding Su Yufei and Yi Jian, and directly put the energy core into his space. Detected a first-tier energy core. Please choose to absorb or fuse. Chu Ming chose to absorb without hesitation. Every energy core was incredibly precious now, and he had to prioritize using it to enhance his own strength. As long as he had strength, would he still worry about not being able to obtain energy cores in the future? Moments later, first-tier energy core has been absorbed. Upgrade progress is at 10%. Space-cutting attack range increased by 0.1 meters. Chu Ming scratched his chin. The upgrade progress was only 10%. The improvement in space-cutting wasn't particularly obvious either. At this pace, becoming a second-tier superpowered individual would require at least 9 first-tier energy cores. That could take forever. Moreover, in his RV, there were both Yi Jian and the King of the Underworld, who also needed energy cores. It was completely unsustainable. It seemed that some places he had previously dared not venture into, he would have to drive to explore them now. After all, he had already found a stable and safe way to farm monsters. As long as he did not provoke second-tier mutated beasts, it would definitely be safe. Upon returning to the RV, Chu Ming found Yi Jian and Su Yufei standing neatly in the living room. The King of the Underworld was also sitting obediently on the living room floor, as if waiting for him to give orders. Chu Ming took off his bulletproof helmet and removed his bloodstained coat. Su Yufei hurried over to take his things. Don't dirty the RV. Let me help you clean it up. Yi Jian looked around and then took a bottle of drink from the refrigerator, personally handing it to Chu Ming. You've worked hard. Have some drink to quench your thirst. In just a few minutes, the attitudes of Su Yufei and Yi Jian towards Chu Ming had undergone a dramatic change. The strength Chu Ming had shown earlier made them both realize one thing. They could only survive better in the apocalypse by depending on Chu Ming. Whether it was the mutated plants from the previous pharmaceutical company or the monster they encountered today, if it weren't for Chu Ming, they might have lost their lives long ago. Chu Ming had the ability to protect them. That was beyond doubt. Naturally, they needed to behave well to strive for a chance to stay. After all, strong individuals like Chu Ming would surely not lack followers in the future. They couldn't let others outshine them. Chu Ming did not refuse the good intentions of Su Yufei and Yi Jian. He took the drink, had a few sips, and then walked to sit in front of the sofa. You both should have seen it. Actually, I'm also a superpowered individual. Su Yufei and Yi Jian were not foolish. The watermelon knife that appeared out of thin air in Chu Ming's hand and the final move that decapitated the glutton were not things an ordinary person could do. Yi Jian already had superpowers, so it was not surprising that Chu Ming did too. So, what is your superpower? Su Yufei asked curiously. Space. Chu Ming raised his hand, and the bottle of drink he had half finished disappeared in an instant. When they saw this scene, Su Yufei and Yi Jian both widened their eyes. Even though they had already witnessed it earlier, seeing it up close again was still incredibly magical. It was like a magic trick. No, it should be called magic. Chu Ming had no intention of keeping his superpower a secret forever. Otherwise, every time he collected supplies, he would need to find another reason to explain it. Too troublesome. I also have superpowers. Why am I not as powerful as you? Yi Jian said with a hint of lament. Different specialties, Chu Ming said as he picked up the coal ball from the ground. You try and see if you can heal its back leg. The Underworld King will eventually grow into a powerful king-level mutant beast, but its leg injury will somewhat lower its combat power. Now it's time to test Yi Jian's ability. Okay, I'll give it a try. Yi Jian took the coal ball and placed her hand on its back leg. After about 10 seconds, a faint green light began to emerge from the palm of Yi Jian's hand. The wound on the coal ball's back leg, upon coming into contact with the green light, started to heal at a visible speed. This healing process lasted a full 5 minutes before the coal ball's broken leg was completely healed. Yi Jian's face was slightly pale, but her eyes were filled with undeniable excitement. It turned out she truly had abilities. Chu Ming hadn't lied to her. The healed coal ball regained some energy. It jumped into Chu Ming's arms and rubbed against his hand, as if trying to please him. Meow meow. Clearly, the coal ball also knew who the boss was here. Chu Ming took a fresh base out from his space and placed it in a large bowl, then brought the coal ball to the bowl's edge, saying, "Eat up, follow me, and there will always be meat to eat in the future." Seeing the food, the coal ball immediately leaned over the bowl and started to feast. Su Yufei and Yi Jian couldn't help but swallow hard. This was fresh fish. They hadn't eaten it in ages. Now, Chu Ming was casually tossing it to the coal ball. What extravagance! Su Yufei found herself feeling jealous of a cat. Watching Su Yufei and Yi Jian lick their lips, Chu Ming couldn't help but laugh and said, "Tomorrow, I'll make steamed base." Yi Jian immediately cheered. Yay! The next morning, after getting up, Chu Ming took fresh ingredients from his space to fill the fridge and pulled out some snacks he had taken from the gas station to lay on the coffee table in the living room. Seeing the fridge packed with food and so many snacks that girls loved, Su Yufei and Yi Jian were almost faint from happiness. If anyone can marry Big Brother Chu, they would be so happy. Yi Jian said with envy. Why let others take advantage? We can go for it ourselves. Su Yufei blinked and said, just don't know if Big Brother Chu can handle two of us. Both she and Yi Jian looked good and had their own unique physiques. If Chu Ming didn't fancy them, finding a girlfriend in his lifetime would probably be tough. Just then, Chu Ming came out of the bedroom with a tablet in hand. Su Yufei and Yi Jian immediately sat up straight, as if caught in some wrongdoing. Big Brother Chu, where are we going today? Su Yufei blushed. She glanced at Chu Ming's expression. She didn't know if he had heard what she had just said. The key was, she had mentioned two people together. Just thinking of that scene made her wish she could dig a hole and hide. Chapter 31, Let Me Sit In for 5 minutes. Chu Ming was unaware of Su Yufei's little thoughts. He placed the tablet in front of Su Yufei and pointed to a spot on the map, saying, today we're going here. Yi Jian leaned in to take a look and said, looks like there's a pretty big supermarket here, but its geographical location is quite low, so it probably has been frozen in the ice. Not a problem. Chu Ming said leisurely, someone will help us dig out the supplies. Inside his space, he already had a plentiful supply of food. Fresh vegetables, fruits, all kinds of high-end ingredients, seafood, everything was there. But the problem was the variety was somewhat single. Eating the same thing every day can also get tiring. Moreover, he hadn't stocked up much on everyday necessities. For the quality of life moving forward, a trip to the supermarket was definitely necessary. Just then, a sudden sound of footsteps came from outside the RV, followed by someone knocking on the car window. Sister Jian, are you in there? Yi Jian felt the voice was a bit familiar. Before she could speak, the other party continued. Sister Jian, I know you are inside. Please give me something to eat. My parents are about to starve to death. It's Xiaoya. Yi Jian walked to the window and saw a thin girl with a ponytail standing by the car. Because she wasn't tall enough, she was tiptoeing to look into the car window, but could only see a dark space. Do you know her? Su Yufei asked. Yes. Ye Xian nodded. Xiaoya is also my neighbor. When I just moved here, their family helped me a lot. Once, I hurt my leg, and it was Xiaoya's parents who took me to the hospital. As she said this, Yi Jian hesitated and looked at Chu Ming. Brother Chu, can I give her a bit of food? Don't worry, I will go out to find supplies to make up for it. Chu Ming had no objections. He picked 2 boxes of chocolates and a pack of Snickers from the snacks on the table and threw them to Yi Jian. These were life-saving things, but they were just enough to stay alive. If she wanted to survive, she had to find ways to go out and look for supplies herself. Thank you, Brother Chu. After receiving the food, Yi Jian hurriedly opened the window. Xiaoya, I can only give you this much. Hurry and take it to your uncle and aunt. In the future, she probably wouldn't come back. This food was just a way to repay their past kindness. Xiaoya saw the food in Yi Jian's hands and also saw the scene inside the RV. Outside, the temperature was 30 to 40 degrees below zero, and her face felt cracked from the cold. But Yi Jian and Su Yufei were wearing thin pajamas. There was no doubt that it was warm and comfortable inside the RV. Most importantly, on the living room couch, there were still so many high-calorie snacks piled up. Then looking at the things Yi Jian gave her, Xiaya felt some resentment in her heart. Clearly, there was so much food in the car, yet Yi Jian only gave her 2 boxes of chocolates and a pack of Snickers. Their family had helped Yi Jian greatly. Was their kindness only worth this little food? However, no matter how dissatisfied she was inside, Xiaya did not show it. With a pitiful look, she said to Yi Jian, "Sister Jian, can you open the car door and let me sit inside for a while? My legs are numb from the cold. I promise. I'll leave in 5 minutes at most." Hearing this, Yi Jian furrowed her brow. Xiaya's parents were about to starve to death. She had just managed to get food. Shouldn't Xiaya hurry to save her uncle and aunt? Yi Jian's gaze suddenly fell on the corpse of the devourer at Xiaya's feet. Although after a night, the devourer's body had been covered by a thin layer of ice, making it hard to see its frightening original form. But a discerning person could tell that it was a human body. Moreover, there was more than one corpse next to the RV. Yet this girl in front of her seemed to ignore all the bodies. Was this how a normal person should behave? Thinking of this, Yi Jian took a step back. "Sister Jian, you wouldn't refuse such a simple request, would you? Have you forgotten? The last time you broke your leg, it was my parents who took you to the hospital? How can you be so ungrateful?" Xiaya's expression turned dark. "Shola, I'm sorry. I can only repay your uncle and aunt's kindness in the next life." Yi Jian quickly closed the window and locked it. She wasn't a fool. When she had opened the window just now, Xiaya's first instinct was not to take the food, but to sneakily check inside the RV. This showed that her mind wasn't on the 2 boxes of chocolates at all. And if Xiaya's parents were really in a desperate situation, shouldn't she quickly take the food back to save them? But now, because her feet were frozen, she wanted to come inside the RV. Then she said she would only sit for a few minutes. Did that sound like someone in a hurry to save others? Aren't they just thinking of something else? Thinking about the experiences of these past few days, especially yesterday, when those people were acting madly, Yi Jian felt it was safer to lock the window well. If they say she has no conscience, then so be it. Just now, she gave away food that they didn't want. Outside, there was silence for a few seconds. Then suddenly the sound of desperate banging on the window came. "Yi Jian, you are such a terrible person. I'm almost freezing to death out here, and you actually lock me outside like this. You heartless creature. You're just a wolf in disguise. My parents shouldn't have saved you back then." Yi Jian ignored Xiaya's shouting and put the food back on the coffee table. She turned to Su Yufei and said, "Sister, you go drive the car. Don't worry about her." "Okay." Si Yufei nodded. She also felt that the girl outside was acting crazy, looking very abnormal. Moreover, since Chu Ming didn't speak, who would dare to let her in? Xiaya banged on the window for a long time. Seeing there was still no response inside, her face turned green with anger. At this moment, more than a dozen figures suddenly rushed out from the corner. "You useless girl! Why can't you even get them to open the car door? It's been so long." One of the middle-aged leaders frowned and questioned. "They are not falling for it at all." Xiaya crossed her arms, furiously responding, "I think we should just puncture the tires. We can fix them later." "Yeah." The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, quickly calling out to those beside him, "Grab your tools. Puncture the tires of this car." They had already seen what happened with the car doors and windows yesterday. They couldn't break them with brute force. But the more they couldn't break the windows and doors, the more they craved this RV. Since they couldn't break in with force, they could just deflate the tires. Seeing so many people suddenly rushing out, Su Yufei, who was about to head to the driver's cabin, was startled. "Oh no, they seem to want to puncture the car tires," Yi Jian said in a panic as she heard those people talking outside. Chapter 32. Defeating monsters is this simple. Don't worry about them. Just go drive. Chu Ming glanced at Su Yufei. "Oh." Su Yufei came to her senses, hurriedly walking toward the driver's cabin to start the RV. During this time, the group outside tried various tools, but failed to damage the tires even a bit. "Damn it. Are the tires made of iron? They feel harder than a knife in my hand," someone couldn't help but complain. "It's fine, I have tire spikes." 2 others lifted a big box of tire spikes and spread them on the road. Before they decided to act, they considered all sorts of situations. Using tire spikes to stop the RV from leaving was a critical move. The middle-aged man stood confidently aside, watching his people hustle about. He was already imagining the comfortable life he would have once he moved into the RV. Just then, the sound of the RV engine starting came. The people causing damage quickly backed away. The middle-aged man grinned maliciously. With so many tire spikes and the weight of the RV, he didn't believe they couldn't take out a few tires. However, the next second he was slapped in the face. The RV sped out, rolling over the tire spikes without any pause. He rushed forward to check, but he found that the tire spikes were either pressed into the ice or crushed into flat discs. Damn it, the middle-aged man cursed loudly. What kind of joke was this? A whole box of tire spikes, and a tank could pass over them too without getting punctured. But looking at the RV that was driving away, the middle-aged man, filled with impotence and rage, had no other way. Xiaoya was also stomping her feet in frustration. How did these people manage to escape? She thought for sure they would succeed. If she had known, she would have taken the food first. Now, after all this effort, not a single hair was caught. Xiaoya, the plan failed today, and you must take the main responsibility. The middle-aged man suddenly looked at Xiaoya with a sinister expression. What does this have to do with me? They refused to open the door, and I couldn't do anything, Xiaoya said in a panic. Then we'll see how you explain this to my brothers. The middle-aged man revealed a wicked smile. Leaving the residential area where Yi Zhiyin lived, Su Yufei felt relieved when she saw that nothing had happened to the RV. Earlier, seeing the ground covered with broken tire nails, she thought the RV wouldn't be able to move. Unexpectedly, Chu Ming told her to drive straight over them. At that moment, she almost closed her eyes and stepped on the gas. However, as they drove over those broken tire nails, she actually felt not a single bump. Looking at the dashboard, the tire wear level was still at 0. This is incredibly durable. But Su Yufei didn't stay happy for long. The RV had just traveled less than 2 or 3 kilometers. Suddenly, she slammed on the brakes. Looking at the scene in front of her, Su Yufei felt a chill run down her spine. Brother Chu, come quick and look. Su Yufei's voice trembled slightly. Chu Ming came to the driver's seat, and his pupils involuntarily constricted. Not far from them, there was a huge mass of writhing black clouds approaching them. This black cloud had an extremely large coverage area, and it kept moving between the buildings. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be countless mosquitoes the size of birds. Their claws and mouth parts were extremely sharp. They could easily cut through regular building glass. Moreover, they were nimble, able to squeeze into many corners. Anyone targeted by these guys would undoubtedly be doomed, and their numbers were overwhelmingly huge. In this area, any living creature, including mutated beasts, would probably become their food. At this rate, without waiting for the extreme cold to end, G City's new district would soon face a wave of beasts. Oh my gosh, how can there be so many giant mosquitoes? It's winter now. Yi Zhiyin, who was following behind Chu Ming, was also shocked by the scene in front of her. With mosquitoes this big, wouldn't live people be drained dry? No, it's June now, Chu Ming reminded her. Before the cold wave hit, it was the warming season, the peak outbreak period for snakes, insects, mice, and ants. So he guessed that many creatures had mutated as early as half a month ago. Otherwise, regular mosquitoes would have been frozen to death long ago. There would be no way for them to mutate now. What should we do? Is it too late to take a detour now? Su Yufei said, her little face pale. No need to take a detour. Chu Ming returned to the living room and opened the bedroom permissions for Su Yufei and Yi Zhiyin. You all go hide in the bedroom, and don't come out if you hear any sounds. Otherwise, you will face the consequences. He was trying to find a place to brush the energy core. Wasn't this opportunity just coming? The supermarket over there would definitely take some time to dig a shelter. Going a couple of days later would be the same. Watching Chu Ming prepare to open the car door, Su Yufei and Yi Zhiyin immediately ran towards the bedroom. As they passed the living room, Yi Zhiyin even brought the coal ball along, although they didn't know what Chu Ming was planning. Once the car door opened, they might be fed to mosquitoes. So it was best for them to stay honestly in the bedroom. Once the 2 girls and 1 cat had entered the bedroom, Chu Ming took out a plastic film collected from the planning base and spread it in the living room to ensure he wouldn't dirty the furniture before he opened the car door. After thinking for a moment, he also took out a raincoat to wear and put on a bulletproof helmet. That way, he would only need to wash the helmet later. He didn't even need to wash his clothes. Once all preparations were done, Chu Ming sat quietly at the RV door and waited. But after waiting for a long time, not a single mosquito came over. Obviously, these mosquitoes thought there was a more delicious feast waiting for them in the residential building. This couldn't happen. Chu Ming thought for a moment and painfully took out a small bucket of lizard blood he had collected last time. Compared to human blood, lizard blood is truly the blood of a first-tier mutated beast with significantly higher nutritional value and contained energy. Indeed, the keen-sensed big mosquitoes quickly detected the existence of lizard blood. The black cloud that had been gathered nearby suddenly moved closer to the camper van. Looking at the dense swarm of insects, Chu Ming felt goosebumps all over his body. He hated bugs very much. In his previous life, in the refugee zone, he survived by eating protein bars made from bugs every day. Imagine how much he despised these creatures. However, now he had to endure it for the energy core. When the first mosquito arrived, Chu Ming stood up with a blank expression and swung the watermelon knife in his hand. The palm-sized mosquito was instantly split in half. Most of these mosquitoes were still in the initial stage of mutation and had not yet formed an energy core, but with such a large scale, there must be quite a few first-tier mutated mosquitoes among them. This was Chu Ming's true target. After about 10 minutes, a large pile of mosquito corpses had accumulated in front of the camper. Just then, the black clouds suddenly surged violently. A giant mosquito, about 70 to 80 centimeters long, flew out from the swarm. Its mouthparts shimmered with a sharp, cold light. When its wings unfolded, it reached almost 2 meters in width. The most unbearable thing was the buzzing sound it made while flapping its wings. It was simply a form of mental pollution. Upon spotting Chu Ming, the giant mosquito immediately launched a ferocious attack. Its sharp mouthparts aimed straight at Chu Ming's forehead. However, just as it was about to get close, it was blocked by an invisible force. The giant mosquito's mouthparts even visibly bent at a 90-degree angle. "Finally, you came out," Chu Ming said as he calmly put on his noise-canceling headphones. He then switched the watermelon knife to the other hand, followed by releasing spatial slicing, ending the giant mosquito's life. The whole process was as smooth as cutting melons and vegetables, without any difference. With absolute domain protection, defeating monsters was this simple. The first energy core was easily obtained. As the lizard blood in the bucket was running low, Chu Ming hummed a little tune while continuing to fill up for the mosquitoes. Under such harsh conditions outside, who could enjoy a buffet like this? Of course, if they wanted to drink his lizard blood, they had to come here for a buffet. His price was not expensive either. Just leave the energy core behind. Chapter 33. How much hatred is this? With that, Chu Ming squatted in front of the car door, chopping mosquitoes for a whole day. His stamina had reached its limit. However, after such a day, the harvest was quite considerable. He had collected a total of 18 energy cores. This was completely enough for him to level up to second tier. Once the swarm outside had finally dispersed, Chu Ming got out of the car to collect the mountain of mosquito corpses piled on the ground. Although these small mosquitoes were not sufficiently mutated, they could still yield some physical enhancement liquid. No matter how small, a mosquito is still meat. After cleaning up the battlefield, Chu Ming walked to the control panel and let the two women and the cat out of the bedroom. Upon smelling the blood in the air, Su Yuf and Yi Zhiyin's faces turned grim. Looking at the scene at the car door was even more appalling. Did Chu Ming really exterminate so many mosquitoes? How much hatred did he have towards mosquitoes? "You two, clean the area at the car door," Chu Ming said as he sat on the sofa and opened a bottle of ice cola. Not to mention, chopping mosquitoes all day made him hot. It was quite tough in this cold weather. Su Yuf and Yi Zhiyin dared not express any opinions. They immediately picked up several buckets of water and went to the door to wash off the splattered mosquito blood from the van. Fortunately, the temperature inside the car remained constant. Otherwise, in this weather, even more water would turn into ice clumps. After finishing the cleaning and airing out the smell in the car, Yi Zhiyin finally had the time to cook dinner. They had been locked up all day without eating a single bite. But now it was getting late. Yi Zhiyin only made 3 bowls of scallion oil noodles and fried an egg for each person. Additionally, according to Chu Ming's instructions, she cut a large piece of beef for the small coal ball. This guy was small in size but had a huge appetite. It was like he felt nothing after devouring an adult's meal. Who could afford to raise him in an ordinary family? Only Chu Ming dared to be so extravagant. After dinner, Chu Ming called Su Yufei and Yi Zhiyin over. Besides the 18 energy cores they had collected today, a large number of mosquito corpses also brought him quite a bit of first-stage physical enhancement liquid. Roughly speaking, it looked to be at least 4 to 5 liters. He took out 3 bowls and poured some into each. "What is this? It smells so good," Yi Zhiyin sniffed and curiously asked. "It can enhance physical strength. You both need to drink a bowl every day, and you must finish it." Chu Ming wasn't worried about the physical enhancement liquid not being enough. He had tried it just earlier. The effect of the liquid weakened each time it was consumed. In the long run, if they wanted to continue enhancing their bodies, they would definitely need to take second stage or even higher level physical enhancement liquids to see immediate effects. Since that was the case, it would be a waste to just let these liquids sit around. It was better to share them with the people around him. After hearing this, Su Yufei and Yi Zhiyin were both overjoyed. They could clearly see what kind of world it was outside now. Not only had people gone crazy, but plants and animals had also gone mad. Without strength, they were just fish on the chopping board. If this liquid really could enhance their physical strength, they would have the ability to protect themselves from danger in the future. And such a precious thing, Chu Ming was willing to share it with them. How could they not be moved? Su Yufei and Yi Zhiyin drank down the physical enhancement liquid from their bowls in one gulp. The last bowl was saved for the little coal ball. Seeing them finish the physical enhancement liquid without any adverse reactions, Chu Ming finally felt at ease and returned to his bedroom. I've been busy all day, it's time to get down to business. Chu Ming took out the 18 first-stage energy cores, one by one, and stored them back into the space, choosing to absorb them. First-stage energy core absorbed, upgrade progress at 20%. First-stage energy core absorbed, upgrade progress at 30%. First-stage energy core absorbed, upgrade progress at 40%. When he absorbed the 9th core, the upgrade progress reached 100%. The attack range of space cutting increased from 3 meters to 4 meters. Now he was just one step away from the second stage. But just as Chu Ming was about to continue absorbing and make a breakthrough into the second stage, a new prompt appeared in space. Absorbing first-stage energy cores carries a high probability of causing a breakthrough failure. Do you want to continue absorbing? At that moment, Chu Ming suddenly remembered. The strongest person in his past life, in Future City, only succeeded in breaking through to the 10th stage after absorbing the energy core of the Shadow King. This meant that if he wanted to break through to the second stage now, he would have to absorb a second-stage energy core. No wonder it became more difficult to advance as power users progressed. Trying to raise one's level just by relying on low-level energy cores was completely unrealistic. It seems he still had to find an opportunity to return to the pharmaceutical company where Yi Jian worked. That second-stage mutated plant was just what he needed. The only problem was how to deal with that big guy. Chu Ming still had no idea for now. Mutated plants were different from mutated creatures. They mostly had territorial awareness, only guarding their own patch of land. Furthermore, Chu Ming was also the cautious and stable type. Forcing him to leave the RV and challenge a second-stage mutated plant was just foolish. Forget it, I'll first go collect the supplies from the supermarket. Let's consider the issue of the second-order energy core. Chu Ming no longer thought any further. He had been swatting mosquitoes all day and was completely worn out. After a quick shower, he collapsed into a deep sleep. The next day, Su Yufei had booked a room at the location Chu Ming specified. Chu Ming picked up his binoculars and looked at the situation over at the supermarket. To his surprise, he found that there was not a single person outside the supermarket. How could there be no one? Chu Ming was taken aback. In just 2 days, the shelter couldn't have cleared the supermarket out, could it? Where did they get so many people? The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. So he decided to go take a look himself. You all stay in the car. After greeting Su Yufei and Yi Jian, Chu Ming put on his cold weather gear and left the RV. He rode his monster motorcycle straight to the front of the supermarket. He noticed that there were 2 artificially dug ice pathways at the front entrance and behind in the warehouse. Although the warehouse could also be accessed from inside the supermarket, it would be no small task to dig another ice pathway out from inside the supermarket. So the best solution was for the supermarket and the back warehouse to excavate at the same time. This was the fastest and closest way to obtain supplies. And naturally, Chu Ming's target was the warehouse. He parked his motorcycle and approached the ice path of the warehouse. After observing for a moment and confirming that there was no one inside, he slid down the ice path. After about 10 meters, the ice path reached the bottom. The entrance to the warehouse was right below this ice path. Chu Ming roughly estimated the distance, thinking it was about 7 or 8 meters. He should be able to reach the warehouse door. Since no one was around, he decided to do it himself. Chu Ming took 2 steps back, then waved his hand to release several spatial cuts. The solid ice below was instantly sliced into small pieces. He collected the shattered ice into his space, allowing him to continue cutting down. Thus, he released over 20 spatial cuts until he successfully dug to the entrance of the warehouse. If it weren't for the fact that he had absorbed 9 energy cores yesterday, bringing his strength to the peak of the first level, he really wouldn't have been able to handle this warehouse today. Chu Ming took out his watermelon knife, chopped open the warehouse door, and walked inside. Fortunately, the waterproofing of this warehouse was excellent. It also had a design with different height levels. Except for a small amount of supplies frozen in the ice layer, all other supplies were in perfect condition. Chu Ming wasn't very interested in the supplies trapped in the ice layer. Things that had been flooded typically suffer quality issues. Moreover, the difficulty of excavation was high, so he decided to leave it for the shelter to handle slowly. Chu Ming went directly to the upper level and began to loot. Box after box of piled-up supplies was all collected into his space, and the enhancement was completed in an instant. This supermarket had hundreds of stores in City G, nearly all of them sourced from this warehouse. After all, the new urban area used to be the suburbs. Building the warehouse here kept costs at a minimum. This shows just how outrageous the storage capacity of this warehouse was. Chu Ming's hands were sore from collecting, only stopping when he stored the last box in the warehouse into his space. Now, the variety of goods in his space was finally complete. The only worry was that there was too much stuff in there, making it too troublesome to find things. He would need to take time to organize it later. Chu Ming walked around the warehouse again, ensuring there were no missed items, before returning the way he came. As soon as he reached the warehouse entrance, he saw several figures coming out from the ice path. One of them looked somewhat familiar to Chu Ming. Chapter 34. You are too selfish. Seeing Chu Ming, the group was startled. Who are you? A girl with red-dyed hair asked with a wary look on her face. Not just her, but the other members of this team were all girls. They all look quite young. They should still be in school. I arrived first, so I should be the one asking you that, Chu Ming said, holding his watermelon knife. Wearing a black bulletproof helmet, he didn't look like a good person. We just want to go in and get some food. Can you let us in? The red-haired girl said nervously, shielding her companions behind her. Go ahead. Chu Ming moved aside to let them through. The red-haired girl swallowed hard and slowly moved towards the warehouse. The others, like chicks hiding from an eagle, all crouched behind the red-haired girl. When the two sides swapped positions, they immediately fled into the warehouse without looking back. The red-haired girl was the last to run. Wait! Suddenly, Chu Ming called out to her. Aren't you Suing? Suing stopped in her tracks, surprised, and turned back. How do you know? It really is you. Chu Ming raised an eyebrow. In his past life, when he met Suing, it was already 3 years into the apocalypse. At that time, Suing was the captain of the elite team in Future City. She was beautiful and had a high status. She was a goddess in the hearts of many men. He had seen her from afar once, leaving a deep impression. However, now Suing clearly looked like a kid. It was doubtful if she had even graduated from high school. Her appearance was naturally a bit youthful. Of course, none of this was the main point. The most important thing was that Suing was a fire-type ability user. Fire abilities were the most effective against mutated plants. He was worried about how to deal with the vine outside the pharmaceutical company. Now the solution had come right to him. Are you interested in making a deal with me? Chu Ming said directly. What kind of deal? There was a hint of curiosity in Su Ying's eyes. Actually, she was more curious about how Chu Ming knew her. She had no memory of him. After all, Chu Ming was quite handsome. If she had seen him, she wouldn't have forgotten. I can make your strength stronger. Chu Ming took out an energy core from his pocket. You should really need this, right? From the reactions of the girls earlier, it was clear they regarded Su Ying as their protector. What kind of situation would make them trust Su Ying so much? There was only one possibility. Su Ying had already awakened her abilities. Any ability user would react to an energy core. Sure enough, upon seeing the item in Chu Ming's hand, Su Ying's eyes lit up. During this time, she had tried many ways to strengthen her powers, but the results had been minimal. Until Chu Ming revealed the energy core. She instantly knew. This was the thing she had been searching for. What do you want to trade with me? Su Ying asked eagerly. She remained vigilant toward Chu Ming, but she couldn't help but be tempted by the energy core he held. Fortunately, he was alone. If Chu Ming wanted to play tricks, she was sure she could handle it. It's simple. You just come with me to a place and start a fire. Chu Ming decided to lure Su Ying in first. After all, he still had 9 energy cores in hand. If Su Ying couldn't handle that second-tier mutated vine, perhaps absorbing a few energy cores would help. But the premise was that Su Ying was willing to go with him. Hearing Chu Ming's words, Su Ying was a bit surprised. How did this person know she could use fire? Had someone leaked her ability? She clearly said before that she must not tell anyone. Su Ying felt a bit unhappy, but didn't show it. I need to discuss it with my classmates, Su Ying thought for a moment and said. I advise you not to discuss it with them. Just tell them your decision directly. Whether they want to follow you is up to them. After all, they need your protection, and your strength increasing benefits everyone. Those who truly care for you won't drag you down, Chu Ming kindly reminded her. If Su Ying could abandon her classmates for an energy core, he wouldn't dare to bring someone like that by his side. However, those guys who only hide behind and take advantage, he didn't think much of any of them. Some matters still need to be approached slowly. Su Ying bit her lip in frustration. In truth, she felt that Chu Ming's words made a lot of sense. The world had changed now. The way her classmates thought might not keep up with the changes outside. Letting them make decisions for her wasn't wise behavior. After hesitating for a while, Su Ying finally made up her mind. Wait for me a moment. Su Ying turned and walked towards the warehouse. Upon seeing Su Ying, the several girls immediately surrounded her. What should we do? Everything is frozen in ice, and we can't dig it out right now, one girl said anxiously. What about the stuff upstairs? Su Ying looked towards the nearby stairs. There's nothing there. It's completely empty. How is that possible? Su Ying ran upstairs to take a look. To her surprise, it really was empty. In such a big warehouse, there were only a few boxes piled in the corners. It probably didn't even constitute 1/10 of the warehouse's storage capacity. This was so unreasonable. Thinking of how Chu Ming was still waiting for her, Su Ying had no choice but to return to the first floor. Let's just dig. We'll take out as much as we can. After a moment, Su Ying continued. Wait, I might need to leave with that person just now. If you want to follow me, keep following. If you don't want to follow, you can split here. Suing, what nonsense are you talking about? How can you leave with a stranger and take so many of us along? What if that person has ill intentions? Won't we all be in trouble because of you? A girl with glasses said unhappily. That's why I said if you want to come with me, keep coming. If you don't want to, I won't force you, Suing said with determination. She had to get what was in Chu Ming's hands, because she knew very well that only by improving her own strength would she not be bullied, wouldn't go hungry, and could live better in this world. With strength, she could have everything. Suing, are you being too selfish? If you leave, who will protect us? Another girl said, her face filled with reproach. I won't leave you behind, but I need to leave with that person. I'm informing you, not asking for your agreement on whether to come with me. You decide for yourselves, Suing said. Chapter 35. Sorry, we're already full. Suing finally understood the meaning behind Chu Ming's words. If she really ran to discuss with her classmates, she would definitely not be able to leave today. She was capable of protecting everyone. But that was not her obligation. Why did everyone think it was natural? Xiaoying, I'm definitely going to go with you. At that moment, a short-haired girl stepped forward and said, Me too, another tall and thin girl added. They had been good friends all along. They had overcome so many difficulties together. It made no sense to part ways now. Meanwhile, two other girls maintained a neutral stance. With that, the two girls who opposed the decision had nothing more to say. After all, they knew very well that without Suing, they had no ability to protect themselves. Seeing everyone compromise, Suing let out a sigh of relief. Since there are no objections, let's hurry and dig. If the people from the shelter find out, we won't be able to escape. In the end, Suing and the others dug out 2 large boxes of supplies from the ice layer and hurried back to the warehouse entrance. Chu Ming took a glance, but didn't come over to help. Instead, he turned and was the first to enter the icy path. Seeing this, the girl with glasses pursed her lips and said, This guy really lacks gentlemanly demeanor. Doesn't he see we're all delicate girls? He won't even come to help. Everyone is a stranger. He doesn't have to help us. Suing said from the side. Strangers? Then why did you leave with him? The girl with glasses still looked annoyed, her words dripping with sarcasm. Suing couldn't be bothered to respond, dragging a box of supplies as she walked into the icy path. The icy path was very slippery, and tools were necessary to climb up. Plus, 2 large boxes had to be moved. Suing and the others stumbled and struggled, taking over 10 minutes to get the boxes up. When Chu Ming arrived at the surface, he discovered a small truck parked outside. It should be the one brought by Suing and her group. In such circumstances, getting a truck like this was no easy task. After all, more than 99% of the vehicles had long been ruined in the flood. Now they were buried under layers of ice. Even if dug out, they would be completely unusable. Su Ying's group moved the supplies into the truck bed and then climbed into the vehicle one by one. Where are you headed? Let's set off now, but it's best not to go too far. This truck doesn't have much fuel. At most, it can only drive a few dozen kilometers. Suing said as she walked up to Chu Ming. It's okay, my car is nearby. Let's just go. Chu Ming replied, opening the passenger seat and sitting down. He has a car too? Suing was slightly taken aback. Evidently, she and Chu Ming shared the same thought. In the current situation, getting a vehicle was not easy. Her truck was also stolen. At that moment, a cold wind suddenly blew in. Suing shivered and quickly opened the car door, taking her place in the driver's seat. Where's your car? Suing asked. It's just 2 intersections ahead. Chu Ming pointed straight ahead. So close. Suing said skeptically as she pressed down on the gas. A few minutes later, when Suing and the others saw the luxurious RV in front of them, their eyes nearly popped out. In this apocalypse, how could anyone still live in such a luxury vehicle? This was too extravagant. Just looking at the exterior showed how comfortable it must be inside. The girl with glasses had been quite resentful before, but upon seeing the RV, her attitude changed instantly. Handsome, this RV is so big. Can we fit inside? The girl with glasses looked at Chu Ming and said, Sorry, it's already full. Chu Ming said as he opened the door and walked in. Even though it was just a brief glance, Suing and the others could see the scene inside the vehicle. The luxurious interior, the warm lights, and 2 stunning women standing by the door. What kind of heavenly life were they living? Even as women, they couldn't help but feel envious. Some even fantasized about how nice it would be if they could swap places with those 2 women. Although they didn't have the looks, they at least had the numbers. By the way, Chu Ming suddenly stopped and turned back to say, It's too late today, let everyone rest. We'll set off tomorrow. Saying that, Chu Ming closed the door right in front of Suing and the others. Suing, what kind of person did you find? How could you leave us girls outside? The girl with glasses stomped her feet, unable to hide her resentment. The RV was so big. Why couldn't they just squeeze in? We're only on a cooperative basis. He doesn't have to take care of our food and shelter. Let's go to the truck bed. It might get cold tonight. Su Ming turned and climbed onto the small truck. Now they had food and a place to shelter from the wind and rain. What more could they be dissatisfied with? People need to learn to be content. Otherwise, they would only suffer and exhaust themselves in endless desires. Life was already this hard. Why make it more painful for themselves? For dinner, Su Ming and the others had a rare feast. Most of the supplies they brought back were vacuum-packed food. Though soaked in the flood for a while, they still hadn't gone bad. But the problem was that it was too salty. They had no water to drink, let alone the means to boil water. When thirsty, the feeling was indescribably bad. Su Ming, can you go borrow some water from the RV in front? We can't survive without water. The girl with glasses put down the half-eaten sauce duck and looked at Su Ming. Forget it, let's go outside and collect some snow water. Su Ming found an empty mineral water bottle from the corner of the car. Recently, although the temperature outside was very low, it was only light snow falling. A thin layer made it difficult to collect clean snow water, and drinking it often leads to diarrhea. But with the current situation, we can only make do. Then you go. The girl with glasses rolled her eyes in frustration. The ready supply in the front cabin was right there. What was the high and mighty attitude for? Just then, someone suddenly knocked on the cabin door from outside. Su Ming walked over and opened the door to find a tall and beautiful woman standing outside. Brother Chu is afraid you will freeze, so I brought you 2 blankets. Su Yufei handed over the 2 down blankets and tilted her head to look inside the cabin. She saw that the small space was packed tightly with 7 girls. It would be hard to even lie down and sleep. This condition was pretty tough. Thank you. Su Ming quickly accepted the blankets. The other girls gathered around as well. What thick down blankets? Great, we won't freeze tonight. The girls couldn't help but reach out to feel the blankets. As a result, they left dirty handprints all over the blankets. Su Yufei couldn't bear to watch any longer and immediately looked at Su Ming, continuing, "Little sister, Brother Chu wants you to go over. He has an important matter to discuss with you." "Oh, I'll go right now." Su Ming hugged the down blankets back and put them away. Before leaving, she thought for a moment and took the empty water bottle with her. Today, she would borrow 1 bottle of water. At worst, she would work a few extra hard days to pay it back. Her ability should still be of some use. Following Su Yufei, they arrived at the RV in front. Su Yufei knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened from the inside. Seeing the clean and luxurious decoration inside, Su Ming felt a sense of inferiority for the first time. She worried about dirtying the floor. "Come on in," Chu Ming said while sitting on the sofa. Su Ming hesitated for a moment, but eventually stepped into the RV. In an instant, she felt like she had come from winter into spring. It was too warm in here. Chapter 36. Unpredictable Changes. "Sit down." Chu Ming pointed to the sofa across from him. "My clothes are dirty. Let's skip that." Su Ming stood still, not moving. Being in such an environment made her feel like a clown. Although she thought she looked okay, she hadn't bathed in a long time and smelled bad. Next to Chu Ming were 2 fragrant young ladies. The contrast was too obvious. Chu Ming did not insist. Holding a cold ball in his arms, he petted the cat while saying, "Since you agreed to cooperate, tell me about your situation." "What kind of situation?" Su Ming asked tentatively. "For example, where are you from? How did you get to the supermarket? Where did the car come from?" Chu Ming paused. "Of course, the most important is your ability situation." Su Ming. Was this like a household registration check? However, with such good conditions, Chu Ming would naturally not care about her broken little car and the 2 boxes of sauce ducks soaked in water inside. Thinking about this, Su Ming honestly answered, "We all escaped from the shelter, the largest shelter in the new district. The car was also stolen from the shelter." "Wait, you escaped?" Chu Ming caught the key point in Su Ying's words. "What happened in the shelter?" "Yes, last night, a horde of rats rushed into the shelter and attacked many people. Although the leader of the shelter sent people to kill those rats in the end, the chaos in the shelter didn't subside, and we took the chance to escape." Su Ming recalled those rat swarms from last night. "Unable to resist, I shivered. Who usually pays attention to mice? But once the numbers reach a certain level, it's definitely a disaster." Chu Ming frowned. From Su Ying's description, these mice were clearly organized in their attacks. Among them, there must be mutated mice. In my previous life, I stayed in the shelter for more than a month, but never encountered any mutated mice. It seems that many things are developing in unpredictable directions. It's like playing the same game, but the difficulty has increased. Originally, I didn't feel much urgency. After all, with the speed I was acquiring energy cores, even the strongest person in Future City from my past life couldn't catch up. But if the difficulty really has increased, then I must change my thinking. Otherwise, with the mutation speed of plants and animals, humanity being wiped out is only a matter of time. Having finally lived again, I absolutely can't accept such an ending. "How far is your ability's attack range now?" Chu Ming asked, pulling back his thoughts. "About 5 or 6 meters." Su Ying thought for a moment and replied, 5 or 6 meters. Chu Ming recalled the location where the mutated vine grew. It should be about 4 stories above the ground. With Su Ying's current attack range, it's far from reaching. Actually, I'm a bit curious. How did you know I have abilities? Su Ying couldn't help but ask. She had been very curious since they were in the warehouse. But she hadn't found an opportunity to ask. Abilities? Chu Ming didn't directly answer Su Ying's question, but shrugged and said, what about abilities? We have 3 ability users here. Of course, he referred to the 3rd ability user as the coal ball. What? Su Ying's eyes widened. All of Chu Ming's team are ability users? This is too exaggerated. She thought she was the only special one. You're still a bit short of my requirements. Chu Ming took out an energy core and placed it on the table. You can absorb this energy core now. Consider it an advance payment for you. You're giving it to me now? Su Ying was somewhat taken aback. Aren't you afraid I'll run away with it? You can certainly try. Chu Ming raised an eyebrow. I was just joking. Su Ying chuckled dryly, then reached out to take the energy core. Chu Ming has 3 ability users here. If she dared to run away, wouldn't it be rushing to her death? Absorb it here. After saying that, Chu Ming also gave Yi Jian an energy core. This is for you. Come find me for more when you finish. Thank you, Brother Chu. Yi Jian happily took the energy core. Can I ask again? Where can I get these kinds of stones? Su Ying asked hopefully. Mutated creatures, mutated plants, even humans might have them. Oh, by the way, the leading mouse in that mouse swarm you mentioned might even have an energy core inside. Chu Ming did not hide this information. He wanted Su Ying to know that acquiring energy cores isn't easy. This way, the transaction would seem more valuable. Sure enough, after hearing Chu Ming's words, Su Ying was left in shock. So, it turns out that not only humans mutate, but plants and animals do too? Thinking back to the overwhelming swarm of mice. Where they passed, nothing could survive. Even heavy weapons in the shelter couldn't do any good. What could she do alone? But if mutated creatures are this terrifying, then wouldn't she never be able to obtain an energy core in this lifetime? However, such precious energy cores, Chu Ming had more than one. This made Su Ying fall into self-doubt again. How can the gap between people be so huge? After getting the energy core, Yi Jian and Su Ying almost intuitively absorbed the energy successfully. How do you feel? Chu Ming looked at Su Ying and asked. I feel like I've gotten stronger, Su Ying said with sparkling eyes. Isn't that nonsense? Chu Ming stood up and opened the car door. Try the attack distance, Chu Ming said while standing by the door. Okay, Su Ying nodded and raised her right hand. A spark gathered in her palm. As the flame took shape, Su Ying clapped her hand forward. A fire snake, the thickness of a finger, instantly shot out and landed 10 meters away in the snow. Can you see it? Su Ying looked at Chu Ming expectantly. It seems still a bit short. Chu Ming threw another energy core to Su Ying. Keep absorbing. Su Ying felt the energy core was a bit hot in her hand. But I already absorbed the reward for the transaction, just now. This one is on credit for you, Chu Ming said. All right. Su Ying understood that the things Chu Ming wanted to burn likely had distance requirements. If she didn't absorb this energy core, their transaction wouldn't be completed. If that was the case, she still owed Chu Ming an energy core. Since that was the case, it would be better to enhance her strength first. Later, she would find a way to repay this favor. Su Ying held the energy core in her hand, preparing to continue absorbing it as she did before. But soon, she discovered a problem. I seem to be unable to absorb it, Su Ying said, confused. How could that be? Chu Ming frowned and casually took out another energy core, handing it to Yi Jian. You try. Yi Jian took the energy core. A few seconds later, she shook her head at Chu Ming. I can't either. It feels like my internal energy is at its limit. Chu Ming immediately realized. This wasn't a problem with Su Ying and Yi Jian. It was his problem. Because he used space to absorb energy cores, there had never been limits on quantity or time. Chapter 37. Would rather let them die outside. After figuring out the issue, Chu Ming took back the energy cores from Yi Jian and Su Ying. It was safer for him to keep such things. Let's stop here for today. Come back tomorrow to try again, Chu Ming said to Su Ying. Su Ying knew it was time to leave, but after hesitating, she took out a water bottle. Brother Chu, can I fill my bottle with water here? Su Ying's cheeks turned red. She wasn't used to bothering others. But after eating the soy sauce duck, she was really thirsty now. The sisters in the car must feel the same. Seeing Su Ying's pitiful expression, Chu Ming didn't soften his heart to directly give her bottled water. Although he had plenty of water in his space, he could support Su Ying, but not others. Let her fill it. Chu Ming signaled Su Yufei. Su Yufei stepped forward, took the water bottle from Su Ying, and filled it to the brim under the tap. They usually didn't drink this water. It was only used for washing dishes, bathing, and laundry. The water for cooking and drinking was all bottled water that Chu Ming took from his space. However, there was a purification system in the RV. This water could be consumed directly without any issues. Su Yufei returned the full bottle to Su Ying. Thank you. I'll head back now, Su Ying said cheerfully as she left the RV with the water. Originally, when Chu Ming approached her for cooperation, she was worried about being deceived. She didn't expect to meet a good person today. When she returned to the compartment, she immediately shared the water with her sisters. This water is so sweet. Previously, the boiled snow water tasted so sour, Su Ying's friend Xiaqing remarked after finishing her water, smacking her lips. Save some for later. We still have so much soy sauce duck. Su Ying squatted nearby and said, What are you afraid of? When you finish, just go to the RV for more. It's just a bottle of water. What's it worth? The girl with glasses snatched the water and gulped down a third at once. Tian Sijia, leave some for us. The other girls became anxious and hurriedly started snatching it from the glasses girl. Seeing this scene, Su Ying only felt a headache. She suddenly doubted whether she could survive in the apocalypse with these classmates. She used to be unaware of the existence of mutated plants and animals. Now she clearly understood how terrible this world was, and her thoughts naturally changed. If these guys continued to be as foolish as ever and so brazenly stupid, then she could only make a choice. It was not that she was heartless, but rather that those who do not share the same path do not make plans together. The next day, Chu Ming found a tow hook and attached Su Ying's small truck to the base vehicle. This way, there would be no need to worry about running low on fuel. Chu Ming actually had more than enough fuel, but he couldn't waste it casually. Moreover, Su Ying was not on his side yet. He was only generous to his own people. Su Yufei drove the base vehicle back to the place where Yi Jian worked. For safety's sake, Chu Ming told Su Yufei to park the car on the street next door. He then took out his binoculars to take a look. He found that the vines that had only covered one wall before had now wrapped around the entire building. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before this area would probably be occupied by them. By then, it would not be so easy to get close to the body of the vines. Chu Ming called Su Ying over and handed her the second energy core, saying, Try to see if you can absorb it. Su Ying nodded and took the energy core. After a moment, Su Ying's eyes lit up and she looked at Chu Ming and said, It seems like it's working, but the speed is quite slow. As long as you can absorb it, that's enough. Chu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed to be just as he guessed. Every time after absorbing an energy core, it required some time to adapt. And the length of this time even related to talent. This morning, when Yi Jian absorbed the energy core, she had already fully recovered to yesterday's level. Su Ying's talent was ultimately somewhat inferior. At this moment, Yi Jian brought breakfast over. There were fried dough sticks, freshly made soy milk, and 2 baskets of dumplings. Smelling the delicious food, Su Ying's mouth watered, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my God, is this real? These guys could actually eat soy milk, fried dough sticks, and dumplings? Moreover, the ingredients looked very fresh, not the soaked rice and flour of the shelter. Do you want to eat together? Chu Ming asked after sitting down. No, thank you. Su Ying waved her hand. These foods were too precious. If she ate them, when would she be able to repay Chu Ming's favor? She already owed him 1 energy core. If she owed any more, she would have to sell herself to pay off the debt. What are you being polite for? Jian made so much, we can't finish it anyway. Su Yufei walked over from the driver's seat and stuffed a dumpling into Su Ying's hand. Today, Chu Ming had asked Yi Jian to make an extra portion of breakfast, and it was reserved for Su Ying. She understood Chu Ming's intentions. After all, Su Ying was an ability user and a kind-hearted girl. Recruiting someone like her into their team would benefit their overall strength. Su Ying held the warm dumpling in her hand and struggled internally for several seconds. In the end, she chose to compromise. Taking a bite of the dumpling, the fragrant dough and juicy meat burst in her mouth. Su Ying felt as if her soul had been uplifted. How long had it been since she had eaten something so delicious? Thinking of the difficult days she had endured recently, her eyes almost filled with tears. However, after eating 1 dumpling, Su Ying refused to eat anymore. Her classmates were still in the back of the truck, gnawing on frozen hard duck. Yet she was here, enjoying warm dumplings. This made her feel a deep sense of guilt. It would be better to quickly absorb the energy core and then get back to doing serious business with Chu Ming. After finishing breakfast, Su Ying had only absorbed half of the energy core. Chu Ming walked to the driver's cabin and continued to observe the situation in front of him. Before long, he saw a large group of people approaching the pharmaceutical company's building from another direction. Looking at the increasingly lush mutated vines, Chu Ming seemed to have found the truth behind their rapid evolution. The pharmaceutical company that Yi Jian worked for should be well known among people on this side of the new urban area. Naturally, there would be a steady stream of people wanting to rush over to seek medicine. The final outcome was predictable. They would all become the nourishment for the mutated vines. Thinking of this, Chu Ming immediately stood up. This group of guys had at least 20 or 30 people. If they truly fed the mutated vines, his second-tier energy core would likely be destroyed. Therefore, he would rather let them die outside than allow them to enter this building. Chapter 38. Still a rich second generation, still in rescue. This group approaching the pharmaceutical company were students from the medical university in the new urban area of City G. Due to their relevant majors, many of them were familiar with this place. Captain, are we really not in the wrong place? Why is the outside of this building filled with vines? Looking so eerie, a girl said, her face full of fear. This should be the place. I was here just last month. Sun Hung looked at the building not far away, his expression somewhat puzzled. Last month, there hadn't been these vines at all. Why had so many suddenly grown? Moreover, the temperature was so low, yet the plants hadn't frozen to death. This was just too illogical. Just as they were about to enter the building, a giant RV suddenly rushed down the street in front of them. They heard a sudden screeching of brakes. The RV stopped right at the building's entrance, blocking the way completely. Everything happened too suddenly. Not only did Sun Hung and his companions get startled, but the girls in the cargo truck also stumbled around due to the impact. What's going on? Doesn't the driver in front notice say something? Tian Sijia adjusted her glasses and climbed up to peek through the small window at the front of the cargo compartment, her eyes lighting up. You guys come look, isn't that medical university's Sun Hung? The other girls also crowded over. It really is Sun Hung, and there are so many of them. Who is Sun Hung? You don't even know Sun Hung? He's the campus heartthrob of the medical university. I heard his family has billions in assets. He's a super rich guy. If we follow him, maybe we can wait for rescue. Exactly. With Sun Hang's background and status, his family will definitely find a way to save him. Thinking of this, the girls in the cargo truck all rushed down. On the other side, Sun Hung was blocking the RV's door with his group. Everyone inside, get out. Sun Hung angrily knocked on the door. Classmate, what happened? Tian Sijia stepped forward to ask. You asked me? I want to ask you. Sun Hung glared at Tian Sijia impatiently. Why did your RV block the entrance to the building? We just want to go up and get a few boxes of medicine. With such a big pharmaceutical company, are you afraid we'll empty it out? Classmate, please don't get excited. There must be some misunderstanding. We are also students from the neighboring dance academy. Our friend is in the car, and I will let him move it. To win Sun Hang's favor, Tian Sijia volunteered. Students from the dance academy? Hearing this, Sun Hung examined the group of girls in front of him and found that they indeed had impressive figures. Although their appearance was somewhat shabby, there were basically no ugly girls from the dance academy. Once cleaned up, they would surely be eye-catching. Fine, then hurry up and get your friend to move the car. Sun Hang's tone softened a bit. Tian Sijia felt secretly pleased. It seemed Sun Hung had a good impression of her. Next, it would depend on her performance. Tian Sijia cleared her throat. Standing in front of the RV, she shouted, Su Ying, hurry and tell the people inside to move the car. There are students from the medical university outside, and we can cooperate with them. At that moment, the window beside the car door suddenly opened. Chu Ming stood by the window, his face expressionless, and said, If you don't want to die, get away quickly. Su Ying hurriedly leaned by the window and said, Xiaqing, Zhou, if you trust me, hurry back inside the car. Just now, Chu Ming had already explained to her what they were up against. It was the mutated plants in this building. If even Chu Ming couldn't handle it alone, wasn't it seeking death for anyone else to rush in? But she also knew things like mutated plants were truly unfathomable. Not many people would believe her. So right now, she only hoped her two good friends wouldn't get into trouble. As for the others, she couldn't care too much. Let them fend for themselves. Xiaqing and Zhou Li hesitated a bit. They both knew that if they followed Sun Hung, they might really wait for rescue. But Su Ying's anxious expression didn't seem fake. Given the relationship between the three of them, Su Ying would never harm them. Realizing this, Xiaqing and Zhou Li immediately ducked back into the RV. Tian Sijia looked completely puzzled. Su Ying, stop pretending here, okay? Do you know who this person is? It's Sun Hung from the medical university. Tian Sijia was worried. Su Ying didn't understand her meaning and leaned in closer, lowering her voice. Sun Hung is a rich second generation from Kyoto. As long as we stick with him, we will definitely wait for rescue. Moreover, there were many people with Sun Hung. If they united, they could directly take this RV. At that time, they could live in the RV as well. Oh really? Su Ying straightened up, her tone becoming a bit distant. Then you all go to Sun Hang's team. I believe Senior Sun Hung can lead you all better. What time is it? Still talking about being a rich second generation and rescue. How naive. She didn't get along with Tian Sijia in the first place. Since Tian Sijia wanted to team up with others, naturally, Su Ying wouldn't have any objections. Hey, who said you could join our team? Hurry up and move the car. Don't waste our time. One of the girls next to Sun Hung said unhappily. Tian Sijia's face turned a bit awkward. She did have that idea in her mind. but it hadn't been implemented yet. Who knew Su Ying would actually say it out loud? Wasn't this deliberately trying to embarrass her? Lily, since they are from the neighboring school, we should help each other. If they want to join, we are naturally welcoming, Sun Hung said with a smile. He had just glanced inside the RV and saw 3 beautiful girls. If they could all join his team, his life wouldn't be so dull in the future. Most importantly, this RV, even before the apocalypse, it wasn't cheap. Living in such a luxurious RV matched his identity. Hearing Sun Heng's words, Tian Sijiao was suddenly overjoyed. I knew Senior Sun Hung wasn't the stingy type. From now on, you will be our captain. You can command us whatever you want. The other girls chimed in as well. Sun Hung smiled perfunctorily, then looked towards Su Ying inside the car. This classmate, I have a team of over 100 people at the medical university. As long as you are willing to join us, food and safety can be guaranteed. And we are all of the same age, making it easier to get along without conflicts. After all, sometimes a big age gap can create a generational gap. Sun Hung glanced at Chu Ming with a meaningful look. After all, he was the handsome guy from the medical university. Yet, Chu Ming was a bit more outstanding than him. That sense of maturity from being a social person was something he couldn't fake. Such a person had a natural attractiveness to girls. He absolutely couldn't let such a competitor be around him. But for now, he still needed to get that RV first. Once all these girls joined his team, with Chu Ming being a lone commander, would he still be afraid of not being able to control them? Chapter 39. Gaining New Skills. Chu Ming certainly heard that Sun Hung wanted to dig his wall. And not just Su Ying. Even Su Yufei and Yi Jian. Sun Hung had stealthily glanced at them several times. That expression, every man knew what it meant. Chu Ming smiled coldly, daring to set his sights on him. It seemed they were tired of living. Sorry, I'm not interested. Su Ying coldly rejected Sun Hung. She had just escaped from the shelter. If she joined Sun Heng's team, wasn't it like escaping from a tiger's mouth only to enter a wolf's den? This was no longer a peaceful era. In a time of scarcity, the more people there were, the more likely disputes would arise. So Su Ying didn't believe a single word of Sun Heng's. Besides, she had already awakened her superpower. Rather than join any team, she wanted to learn more experience from Chu Ming. That was what would be truly useful for her future. After all, in other places, she might not meet so many power users. And those who were willing to give her 2 energy cores right after meeting her. There would never be a second one like that. Su Ying, Senior Sun Hung has personally invited you. Why refuse? Tian Sijia said sharply, looking at the people in the RV. Staying with these guys, you'd have to borrow even a bottle of water. I really don't know what's good about it. Upon hearing this, Su Ying rolled her eyes in silence. She really wanted to say, following Sun Hung, she might not even get a drink of water. A rich kid from before the apocalypse. Now what was he worth? Just then, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly came from inside the building. Chu Ming glanced back, then turned to say, I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't leave, it will be your death. After speaking, he directly closed the window and walked toward the driver's seat. Wow, what is this guy so proud of? Is having a broken RV that impressive? Tian Sijia said to Sun Hung, fawning. Senior Sun Heng's family must have something better than this. That's natural. Sun Hung grinned awkwardly. But the key was he didn't have it now. He couldn't even produce a broken tricycle, let alone a luxury RV. He's still threatening us, looking like a model, but with absolutely no quality. Lily, one of Sun Heng's sycophants, spat. Inside the vehicle, Su Ying looked through the car window and saw the scene on the other side of the RV. Her whole body froze. She saw figures pushing out from the corridor one after another. They were all pale, their movements strange. Red threads, like blood vessels, spread all over their bodies. Their eyes were all blood red, as if something was wriggling inside. What are these? Zombies? Evil spirits? They certainly didn't look human. Chu Ming sat in the driver's seat, silently counting to 10. Then he stepped on the gas. The base vehicle, along with the small truck behind it, directly rushed towards the next intersection. Sun Hung was just about to curse when, in the next second, a large number of parasitic monsters crawled out from the windows of the building. My God, what kind of monster is this? That handsome guy just blocked the entrance. Turns out he was saving us? Woo-woo. Don't come here. Ah! Soon, screams started echoing. Sun Heng's team was thrown into chaos. Chu Ming parked the base vehicle to the left of the building. Watching Sun Hung and the others scatter, Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction. This was good. Better to die outside than inside the building. He also diverted most of the parasitic monsters. Next, it was time to see Su Ying perform. Chu Ming opened the car door and pulled Su Ying, who hadn't reacted yet, out of the car. Do you see the area with the densest vines on the 4th floor? Chu Ming looked up at the 4th floor window, which was where all the vines grew from. In the location where the mutated plant's main body resides. Her hands were shaking a little. Although she had been mentally prepared, the scene just now had still shocked her quite a bit. Those things that were neither human nor ghost. were much more terrifying than the rat swarm encountered in the shelter before. Burn it down with fire, Chu Ming said. Su Ying's fire, condensed using her abilities, was at least 10 times hotter than ordinary flames. Plus, fire-type abilities naturally counter mutated plants. That's why he wanted Su Ying to deal with this mutated vine. If it were really a matter of just lighting a fire, he could simply burn down the whole building without going through such a long detour. I will do my best. Su Ying took a deep breath, condensing a small flame in the palm of her hand. She adjusted her distance and angle, confirming everything was fine, before throwing the flame forward. In an instant, a fire snake thicker than last night appeared, trailing a long tail as it soared towards the fourth-floor window. It must be said that Su Ying's aim was quite good. The fire snake accurately landed into the window. Soon, a fierce blaze ignited, and the surrounding vines, as if sensing pain, began to struggle and twist wildly. Seeing this, Chu Ming hurriedly took Su Ying back into the car and drove away from the intersection. Next, all they could do was wait patiently. Su Ying stood by the window, nervously watching the nearby building. The vines, now scorched by the fire, had completely come to life. With their twisting bodies, they wanted to attack and escape, but there was nowhere to run. A tremendous force caused the entire building to become wrecked and fragmented. A lot of debris fell from the heights. This scene was comparable to a 5D blockbuster. Hiding in the cargo compartment, Xia Qing and Zhou Li were even more closely observing this spectacle. Their eyes were almost bulging out. This was really not an illusion for them? How could this world be so completely different from their understanding? And those humanoid monsters that had rushed out of the building just now looked no different from zombies in the movies. If they hadn't listened to Su Ying and hidden in the cargo compartment early, they would probably be dead by now. This fire burned for 2 whole days. When the flames finally extinguished, Chu Ming returned to the scene. After searching through the ruins for several hours, he finally found an emerald green crystal. Fortunately, ability users could sense energy cores. Otherwise, it might take him until next month to find this crystal. After obtaining the second-tier energy core, Chu Ming showed no hesitation and directly stored it in his space. Detected second-tier energy core. Please choose to absorb or fuse. Absorb, Chu Ming said. Second-tier energy core absorbed. Level up successful. Congratulations on gaining new skill, Space Jump. Space Jump can instantly move to any position within 10 meters. Chapter 40. Several places that must be visited. New skill again? Chu Ming felt delighted in his heart. Based on his observations, only 6th-tier or higher ability users might master more than one skill. But for him, it seemed that every time he leveled up, he could gain a new skill. Moreover, the new skill he obtained this time was a life-saving technique, Space Jump. This was quite a profit. In his previous life, he had heard gossip during idle time. The strongest spatial ability user in Future City could use Space Jump, but the jumping distance was only 5 meters. Most importantly, this spatial ability user's storage space was only the size of a 10 square meter room. But his space was infinite. The difference was simply enormous. So now that he learned Space Jump at the 2nd tier, it seemed reasonable. Additionally, Space Jump was not just a life-saving technique, but also a skill for assassination. Other skills, as long as they involve attack, leave traces. Only spatial jumping is completely undetectable. With this ability, hunting mutated beasts in the future will become much easier. Chu Ming returned to the camper. Su Yufei immediately brought him a basin of clean water to wash his hands, while Yu Jian handed him a new towel. After a simple wash, Chu Ming looked at Su Ying and said, "What are your plans now? Are you interested in following me? I can provide you with food, clothing, and shelter, but you must join me in confronting mutated beasts. The energy cores we obtain will be distributed by me, and you cannot have any objections." Chu Ming held a very favorable view of Su Ying. In his previous life, being a captain of the elite team in Future City was no ordinary feat. Although there was still some distance from those top experts on the list, he could definitely be considered a top student among ability users. "I'm willing," Su Ying replied without hesitation. Her reaction was completely different from when Sun Hung had invited her before. In fact, living conditions were okay for her. With her abilities, she should have no trouble obtaining them. But being with Chu Ming meant she had the opportunity to acquire energy cores. This was something she couldn't get anywhere else. However, you have 2 friends you want to bring along. If you want them, you'll have to continue living in the back truck, and they will need to work for food. Is that okay with you? Chu Ming asked. "No problem. I'll make sure to take care of them," Su Ying assured him. "All right, I'll prepare some living supplies for you." In front of Su Ying, Chu Ming took out some daily necessities from the space and even retrieved a small generator he had found earlier at the pharmaceutical company. The upgraded small generator had high power, low energy consumption, low noise, and was resistant to low temperatures. Although it didn't have special enhancements, the user experience was far superior to that of ordinary generators. In the back of the small truck, Su Ying and her friends would also be able to use some household appliances. Since they had joined his team, he would definitely not skimp on supplies. Watching Chu Ming conjure up a pile of items out of thin air, Su Ying was completely stunned. This is Brother Chu's spatial ability, Yi Jian explained beside her. This is amazing, Su Ying exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. With just a wave of his hand, he could freely store and retrieve supplies. Wasn't this equivalent to having a mobile warehouse? This should be enough for now. Your vehicle is too small to carry too much, Chu Ming said as he looked at the living room filled to the brim with supplies, thinking it would be sufficient for the three of them. Inside were a small generator, insulating cotton, electric blankets, heaters, and a small frying pan. There were also folding beds, folding tables, several sets of clean clothes, a full set of living supplies, a full set of seasonings, a barrel of mineral water, fresh fruits and vegetables, vacuum-sealed rice, and even a portable toilet. Su Ying couldn't help but secretly sigh, appreciating how considerate Chu Ming was. These supplies would significantly enhance their quality of life. The key was the fruits and vegetables. She had almost forgotten what they tasted like. Brother Chu, wait for me a moment. I need to move these things back, Su Ying said as she regained her senses. Go ahead. Chu Ming nodded. Su Ying first carried the generator back, and then explained the situation to Xia Qing and Zhou Li. She cautioned them not to go against Chu Ming and not to make any demands. Whatever Chu Ming provided, they would use, and whatever he asked them to do, they would do. After receiving repeated assurances from Xia Qing and Zhou Li, Su Ying led them to the camper door. In just a few minutes, they had completed moving the items. They then meticulously cleaned their living quarters, fully insulated it with cotton, laid down electric blankets, and used the heater. The cabin instantly became warm. To save space, Su Ying also moved the generator and 2 boxes of sauce duck to the front driver's seat. Anyway, they wouldn't usually need to drive this car. This way, the back completely belongs to their living space. Although small, it is warm and cozy. At this moment, Xia Qing and Zhou Li are incredibly grateful that they chose to listen to Su Ying a few days ago. Otherwise, they wouldn't know if they were dead or alive now. How could they have the chance to live in such a warm and comfortable environment? At the same time, Chu Ming is lying on the sofa, enjoying the massage from Su Yufei and Yi Jian. In these past 2 days, Su Yufei and Yi Jian have been increasingly attentive to Chu Ming, especially after Su Ying and her group of girls showed up. Their behavior has become even more obvious. Su Yufei, wearing a thin black nightgown, sits closely beside Chu Ming, massaging his legs. When she bends over, a certain view is fully on display. Yi Jian, dressed in a pink dress, sits in front of Chu Ming, massaging his head. Occasionally, it feels like a mountain is pressing down. Brother Chu, where are we going next? Yi Jian softly asks. Going north. Chu Ming closes his eyes, enjoying the moment, and replies. Once the extreme cold ends, the mutation of plants and animals will enter a period of eruption. At that time, the seaside will be the most dangerous place. So, of course, they cannot stay long in City G. Moreover, due to geographical reasons in the north and proper cold protection facilities, the impact of floods and extreme cold on many northern areas is not likely to be catastrophic. During the apocalypse, the vast majority of bases will also appear in the north. He has so many supplies on hand. Of course, he needs to go to places with more people to showcase their value. For example, energy cores. Once there are more ability users, using a few small cabbages might just exchange for something worthwhile. In addition, there are a few places he must go to. With this thought, Chu Ming turns over and sits up from the sofa. Let's drive. We are going to Taoyuan village next to City G. Chu Ming pats Su Yufei's long leg. To be honest, the touch is quite nice. Su Yufei's face flushes slightly. She does not reject Chu Ming's action. I'll go right now. Su Yufei stands up, puts on a coat, and walks to the driver's seat. Brother Chu, what do you want to eat for lunch? Yezian sukuts besi de cheheu mink, sivitli asking. Chu Ming is a bit distracted by the 2 big mountains in front of him. Just feed me down there. Chapter 41. The Mutated Peach Tree. At noon, Yi Jian prepares a luxurious bowl of braised beef noodles for Chu Ming. Su Ying and the others are eating ginger duck. To facilitate communication, Chu Ming asks Su Yufei to send Su Ying a walkie-talkie. This way, if anything happens, they can communicate immediately. No need to run back and forth to relay messages. After finishing lunch, they set off again. Brother Chu, after we pass the intersection ahead, we can leave the city. We should arrive at Taoyuan village before dark. Su Yufei reports from the driver's seat. Taoyuan village is a paradise for peach tree blossoms. Every year, it naturally produces a lot of peaches. The reason Chu Ming wants to go to Taoyuan village is that there is a mutated peach tree there. The fruit of this mutated peach tree can randomly grant a person one of 3 basic abilities. They are strength, speed, and perception. These three abilities are not as powerful as elemental abilities. However, just by eating this fruit, even if one is already an ability user, they can gain a new ability. If this new ability can combine with their original ability, it often results in a greater effect. In his previous life, the fruit from this peach tree flowed into various bases. Many strong individuals fought fiercely for this fruit, causing great injuries. This time he wants to act first and take the lead. But just as they were about to leave the city, the RV suddenly stopped without warning. What happened? Chu Ming walked toward the driver's seat, confused. Someone is blocking the road out of the city. Su Yufei's expression is not good. At this moment, Chu Ming also saw the situation ahead. On the frozen road, there were layers upon layers of roadblocks. They were made of wood and steel frames. The spikes on top could easily destroy ordinary vehicles. The key point was that behind the roadblocks, there was an artificially dug trench. The base vehicle could forcefully break through, but there was no way to drive across the trench. Chu Ming was considering whether to use the space to first retrieve the base vehicle. They could walk over and then take out the RV. Suddenly, a group of armed people rushed out from both sides of the roadblocks. The leader was the tattooed man that Chu Ming had seen at the gas station before. The identity of these people was obvious. People in the car, I officially inform you now, this vehicle has been confiscated by our shelter. You have 5 minutes to pack your things and get out, the tattooed man said arrogantly. Chu Ming glanced at the number of people outside, which was about 40 or 50. It seemed that the shelter had added quite a few new members these past few days. This shelter in the new city was not a proper organization. It was secretly established by a builder. The purpose was to recruit some cheap labor to dig out the supplies beneath the ice layer. To transport the supplies, vehicles were definitely needed. That's why they set up such a checkpoint at the entrance and exit of the city. Brother Chu, what should we do? Su Yufei frowned. She wasn't afraid of these guys. She had already seen the defensive capabilities of the RV. But now the trouble was that the road was blocked. There was also a large pit ahead. Charging through was simply impossible. Just pretend they don't exist. I'll find something to fill the road, Chu Ming said, then put on his old gear and got out of the base vehicle. Seeing Chu Ming get out of the car, the tattooed man immediately led his people over. Why are you alone? The tattooed man wanted to check the situation inside the vehicle, but Chu Ming had already closed the car door. Forget it, hand over the car keys quickly, the tattooed man said impatiently. Now, you have two choices. Fill the road, or I will do it myself. Chu Ming's icy gaze swept over these people as if he were looking at corpses. Oh, putting on a brave face. The tattooed man laughed loudly, then raised the gun in his hand and said, Do you know what this is? This isn't the kind of toy you played with as a kid. Chu Ming looked calmly at the tattooed man for a moment, then without hesitation, released his spatial cutting ability. Moments later, Chu Ming returned to the vehicle. Seeing the scene outside, Su Yufei's face turned slightly pale. The roadblock has been cleared. Let's drive through, Chu Ming said, sitting back down on the sofa. In his past life, he had been in a shelter. The level of filth inside was far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Anyone who could hang out with a tattooed man like that was certainly no good. So there was no need to show mercy to these guys. Okay, Su Yufei nodded and pressed the gas pedal, hearing the sound of the car engine. Not long after, the people from the shelter rushed over. They originally thought it would be a big harvest today. Instead, they saw a scene that froze their blood. They saw that the roadblocks they had painstakingly set up had mysteriously disappeared. And in the trench ahead, it was piled high with corpses. On the ground, there were broken limbs and remains everywhere. It was a sight to behold. Damn, where did these guys come from? They are even more insane than we are. One of the goons next to the bald man couldn't help but widen his eyes. Let's carry the bodies back first, the bald man said after a moment of silence. Before evening, the base vehicle successfully arrived at Taoyuan village. Because the water level had risen, the road was completely frozen. On the road, there were no obstacles at all. However, the terrain was somewhat different from before, making it easy to lose direction. Fortunately, the base vehicle had a built-in map. It is completely possible to eradicate this situation. After arriving at Taoyuan village, Chu Ming asked Su Yufei to explore the area nearby. Surrounding Taoyuan village are several large mountains. Although the village in the valley was flooded, the peach orchards on the surrounding mountains were hardly damaged. However, finding the one mutated peach tree among so many was no small task. Let's rest for the night and start working tomorrow morning, Chu Ming said. However, when night fell, Chu Ming noticed faint lights coming from a mountain not far away. He immediately realized that there were survivors in Taoyuan village. Chu Ming decided to wait and see. Before finding the mutated peach tree, he did not want to have contact with the villagers here. But Chu Ming's plan to avoid villagers was thwarted when the villagers came to him the next day. There were only 4 or 5 of them. They weren't armed, and there was even an elderly person among them. They looked harmless. After thinking for a moment, Chu Ming opened the window. Little brother, did you come from the city? How's the situation outside? The leading elder asked in a friendly tone. It's about the same as here. Chu Ming did not underestimate them because of their appearance. Living well into their 70s or 80s after going through several disasters was itself unusual. Chapter 42. The whole family is superpowered hearing Chu Ming's words. The villagers exchanged glances and then hurriedly whispered and discussed among themselves for a while. Before long, the elder returned to the RV, smiling, and said, Little brother, I see that you managed to come out of the city. You must have some abilities. Our Taoyuan village has some local specialties recently. I wonder if you're interested in buying local specialties? Chu Ming felt a bit curious. In such times, Taoyuan village could still sell local products? While Chu Ming was puzzled, the elder suddenly took out a clean plastic bag from his pocket. Opening it revealed a peach that looked like jade in Chu Ming's eyes. Seeing this peach, Chu Ming's pupils shrank slightly. This was the fruit of the mutated peach tree. This fruit is a treasure. Eating one can keep you full for several days, and it will also increase your strength. It's definitely a gem. The elder, not fearing that Chu Ming might snatch it, confidently began to negotiate. However, we only accept food as payment, not money. The price might not be cheap. Little brother can think it over before making a decision. Chu Ming calmed himself down. He didn't come this time just for one fruit. Looking at the elder and his family, all of whom were strong and robust, they bravely came out in a group to do business with outsiders. They might have all become superpowered individuals. If it came to a confrontation, it would be hard to say that he wouldn't suffer losses. Since the other party wanted to do business, then let's follow the normal process. It sounds quite amazing, but how can I be sure your words are true? Chu Ming said suspiciously. As long as little brother can pay the price, you can try it on the spot, the elder said generously. All right, you give me a price. Chu Ming nodded. 300 caddies of grain. The elder gestured a number with his hand. In the past, this fruit would have sold for hundreds of thousands. Now it's definitely a bargain for you. 300 caddies of grain? Chu Ming was slightly taken aback. Elder, do you know what the situation is outside? After the flood, finding clean grain is rarer than winning the lottery. At this price, not many people can afford it. The elder understood this principle, but he certainly couldn't sell the fruit at a low price just because grain was precious. Then 200 caddies. That's the lowest I can go, the elder said hesitantly. This fruit could keep one full for a few days, but it wasn't a long-term solution. His family had several mouths to feed. Chu Ming pretended to be in a dilemma for a moment. With great reluctance, he nodded. All right then, I'll buy one to give it a try. After saying this, Chu Ming closed the window and took out 200 pounds of sweet potatoes from his space. Then he opened the door of the RV and sent the sweet potatoes outside. Sir, please count how many there are, Chu Ming said while standing inside the doorway. Several villagers beside the old man immediately stepped up to check. Dad, they're all fresh sweet potatoes. Grandpa, we can eat sweet potatoes now. I want to eat the sweet potato pancakes that Grandma makes. The quantity is just right. If you save some, it will last for 2 to 3 months. Seeing Chu Ming's generosity, the old man immediately handed over the peach. Little brother, try the effect of the peach. If it's different from what I said, I'll return your food. Wait for me a few minutes. After getting the peach, Chu Ming closed the RV door again. He didn't let anyone else taste the peach, but directly stored it in his space. Item detected. Would you like to upgrade the item? Upgrade. Item upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining the enhanced version of the mutated spirit peach. Enhanced version of the mutated spirit peach. Consuming it gives you a random ability with a 90% chance for a basic ability, an 8% chance for an elemental ability, and a 2% chance for a special ability. It cannot be reused and can stack with original abilities. Elemental abilities and special abilities also have a chance. Chu Ming's face lit up with joy. Although the chances are only 8% and 2%, having a chance is worlds apart from having none. Superpowers are such rare things. Elemental and special abilities are nearly impossible to find. Now all he needed was to eat this one fruit, and he had a 10% chance to become an elemental or special abilities user. Even if he wasn't that lucky, there were still 3 basic abilities as a safety net, right? Basic abilities are relatively common in the apocalypse, but they are still far beyond ordinary people. Moreover, the Spirit Peach's special trait is that it can stack with existing abilities. Double abilities. Who wouldn't yearn for that? No wonder the mutated peach tree reached an astonishing heavenly rating in the evaluation of mutated plants in his previous life. After upgrading, it's likely that even a heavenly rating would be an underestimate. After confirming the authenticity of the Spirit Peach, Chu Ming opened the door and walked outside. I just tried it. Everything is fine. Do you have more fruit to sell? Yes, we have 3 more. But can you really offer that much food? The old man seemed somewhat doubtful. I'll need to see the goods first. The quantity shouldn't be a problem, and I'll figure out how to gather the food, Chu Ming replied. No problem. Shall I bring them over to you? Or will you come with me? The old man seemed unconcerned about Chu Ming stealing from them. After all, they had all consumed the spirit peach, and they had the numbers on their side. To put it bluntly, they could handle 10 opponents easily. Besides, there were 7 people in their family. Bringing a stranger home meant only the outsider would need to worry. What did they have to be afraid of? Then I'll go with you. Chu Ming had been waiting for the old man to say that. He took out his walkie-talkie and called Suing out from the small truck. Seeing that there were only 2 people on Chu Ming's side, the old man naturally had no concerns. Thus, Chu Ming took Suing and headed to the old man's home. It was a brick house. Entering the door revealed a large fireplace burning with peach wood, making the whole room very warm. Inside the room were an elderly lady and a middle-aged woman. They both looked rosy and healthy, not at all like they had endured the cold or gone hungry. No wonder this family, despite having the strength, still adhered to the principle of fair trade. They had clearly not suffered much, preserving a basic sense of integrity. If they had been through hardships, they wouldn't so easily trust outsiders. The old man led them through to the backyard, and Chu Ming finally saw the mutated peach tree that had been rated as heavenly. The 2-meter-high peach tree looked like it was made of jade. However, its branches were all bare. There were only 3 fist-sized fruits hanging on the tree. For the past month, we've survived because of this peach tree. However, after eating peaches for a month, we are truly fed up. It would be better to trade them for some grains and improve our taste, the old man beside said. Chu Ming was left in a daze, filled with questions. Such precious spirit peaches, and yet the old man's family treated them as food. Eating them for an entire month? It was simply a waste of resources. Chapter 43 First Fusion. The fruit of this mutated peach tree, whether before or after its upgrade, had only one opportunity to gain special powers. Eating more afterward would only serve to fill their bellies. This family had relied on the peach tree for a whole month. It was clear that the original number of spirit peaches was definitely not small. Now, only 3 lonely fruits remained hanging on the tree. Such extravagance and waste. Thankfully, the mutated peach tree was still intact. This was his true goal. Chu Ming cleared his throat and turned to the old man, saying, This peach tree looks like it has been stripped bare. There's no helping it. The outside was flooded everywhere for a while. We survived because we lived on the mountain, but the food ran out early. Luckily, this peach tree helped us hold on for another month, the old man sighed. I find this peach tree quite interesting. Sell me the tree along with the 3 fruits, and I will give you 600 pounds of grain plus 20 boxes of compressed biscuits. Chu Ming offered a price. To him, this amount of supplies was just a drop in the bucket. But for the old man's family, it could last them quite a while, especially considering the high-calorie, hunger-resistant compressed biscuits. This was even more valuable than grains. When the old man heard about 20 boxes of compressed biscuits, his heart stirred. How heavy is each box of compressed biscuits? 10 pounds, Chu Ming answered. The old man swallowed. Wouldn't that be 200 pounds then? 200 pounds of compressed biscuits offered better value than 200 pounds of grain. However, after hesitating for a moment, the old man shook his head and said, No, I can't sell this peach tree. If it bears fruit again in the future, I can trade it for things outside, and I'll definitely be able to get more food then. Are you sure? Chu Ming walked up to the peach tree and knocked on one of its darkened branches. This tree clearly looks like it's about to wither. I can't say whether it can still blossom and bear fruit, but if the temperatures keep dropping outside, this peach tree might not last much longer. This time, Chu Ming was not lying. Plants like the mutated peach tree need corresponding energy to produce fruit. The initial wave was already taken advantage of by the old man's family. For the peach tree to bloom and bear fruit a second time, it needed ample nutrients. Otherwise, like now, the branches were darkening and even showing signs of withering. As for whether the old man's family could realize the peach tree was withering before it was too late and successfully find the energy core to revive it, the odds were slim. From the few mutated spirit peaches that were passed down from the previous life, it was clear that the old man's family had failed to make the peach tree bloom and bear fruit again. Otherwise, the number of spirit peaches wouldn't be so scarce. So, his offer of 20 boxes of compressed biscuits would be like a windfall for the old man's family. If that didn't work, he wouldn't mind using force. The old man's family, even if they possessed basic abilities, was certainly no match for him and Suing. He had already shown enough sincerity. The next step was to see how the old man would choose. Oh no, it really seems to be withering. The old man took a closer look and felt a deep sense of pain. He had said he wanted to rely on this peach tree to get rich. If only he had stocked up a bit more earlier. All the peaches traded for grain would have been enough to feed them for several years. So, what do you think? 20 boxes of compressed biscuits. Change or not? Chu Ming asked again. Change? The old man slapped his thigh and said. Half an hour later, Chu Ming returned to the base vehicle, carrying a peach tree. He then took out a small cart, loaded it with 600 pounds of sweet potatoes and 20 boxes of compressed biscuits, and handed it to the old man's son and grandson. As for why it was sweet potatoes, it was because he had found an overwhelming amount at the planting base that he couldn't possibly eat all. The potatoes and corn were relatively fewer, so he didn't think it was necessary to trade those. After counting the supplies, the old man's family pulled the small cart away. Chu Ming closed the car door, sat back on the sofa, and said, "Now let's head to H City." "Okay, Brother Chu." Su Yufei walked towards the driver's seat. Chu Ming waved his hand to collect the mutated peach tree into his space. After he chose to upgrade, the mutated peach tree automatically transformed into an enhanced version. The fruit it bore was an enhanced spirit peach, saving an intermediate step. Chu Ming looked at the space inside the RV. He had no place left to plant the mutated peach tree. So how would he supplement the energy for the mutated peach tree? Seeing the half-dead appearance of the mutated peach tree, he couldn't shake off his worry. Right. At that moment, Chu Ming suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He recalled that whenever he collected an energy core into his space, he had two choices each time: absorb or fuse. What would happen if he fused the energy core with the mutated peach tree? Wasn't that a roundabout way to give energy to the mutated peach tree? Without a second thought, he took out one energy core. He originally had 9 first-stage energy cores. He had given 2 each to Yi Jian and Su Ying. Now he had 5 first-stage energy cores left. Chu Ming returned this energy core to the space, and a prompt appeared. Detected first-stage energy core. Please choose absorb or fuse. Fuse. Please select the item to fuse. A wealth of materials appeared in Chu Ming's mind from the space. He directly selected the mutated peach tree sitting in the corner. Fusion item selected. Starting fusion. Fusion progress 5%. Fusion progress 10%. Fusion progress 50%. Fusion progress 100%. First stage energy core successfully fused. Please check the fusion status. Chu Ming checked the mutated peach tree in the space again. He saw that the previously blackened branches of the mutated peach tree had now returned to a vibrant green state. The 3 spirit peaches hanging on it were looking particularly plump and juicy. Most importantly, at the tip of one branch, a small bud had even begun to bloom. Chu Ming's eyes lit up. Success! This method was indeed feasible. Moreover, it saved the tedious steps of planting a peach tree and absorbing energy for it. However, to make this little bud bloom and bear fruit, he would probably need more energy cores. Now he had 4 spirit peaches in hand. 1 for him, 1 for Yi Jian, 1 for Su Yufei, and 1 for Su Ying. Just enough to go around. He decided to keep the remaining energy cores for now. Once everyone in his team reached the second stage, they could use the extra first stage cores to cultivate the mutated peach tree, ensuring nothing would go to waste. Now let's see if my luck holds. Chu Ming took out a mutated spirit peach. What would his second ability be? The abilities of strength and speed would be useless to him, because taking the stamina enhancement liquid could achieve the same effect. And it was even more comprehensive in its enhancements. Any ability aside from those two, even the basic ability of perception, would provide a nice boost. Chapter 44. Let me show you something fun. Before eating the peach, Chu Ming washed his hands. Feeling it wasn't enough, he ran off for a shower. It wasn't that he was cautious. It was just that he had always had bad luck with draws in games before. So when it came to eating this peach, he always felt an ominous premonition. Just please, don't let it be strength or speed. Chu Ming silently prayed in his heart, then took a bite of the spirit peach. The slightly cold fruit flesh, carrying a refreshing sweetness, filled the entire mouth. Chu Ming had no mood to savor it. He finished the spirit peach in 2 or 3 bites and quietly waited for his body's changes. About 10 minutes later, the energy from the spirit peach was completely absorbed by his body. At the same time, a voice appeared in his mind. Detected new ability. Mental weakness. Do you want to upgrade this ability? Hearing this prompt, Chu Ming was taken aback. Is this a joke? What kind of luck is this? If his luck is considered bad, he got a 2% chance for a special ability. But if it's considered good luck, he drew the most useless ability in the special category. Mental weakness. Mental weakness, as the name implies, makes the enemy's mental state negative. Basically, it means feeling low, gloomy, and so on. Even at its best, it only affects the enemy's attention. Is that it? It would be more effective to just shout some swear words. The only relief was that his ability could still be upgraded once more. That meant he had one more chance to draw. Chu Ming took a deep breath. This time, he definitely wouldn't be so unlucky. Upgrade. Mental weakness upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining a new ability. Mental pollution. Mental pollution can make the enemy see the things they fear most deep inside and amplify their emotions. Lasting for 30 seconds, cannot be used repeatedly in a short time. Chu Ming touched his chin. It sounded like it was a tiny bit stronger than mental weakness. Since it only lasts 30 seconds, why not find someone to test it? Chu Ming's gaze fell on Yi Jian, who was organizing the ingredients, and then he smiled and waved at her. Jian, come here, I have something fun to show you. Upon hearing this, Yi Jian immediately set down what she was holding and hurriedly ran in front of Chu Ming. Big brother Chu, what fun thing do you have? Yi Jian asked curiously. Chu Ming did not answer. He directly used mental pollution on Yi Jian. The next second, Yi Jian suddenly screamed. Ah! Yi Jian took several steps back, looking at Chu Ming with sheer terror, as if she had seen some kind of monster. Woo-woo, don't come closer. She trembled all over, almost crying. Chu Ming observed. The effect of mental pollution lasted for only 30 seconds. But throughout the time, Yi Jian was in extreme panic, almost unable to stand steadily. The reduction in her combat ability was at least 90% or more. This could barely be called passing. Moreover, this ability, Chu Ming had never heard of before. It seemed to be some kind of black technology from the space. He just didn't expect that not only could the newly acquired items be amplified and upgraded by the space, but the newly obtained abilities could also be enhanced. It could be regarded as a pleasant surprise. At that moment, Yi Jian came out of the state of mental pollution. She wiped her tears and looked at Chu Ming with a pitiful face, saying, Big brother Chu, what did you just do to me? Just a little test, Chu Ming said as he took a banana from the space and handed it to Yi Jian. A compensation for you. Seeing the fruit, Yi Jian's eyes lit up, and she immediately became happy. Thank you, Big brother Chu. But what did you see just now? Chu Ming asked. I saw Big brother Chu turn into a dog, and he had several heads. It almost scared me to death. Yi Jian said, still trembling with fear. Chu Ming, a dog? Such a handsome guy like him was actually seen as a dog by someone. What a joke. Chu Ming darkened his face and had Yi Jian go prepare dinner. As for the mutated spirit peaches, he had yet to decide when to give them to Yi Jian and the others. The opportunity to obtain a new ability surely required some cost or exchange for something. Otherwise, wouldn't it seem too cheap? The easier something is to obtain, the less people tend to cherish it. He understood this principle. Maybe he could open a small internal supermarket, wait until his team grows stronger. Providing some basic living supplies he could accept, but more than that, it seemed a bit like being a fool. If he couldn't bring him more benefits, what was the point? Moreover, when the rewards were clear, it could motivate everyone more, so that no one would slack off. Thinking of this, Chu Ming felt it was feasible. He immediately took out his laptop and started to create a simple form. It included types of products, contribution values, redemption lists, and so on. The mutated spirit peach was temporarily the most expensive item. It required 10 first-level energy cores. However, over time, the prices of all products would definitely rise. Because the further one went, the more difficult it would be to obtain certain items. Yet the difficulty in obtaining energy cores would decrease. After all, once their strength increased, first- and second-level mutated plants and animals would just be appetizers. At the same time, for efficiency's sake, he also established a credit rule. With just some interest, one could advance some special items from him. These items must be able to enhance one's strength. For example, weapons, armor, physical enhancement liquids, mutated spirit peaches, and so forth. But the prerequisite for credit was that one's credibility rating with him had to reach level 3 or above. This credibility level was entirely based on his mood. Don't talk to him about fairness or unfairness. He was a rule maker. Of course, he was the one who called the shots. Chu Ming found a printer from his space, printed out the form, and distributed it to every member of the team, including Su Ying's 2 best friends. Upon receiving the form, everyone was shocked. Brother Chu, is the effect of the spirit peach for real? If I eat it, can I really gain superpowers? Su Yufei asked eagerly. She didn't want to be just a driver for her whole life. After all, anyone could do driving. She was just slightly prettier. Her advantage was not obvious enough. If she had superpowers, she could prove herself through strength. That's right, Chu Ming said with a smile. So, do you want to consider credit? A 20% interest per month. Once you have superpowers, paying back this debt won't be difficult. Absolutely. I want credit, Su Yufei said without hesitation. I want. Yi Jian quickly raised her hand and said. Although she had superpowers, besides helping people heal, she had no fighting ability. She also wanted to go out and fight monsters. Su Ying thought for a moment and chose not to take a loan for the spirit peach. Instead, she decided to buy 10 days' worth of first-level physical enhancement liquid on credit. She already had superpowers and a decent attack power. In her current situation, where funds were tight, enhancing herself from other aspects was clearly a better value. As for the spirit peach, once she gathered enough energy cores, she could buy it any time. As for Xia Qing and Zhou Li, due to their insufficient credibility, they could only choose to buy some rare living supplies. For example, fruits and such. However, they weren't entirely out of options. There were many ways to gain contribution points. Collecting information, providing useful intelligence, or finding resources themselves could all be exchanged for contribution points with him. So Xiaoqing and Zhou Li were also full of motivation. They planned to find resources once they arrived at H City to earn enough contribution points for purchasing physical enhancement liquid. For now, they weren't thinking about spirit peaches. After all, sticking with Chu Ming, they would have plenty of opportunities in the future. Chapter 45, Reinforced Alloy Villa. After Su Yufei and Yi Jian received the spirit peaches, they immediately ate them. Then they each awakened lightning superpowers and sensory superpowers, respectively. Lightning superpowers were quite rare, even among special abilities. If calculated based on lottery probabilities, Su Yufei had essentially hit the jackpot, pulling a golden legendary prize outright. Still in the legendary T0, completely off the charts, Yi Jian, on the other hand, was a bit unlucky, randomly assigned one of the 3 basic abilities. But her innate talent was already outstanding. The healing ability was her strong suit. So, the perception ability could only be seen as a helpful addition. Moreover, once her healing ability leveled up, the perception ability would improve along with it. In later stages, it would still have a significant effect. Besides, Yi Jian wasn't meant to fight outside when with Chu Ming. If she had to go out every day to kill mutated beasts, he wouldn't feel at ease. What if something happened to her midway? She wouldn't need to worry about contribution points either. In Chu Ming's set rules, support personnel also had ways to earn contribution points. So for now, Yi Jian should just stay in the base vehicle and honestly cook for him. 2 days later, the base vehicle arrived in H City. If you want to go north, H City is a necessary stop. Chu Ming also wanted to collect some supplies he needed along the way. Before arriving at H City, he had already checked. There was the most renowned and largest light steel building factory in the country here. Many pretty small villas could be built with light steel. The time frame was short, and the results were good. Most importantly, light steel buildings could be stored in space. In the future, if he wanted to stay somewhere, he could just take the light steel villa out. Though the base vehicle was quite comfortable to live in, the experience was ultimately different. Brother Chu, we're almost at the light steel building factory you mentioned, but I see a lot of tire tracks on the road. There might be people active around here, came Su Yufei's voice from the driver's seat. It's fine. They shouldn't be coming for the light steel factory, Chu Ming replied, holding binoculars and constantly observing the surroundings. There weren't any shortages of buildings nearby. There were more than 10 residential areas alone. Why would people live in less warm light steel buildings when there were ready-made reinforced concrete buildings? Besides, building also required time and manpower. Who would waste their strength on that when they had nothing else to do? For those surviving in the apocalypse, food always came first, followed by clothing and shelter. If one couldn't even survive, what quality of life were they chasing? So there was only one possibility. There should be a small base around. Anyone who could support vehicles must have some strength. Their scale might not be smaller than previous shelters. However, Chu Ming didn't want to proactively contact these bases. After visiting the light steel factory, he still needed to move on. Half an hour later, the RV stopped outside the light steel factory. Looking at the flat ground before him, Chu Ming knew that the light steel factory had already been buried under a layer of ice. Excavating such a large factory couldn't be accomplished in a day or 2. Fortunately, he had ability users on his side. Whether it was space cutting or Su Ying's fire ability, both were expert skills for digging ice. Moreover, now that he was a second-tier ability user, he could effortlessly release dozens of space cuts. High power, low consumption. For him, a 20-meter thick layer of ice was practically non-existent. Chu Ming located the main entrance of the factory, then began using space cuts to break the ice. Following that, he used space to collect the broken ice. In just over 10 minutes, he had already dug down to the bottom. Next, it's up to you. Chu Ming stepped aside and let Su Ying take over. Su Ying stepped forward, raising her hand to release a fire snake. The scorching temperature instantly melted a large hole in the steel door and the ice inside. Seeing that the internal space was still not completely opened, Su Ying continued her work. She released 4 or 5 fire snakes in a row, her face slightly pale. At last, she had finally opened the internal space of the factory. Chu Ming walked in through the opening. Before long, he saw a processing workshop. Here is mostly some scattered steel and cutting tools. Chu Ming, adhering to the principle of not wasting, collected all the steel and tools into his space, including some materials buried in the ice. He also cut and dug them out using his space. So much steel, even if it's not used to build houses, has plenty of other purposes. He definitely had to take them all away. After clearing everything in the workshop, Chu Ming continued to walk further inside. Soon, he discovered a warehouse piled with steel. Every type of steel here was clearly labeled with its model and kind. Chu Ming did not have expertise in this aspect, so he collected different models of steel in batches into his space. Each type of steel was separated by a certain distance. This made it easier to find later. I have to say, the size of this factory is truly astonishing. It is at least tens of thousands of square meters. The light steel inside could easily be used to repair hundreds or even thousands of houses. Not to mention that putting it into space has a 100-fold amplification effect. In the future, even if he wanted to create a large base, the quantity of these light steels would be completely enough. After exploring the entire warehouse, Chu Ming discovered an empty area inside. Here, there were 3 finished light steel villas. Small, medium, and large. One of each kind. Moreover, the styles were very exquisite, and they even came with home appliances already furnished. These 3 light steel villas were likely meant for on-site display for guests. Similar to model homes, this is quite convenient. Chu Ming unhesitatingly collected the light steel villas into his space. Detecting the items. Do you want to upgrade the items? Upgrade! Item upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining Enhanced Alloy Villas. Enhanced Alloy Villa. Light steel upgraded to ultra-high strength alloy. Can withstand attacks of level 10 intensity. Internal addition of temperature control system. Addition of water purification system. Addition of power system. All appliances performance upgraded. All furniture materials upgraded. Special enhancement. Absolute domain. The same prompt appeared 3 times in a row. All 3 finished light steel villas received their upgrades. And like RVs, after the light steel villas upgraded, they all had the special enhancement of absolute domain. Such buildings or vehicles with residential attributes brought considerable peace of mind with the special enhancement of absolute domain. Chu Ming was naturally very satisfied. After raiding the entire factory clean, Chu Ming was about to return the same way when he saw Su Yufei running towards him quickly. Brother Chu, the situation outside isn't right. You should go out and take a look. Chapter 46, Tornado. Chu Ming followed Su Yufei to the ground. He discovered that the sky outside had turned into a dark mass without him noticing. The sky was overcast with dense clouds, and lightning and thunder roared. In the direction of City G, a massive object, visible to the naked eye, was slowly moving towards them. A tornado. Chu Ming's pupils slightly constricted. How could a tornado appear at this time? And looking at the size of the tornado, it could easily crush a town. Originally, Chu Ming planned to continue moving forward, but now it seemed that he could only find a place to hide first. Brother Chu, it's too dangerous to keep going in this weather. How about we go back into the factory and wait until the tornado passes? Su Yufei suggested. No way. Chu Ming shook his head. The internal space of the factory is too large. We must find a basement, reinforce the surroundings properly, to be completely safe. He was very aware of the power of a tornado of this scale. Even reinforced concrete can be shredded, not to mention the ice layer. In such cases, they still needed to hide underground, and the deeper the better. However, they didn't have much time to slowly choose a place right now. The tornado was moving from City G and would arrive in just a few hours at most. They had to find a suitable basement and reinforce it within a few hours. There was no time for them to waste. Chu Ming immediately took out his phone to check the surrounding map. Around here, most of it was residential areas, but there were also a few villa districts. The villas there were mostly 3+2 and even 5+3 structures. 3 stories underground, hiding in the lowest level and reinforcing it. That should be enough to withstand this tornado. Chu Ming sent the map to the base vehicle and instructed Su Yuf to say, "Go to this villa district I marked." After a few minutes, the base vehicle arrived outside the villa district. Chu Ming transferred the base vehicle, along with the small truck behind it, into the space. Then he and Su Yuf and the others walked into the villa district. But what Chu Ming did not expect was that there were already people occupying it, especially the top position of the building, which had a huge pit dug out and a winding path leading downward. Below the ice layer in the villa district, there were also narrow passages. It seemed that the interior was completely interconnected. This was undoubtedly the embryonic form of an underground city. Moreover, living under the ice layer was the same principle as an ice house. The interior not only wouldn't be cold, but would even be warmer. The person who designed this place must have some brains. "Hey, who are you?" At that moment, a patrolling person on the roof of the building suddenly shouted at Chu Ming. Hearing the commotion outside, about 10 people rushed out from inside the villa. This is the territory of Hope City. Outsiders are not allowed in. The leading man, a sturdy figure holding a large machete, glared at Chu Ming and the others with anger. "Everyone, don't misunderstand. I saw the tornado coming from G City and wanted to find a place to shelter from the wind. Of course, I will definitely offer compensation." Chu Ming still intended to be polite before taking action. This villa district was clearly under unified management. He could seize it by force if necessary, but that would waste too much time. Since he was setting up a base, there would definitely be personnel circulation. At most, they would join the base for a few days. After the tornado passed, they could find a chance to leave. Tornado? The sturdy man paused slightly, then quickly brought his team out of the pit to take a look toward G-City. At a glance, everyone gasped. In the direction of G-City, a gigantic tornado connecting heaven and earth was sweeping towards H-City with a destructive momentum. Even from hundreds of kilometers away, it already had a tremendous sense of oppression. When it really got close, it was likely that no one would survive in such a tornado. Quick, hurry, and notify the leader. Realizing the situation was dire, the sturdy man hastily instructed his subordinates. Before long, a young man wearing glasses walked out from the villa. Next to him, there was both a man and a woman. Seeing these two people, Yi Jian immediately whispered to Chu Ming, "These two should be ability users." This was the benefit of Yi Jian's ability to sense abilities. She could detect the presence of ability users, and even mutated plants and animals, in the first moment. Although lacking combat ability, they were definitely not useless abilities. The leader of Hope City came to the ground, looking at the terrifying tornado in the distance. His face also showed some concern, but he did not panic too much. Gather all the management here. Also send a team to find a place to park the vehicles and notify several nearby residential areas to prepare for protection, Chen Zian calmly arranged. After finishing everything, Chen Zian's gaze finally fell on Chu Ming and the others. "Thank you for the reminder, or else by the time we noticed, we might have wasted a lot of time," Chen Zian said gratefully. Due to the cold weather, everyone had not much to do and basically stayed indoors. Moreover, due to geographical factors, they really had no way to notice the situation in the distance immediately. The view would be better from the residential buildings. But when the anomaly was discovered and they rushed over, it was probably too late. "We just want to find a place to hide from the wind." Chu Ming actively handed over the backpack in his hand. "There are some food items in here. Consider it a payment for temporarily staying on your territory." This backpack was filled with high-calorie food. It showed quite a bit of sincerity. But if the other party refused or tried to raise the price, then he wouldn't hold back. At such a close distance, he was confident he could eliminate the two special ability users instantly. But he wasn't sure if there were other special ability users inside. He also didn't know the specific number of members in Hope City. Acting rashly was not safe after all. "You don't need to worry about the food." Chen Zian did not accept Chu Ming's backpack. "My rule here is that as long as you bring value to the base, you can get corresponding benefits. You brought me this information, so you can stay in my base for free. After the storm passes, you can decide whether to leave or stay." Chu Ming didn't bother to be polite with Chen Zian and directly reclaimed the backpack. "Then thank you. Please find me a 3-level basement." "All right." Chen Zian nodded, then looked at the female special ability user beside him. "Xinyan, please take them inside." "Really picky," Chen Xinyan pouted, unwillingly leading Chu Ming and the others into this villa at the bottom of the pit. "In this neighborhood, only my brother and I live in this villa, which has a 5+3 structure. Normally speaking, outsiders like you shouldn't be allowed in at all," Chen Xinyan said as she turned back. She sized up Chu Ming a few times. A man. Yet he was accompanied by 5 women, and each one was quite good-looking. What a fortunate man. The key point was he even brought a cat. Was he planning to keep it as backup food? Surely he wouldn't intend to raise it? Chapter 47. Drive them out. Chu Ming took this opportunity to observe the interior of the villa. The furniture and appliances here had all been soaked by floodwater. They were basically completely ruined. Moreover, many places still had ice that hadn't been cleaned up, and it couldn't be talked about as having any living experience at all. However, this girl treated this place like a treasure. In just a month of the apocalypse, people had already lowered their survival requirements to the minimum. Even though they seemed to be a very wealthy brother and sister, they didn't seem to be spared. "Can we go to the basement now?" Chu Ming withdrew his gaze and said, "Follow me." Chen Xinyan turned and walked towards an iron door. As they followed Chen Xinyan into the basement, Chu Ming noticeably felt the temperature around them rise significantly. That's why many bases in the apocalypse preferred to build underground, because it's warm in winter and cool in summer underground. Although it also couldn't avoid many problems, it was still more comfortable than living on the surface. Anyone who could design underground ice tunnels must understand this principle. So everyone lived in basements. On just the first floor, Chu Ming saw over 30 people. "Why are you here?" At that moment, a familiar figure rushed into Chu Ming's view. Seeing Xin Minggran wrapped in a thick down coat, Chu Ming raised his eyebrows in surprise. This woman wasn't dead after all, but it's good she didn't die. Not seeing this woman's ending with his own eyes left him somewhat regretful. "So you know each other?" Chen Xinyan didn't like Xin Minggran very much and started to feel disdain for Chu Ming as well. "Since you know each other, Xin Minggran, you take them to the 3rd underground level. I have things to do, so I'll head up first." After saying that, Chen Xinyan walked away without looking back. Xin Minggran looked at Chu Ming with a face full of disdain. Why are you like a sticky plaster, always lingering around? I'll tell you, Chu Ming, I already have a boyfriend now. There's no possibility for us in this lifetime. Not long ago, there had been a rat tied in the shelter. She had escaped G City with several elderly people from the shelter by car. Upon arriving in H City, she discovered this base. She only found out about this after coming to the base. It turned out that there were still ability users in existence. The leader of the base, Chen Zian, she usually had little opportunity to interact with. But the two ability users often led teams to find supplies. She suddenly realized where her way out was. The only male ability user in the base, Wang Biao. As long as she could win his favor. In the future, she could walk freely in the base. She wouldn't even have to worry about food or sleep. So she put in a lot of effort to get close to Wang Biao whenever the teams went out for supplies. Finally, yesterday, their relationship was confirmed. She successfully moved into the villa that was only accessible to core members. She originally thought her good days were about to come. But today, just as she moved her things over, before she even got comfortable, she saw Chu Ming coming in. Why does this guy think he has the right to be here? Shin Ming Gran, are you being too confident in yourself? Chu Ming gave Shin Ming Gran a mocking glance. Just based on you, can you compare with any of the women by my side? It was at this moment that Shin Ming Gran noticed the few women behind Chu Ming. There were elegant ones, youthful ones, cute ones. Every type was present, and each one was clean and neat, a stark contrast to her who hadn't bathed for a month. Shin Ming Ran's face turned pale. When did Chu Ming become so popular? Did she misjudge? No. Her current boyfriend is an ability user. What does Chu Ming count for? Wait, she would let Wang Biao drive all these people out. Wang Biao is the second-in-command of the base. As the future wife of the second-in-command, couldn't she decide the fate of a few people? While Shin Ming Gran was lost in her fantasies, Chu Ming had already taken his group down to the second floor of the basement. There were many beds here as well, but it was not as noisy as above. Moreover, the environment was much better than the upper floor. Clearly, the real core members lived on this level. Shin Ming Gran thought she had entered the core of the base, but she was still at the very bottom. Chu Ming continued downward, finally arriving at the third basement level. Here, many rooms had been partitioned off. About 10 people could live here. There was even a room filled to the brim with supplies, with several armed guards patrolling at the door. However, these supplies had clearly been soaked in water. Chu Ming showed little interest. He glanced a few times before retracting his gaze. Brother Chu, is this place safe? Yi Jian asked nervously while stroking the little coal ball in her arms. It should be safe. Chu Ming nodded. Unfortunately, this was someone else's territory. Otherwise, reinforcing it with some iron sheets would actually make it much safer. Meanwhile, Shin Ming Gran could no longer hold back and actively ran out to find Wang Biao. Baby, why are you out here? Seeing Shin Ming Gran, the tall and muscular Wang Biao couldn't help but smile. Before the apocalypse, he was just an uneducated migrant worker on a construction site. He never expected that after awakening his ability, he could find such a beautiful girlfriend like Shin Ming Gran. It's just that Chen Zian and Chen Xinyan seemed to disagree with him being with Shin Ming Gran. So this time, when he brought Shin Ming Gran over, he could only temporarily arrange for her to stay on the first floor. But when he gets the chance in the future, he would still move Shin Ming Gran to live with him. Biao Ge, could you kick out those guys who went in just now? I have a grudge with them. Shin Ming Gran hugged Wang Biao's arm, gently rubbing against him. Hearing Shin Ming Ran's voice, Wang Biao felt himself getting excited. But he quickly regained his composure and said, No, those people were arranged by the leader. They're just hiding from the tornado. They'll be gone by tomorrow at most. Baby, just bear with it. With me here, no one can bully you. I don't care about any tornado. Today, they must roll out from the base. Shin Ming Gran stomped her foot and said angrily, Dear, you are the second in command at the base. Do you really have to look at the leader's face for such a small matter? The leader is just an ordinary person. He only reached this position because of his sister. Besides, Chen Xinyan isn't as capable as you. She can only shape a bit of mud. How can she compare to your immense strength? I think you are more suitable than Chen Zian to be the leader. Today, you must establish your authority in front of everyone and let them know that you are the one with the most say at the base. Shin Ming Gran urged continuously. Chapter 48. You guys are having fun. This isn't very good, is it? Wang Biao's expression was quite troubled. The leader has been kind to me. If I do this, wouldn't it make me an ungrateful wolf? To make the base develop better, we must let capable people lead. Shin Ming Gran said confidently. That is true. Wang Biao nodded. Besides, I'm not asking you to kick Chen Zian out. You can just give him a position when the time comes, right? And this base was founded by Chen Zian. If it grows stronger in the future, he will definitely be very happy. Shin Ming Gran fed Wang Biao all sorts of twisted logic. She had long been unhappy with the Chen siblings. If she could take the opportunity to push Wang Biao up, she would be the leader's wife in the future. At that time, she would make Shin Xinyan fetch her foot bath water. Okay, I'll go drive those guys away now. You shouldn't stay on the first floor. Move to the third floor and live with me directly. We haven't properly slept together yet. Wang Biao chuckled. Seeing Wang Biao's eager look, Shin Ming Gran revealed a shy smile, but her heart was somewhat disgusted. The men she had slept with could line up all the way to the community entrance. But most of them were social elites with good family backgrounds and respectable jobs. As for Wang Biao, he used to be a migrant worker. Not only did he look ugly, but he was also rustic, with a certain smell about him. However, thinking about how the world has changed, only someone like Wang Biao with special abilities could help her live a stable life. A bit ugly is fine, as long as he isn't a burden. Wang Biao followed Shin Ming Gran back to the basement. He first helped Shin Ming Gran pack her things. Then he took her luggage from the first underground floor to the third underground floor. Looking at the environment around and the corners filled with supplies, Shin Ming Gran felt very satisfied. From now on, this would be her home. Once Wang Biao became the leader, she would kick everyone out and enjoy this place all to herself. At that moment, Shin Ming Gran saw Chu Ming and others in the corner. She linked her arm with Wang Biao's and walked over with a proud face. Chu Ming, I formally announce to you now, you can roll out of here. I'm giving you 10 seconds to leave. Otherwise, my boyfriend might take action. Shin Ming Gran leaned entirely on Wang Biao, saying triumphantly, I almost forgot to tell you, my boyfriend is a strength ability user capable of lifting several hundred kilograms with one hand. You can't find another one at the base who is stronger than him. If you don't want to lose an arm or a leg, you better scram. Oh, by the way, Shin Ming Gran remembered to add, you guys probably don't know what a special ability user is, right? Have you seen sci-fi movies? My boyfriend is just like the superheroes in them. Shin Ming Gran couldn't wait to show off. She just wanted to prove that Wang Biao was stronger than Chu Ming. Otherwise, just thinking about how Chu Ming dumped her made her feel unbalanced. This was also why she couldn't stand Chu Ming everywhere now. Is he really that strong? Chu Ming, sitting in the corner and feeling bored, didn't expect the fun to actively come to him. The people following Chu Ming, like Su Yuf, were also struggling to hold back their laughter. In their team, strength ability was definitely the one everyone disliked the most. After all, when it comes to eating spirit peaches, no one wants to draw the 3 basic supernatural abilities. The strength ability is even more ordinary than ordinary. If they want to enhance their physique, can't they exchange contribution points for physical enhancement fluid? Yet here with Shin Ming Gran, it became a show-off capital. The key is that this supernatural ability is not even hers. What is she bragging about here? You all get out quickly. Don't make me tell my treasure a second time. Wang Biao, under Shin Ming Ran's flattery, couldn't help but feel a bit arrogant, his tone turning haughty. Chu Ming, however, felt that the scene wasn't thrilling enough. So he raised his hand and unleashed mental pollution on Wang Biao. In the next second, Wang Biao suddenly jolted, and when his gaze landed on Shin Ming Gran, his face turned pale with terror, and then he plopped down and knelt on the ground. Shin Ming Gran was stunned for a moment. What happened? Why did he suddenly kneel? Mom! Wang Biao clutched Shin Ming Ran's clothes, tears and snot pouring down. Mom, I really didn't mean it. Please forgive me. Hearing Wang Biao call Shin Ming Gran Mom, Chu Ming nearly spat out his drink. Goodness! Just a second ago, she was his treasure. Now, she's his mom. What on earth did this guy see? Shin Ming Ran's face turned from green to white, looking like a spilled palette. Biaoge, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Shin Ming Gran desperately pulled at Wang Biao, but he wouldn't budge. I won't get up. I just won't get up. I know you're still mad at me. Even if I die, you won't forgive me, Mom. Don't worry, I'll burn more paper money for you in the future. Wang Biao cried, clutching Shin Ming Ran's thigh. Watching more and more people notice this, Shin Ming Gran felt her face burn with embarrassment. Not only did she suddenly have a big son, but he also wanted to burn paper for her. Wasn't that wishing her to die? I didn't see this coming. You guys are having quite the fun, Chu Ming said, suppressing his laughter. Chapter 49. Monsters Everywhere. There are few mental abilities that can directly produce aggressive effects. Most of the time, they are mostly supportive. Don't think that just because they are supportive, they're not useful. If they can distract the enemy for a few seconds, it could be the key to winning or losing a battle. However, Chu Ming's mental ability can last for a full 30 seconds. That's a lot of time. 4 quick actions. They might even have time to create a child. However, after being subjected to mental pollution, Wang Biao remained alert. If someone attacked him, he wouldn't necessarily not retaliate. At any moment, a person's desire for survival is always greater than everything else. Therefore, mental pollution, more often than not, serves only as a distraction. In simple terms, it's more suitable to cooperate with teammates. Now, if someone were to stab Wang Biao in the back, he definitely wouldn't react in time. Soon, 30 seconds passed. Wang Biao's emotions gradually calmed, and his eyes regained clarity. But when he saw Shin Ming Gran, he reflexively took a few steps back. Shin Ming Gran, somewhat disgusted, wiped away the snot on her clothes and then walked up with a concerned face, asking, "Biao Gu, are you okay now? Don't come any closer." Wang Biao looked at Shin Ming Gran in fear. "What's wrong?" Shin Ming Gran was taken aback. "I feel like you look a bit like my mom." Wang Biao swallowed hard, still not daring to let Shin Ming Gran approach. Shin Ming Gran's face turned dark. She was more than 10 years younger than Wang Biao. How could she have such a big son? And he had been fine just a moment ago, suddenly starting to act weird. Was this guy not mentally stable? Seeing this scene, Chu Ming was also quite amazed. This guy seemed to have some serious aftereffects. What sin did he commit to be this scared? "Do I still look like a dog?" Chu Ming curiously asked Yi Jiyin. "Not at all." Yi Jiyin shook her head. "That's good." Chu Ming nodded. He hoped that the previous mental pollution hadn't left a psychological shadow on Yi Jiyin. Every day, Yi Jiyin looked at him like a dog. That would be difficult to handle. Humans and dogs just don't fit together. It seems this ability can't be used on my own people from now on. The risk is quite big. At that moment, Chen Zian and his sister Chen Xinyan arrived with a large group of people in the basement's third floor. The several hundred square meters basement was instantly packed full. Chen Zian stood at the front of the crowd, raising his voice. "Everyone, a tornado is rapidly approaching H City, and its power is even more terrifying than I imagined. So we must unite our strength to overcome this challenge. Right now, this basement is the safest place in the base, and I'm sorry everyone has to squeeze in here." After speaking, he looked at his sister Chen Xinyan beside him. "Sister, thank you for reinforcing the basement." "Okay." Chen Xinyan nodded and then went to the entrance, extending her hands. Suddenly, a wisp of yellow light emerged from her palms. A few minutes later, a dirt wall began to form at the entrance of the basement. Once the entrance was sealed, Chen Xinyan didn't stop her actions, but continued to reinforce the ceiling and several important beams and load-bearing corners. The entire process lasted nearly 2 hours. Seeing Chen Xinyan release so much energy without changing her expression, Chu Ming couldn't help but feel surprised. This young girl seemed quite talented, and she was very suitable for construction work as an Earth-type awakener. Her combat ability was a bit weaker, but her defensive ability was very strong. This was precisely the gap in his team. Unfortunately, Chen Xinyan had her family to support, and there were so many people down there. It was unlikely he could recruit her. After reinforcing the basement, everyone could only stay put and quietly wait. In the face of nature's power, humanity is always insignificant. After the fierce wind passed, G City and H City would probably suffer even greater losses than in previous disasters. The days ahead would only get harder. Everyone's mood was filled with worry and heaviness. About an hour later, the ground suddenly trembled slightly. The dust from the ceiling began to fall in clumps. "It's coming!" Su Yufei and a few others crowded tightly around Chu Ming. Chu Ming had already put on his bulletproof vest and helmet, stuffing a few steel plates inside his clothes to ensure that if something fell, he wouldn't suffer severe internal injuries. If the space weren't so narrow, he would have insisted on taking the RV out. Outside, he was worried the RV would be blown away by the wind. But in this basement, that wouldn't be a problem. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside. The originally slight tremor became a violent shake. In an instant, the entire basement swayed. It was clearly the wind raging above, yet it felt like an earthquake. Even the reinforced ceiling began to crack. Screams erupted throughout the basement. They were nearly 10 meters underground, and they had reinforced it with earth abilities. If this couldn't hold up, wouldn't all those people outside be doomed? Realizing this, many felt a sense of despair rising within. When would this kind of life come to an end? Fortunately, this process lasted only a few dozen seconds. The commotion gradually faded away, until the outside was completely silent. Someone joyfully shouted out, "The tornado has passed. We survived. Great!" Chen Xinyan carefully removed part of the dirt wall at the basement entrance. When she saw the scene outside, her little face turned pale. There were clearly 3 floors underground, but outside the hole was just a gray sky. The entire villa had been swept away completely. Most importantly, there were many tall buildings around this community. But now, looking out, it was empty. Everything was gone. Chen Zian's expression was also grim. In the surrounding neighborhoods, almost all of them were his territory. Given the current situation, it seemed that none could escape. Thousands of lives were just swept away by a gust of wind. All the hard work he had put in before felt like a joke. Does this world really not give them a way to survive? Chu Ming was used to the cycle of life and death, so he wouldn't feel too sentimental. He took off his helmet, shook off the dust from his body, and stepped forward, saying, "Thank you, Chief, for taking us in. Now that the tornado has passed, we'll be on our way." "You're leaving so soon?" Chen Zian said in surprise. "We were just passing through." Chu Ming's gaze fell on Chen Zian and his sister. Considering you've taken us in for free, I'd like to remind you that it's best not to stay in coastal cities. Brother, the coast is indeed quite dangerous. First it was the flood, then the tornado, and who knows, maybe there will be a tsunami next. Chen Xinyan tugged at Chen Zian's sleeve. We should move. H City has been hit by the wind, and it will definitely be hard to find supplies here. Staying here won't let us survive. Chen Zian frowned slightly, as if he was also considering the feasibility of this matter. The outside temperature was so low. Relocating so many people was not an easy task. Moreover, with the current situation outside, it was likely that the vehicles wouldn't last. Walking to another city, many would surely freeze to death on the way. Gurgle, gurgle. Just then a strange sound came from outside. Chu Ming walked to the entrance to take a look. He discovered a semi-transparent mass was wriggling toward them. What the hell is that? Chen Xinyan's eyes went wide. It must be a jellyfish, probably blown here by the wind. Chu Ming propped himself on the dirt wall, climbed out, and then went to a high spot to take a look with his binoculars. Upon seeing this, he nearly triggered his trypophobia. The ground, which was pockmarked by the tornado, was filled with enormous blue jellyfish. The smallest ones were about half a meter, while the largest were almost as tall as a building. Chapter 50. This land is now his. The tentacles beneath these jellyfish seemed to have evolved a crawling ability. They could move freely on land, but due to their own characteristics, their crawling speed was slow, making their overwhelming numbers a little unsettling. Anyone else would be terrified by this scene. But Chu Ming was different. In his eyes, these mutated jellyfish were energy cores. First tier, second tier. Who knows, maybe there were even third tier ones. He wouldn't even have to search. They were coming right to him. Wasn't that a good thing? Once he cleared out all these mutated jellyfish, how many mutated spiritual peaches could he cultivate? Yi Jian and the others might even reach the second tier. Such opportunities were rare. Seeing Chu Ming rush out, Chen Xinyan and Chen Zian were startled. Hey, come back quickly. It's too dangerous outside. Chen Xinyan shouted to Chu Ming. Didn't he see that big jellyfish crawling towards them? What if it was poisonous? What if it ate people? Chu Ming put away the binoculars and returned to the basement entrance. We need to leave. Also, you'd better seal the entrance to the basement again. There are these things everywhere outside, Chu Ming said at the entrance to the basement. Everywhere. Chen Xinyan's pupils dilated. Chen Zian also furrowed his brow. Some time ago, they had encountered a huge spider. At that time, he thought he was seeing things. After all, it was just a fleeting glance before the spider crawled into the building. Now it seemed he wasn't imagining it. The mutation of such creatures was clearly not an isolated case. Just like Chen Xinyan and Wang Biao's sudden appearance of abilities, this world was moving in an uncontrollable direction. At first, he thought he could lead everyone to survive well in the apocalypse. But reality proved that he was thinking too simply. As the giant jellyfish came closer, Chen Xinyan became anxious and said, "You better come hide quickly. Even if you want to leave, you should wait until it's safe outside." No need. Chu Ming glanced at Su Yufei and the others. Come out, it's time to get to work. Hearing this, Su Yufei and the others obediently crawled out of the basement. They didn't feel that staying in the basement was safer than being next to Chu Ming. Moreover, the work Chu Ming mentioned motivated them greatly. Working meant they could earn contribution points. Thinking of the various good things on that chart, their big knives were already eager to be used. Watching Chu Ming and the others leave, Chen Xinyan was filled with confusion. Were they really not afraid at all? At this moment, Shen Ming Gran hurriedly rushed up and said, "Chen Xinyan, they're going to their death. Why are you worrying about them? Quickly seal the entrance." Chen Xinyan hesitated and nodded, using her powers to reassemble a wall of earth. So, she naturally did not see it. When Chu Ming passed by the mutated jellyfish, he casually waved his hand, cutting the over 1 meter tall jellyfish in half. Watching the liquid flow out from the jellyfish's body instantly corrode the ground and ice, Chu Ming knew that this jellyfish was likely highly toxic. Everyone be careful. Try to use long-range attacks. This guy has weak defenses, just avoid touching its internal venom. Chu Ming turned back and reminded. Su Yufei and the others nodded obediently. Chu Ming moved forward to collect the jellyfish corpse, and he also obtained a first-level energy core. Detected first-level mutated jellyfish. Do you want to decompose? Decompose! First-level mutated jellyfish has been decomposed, harmful components and impurities removed automatically. Congratulations! You have obtained first-level physical enhancement liquid, jellyfish skin, and concentrated jellyfish venom. First-level physical enhancement liquid, after consuming, can enhance physical abilities in all aspects. Mutated jellyfish skin can block venom from jellyfish of the same level, also provides some defense against other poisons. Concentrated jellyfish venom, strongly corrosive to all materials except metal. If the venom enters the body, It can result in hemolysis, nerve paralysis, and other negative effects in a short time, effective against mutated beings. Looking at the decomposed items, Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Unexpectedly, this fellow had quite a few good things on it, especially the jellyfish skin. With this item, he wouldn't have to be overly cautious while collecting energy cores. Let's go. Let's find a place to camp, Chu Ming officially declared. This whole area of mutated jellyfish was all under his control. After the tornado passed, the entire city looked like it had been gnawed by dogs. The roads were uneven, filled with garbage and debris. Everywhere were the ruins and frameworks of buildings destroyed by the tornado. It was certainly impossible to drive on such a road. Chu Ming could only find a relatively flat area nearby and took out the RV and small truck from his space. Big Brother Chu, what should we do now? Su Yufei asked actively. See these jellyfish? Don't touch the ones over 2 meters. As for the rest, you all bring me the bodies, and the contribution points will be counted as stated on the previous chart. Saying this, Chu Ming looked at 2 girls, Zhou Li and Xia Qing, who had no powers. If you want to earn contribution points, you can help move the jellyfish corpses. For each corpse you transport, I'll give you 1 contribution point. Also, if you see jellyfish over 2 meters, you can note down the location and come back to inform me. And I'll also give you 1 contribution point. Su Yufei and Su Ying had never hunted mutated beasts before. Running up and down to move the corpses was simply too inefficient. Let him follow behind to collect the corpses. It really is a waste of talent. Zhou Li and Xia Qing, being 2 idle people, are just right for this kind of work. They can also practice the courage of these young girls. There's no downside at all. Hearing Chu Ming's words, Xia Qing and Zhou Li felt both excited and nervous. As they walked, seeing those soft jellyfish made their scalps tingle. But compared to the parasites they encountered earlier at the pharmaceutical company, these jellyfish were at least cute in appearance. Moreover, the few mutated jellyfish they encountered along the way could easily be killed by Su Yufei and Su Ying. Following behind to collect corpses should pose little risk. Brother Chu, you can rest assured, we promise to complete the task, Xia Qing said with a firm expression. She knew very well that if she didn't improve herself now, the opportunities to earn contribution points would only become fewer in the future. One day, when they couldn't keep up with the main group's pace, they might be abandoned at any moment. Su Ying could protect them for a while, but not for a lifetime. Only by proving their worth could they truly become part of Chu Ming's team, rather than living as dead weight. Chapter 51. Great harvest, but jellyfish are poisonous. Shouldn't we find something to block it? Zhou Li said from the side. I have already prepared it for you. Chu Ming took out the dissected jellyfish skin. Earlier on the road, Su Yufei and Su Ying practiced and killed 3 more mutated jellyfish. When spread out, each was about 5 to 6 meters long. It was enough for them to use for protection. Chu Ming explained the function of the jellyfish skin to Su Yufei and the others. Yi Jian immediately volunteered to sew the jellyfish skin into clothes for everyone. She knew very well that she had no battle ability, so she could only work on some chores and try to pay off her debt to Chu Ming as soon as possible. Chu Ming had no objections and let Yi Jian busy herself. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 7 days, Chu Ming harvested more than 500 ordinary mutated jellyfish, which meant they didn't have energy cores inside and were less than half a meter tall. These ordinary mutated jellyfish had low defense, slow speed, and the only attack they were good at, their venom, couldn't hurt them. It was like killing little chicks. 1 knife for one wasn't an exaggeration. Even though these ordinary mutated jellyfish didn't have cores yet, they were still good for decomposing into stamina enhancement fluid. Chu Ming certainly wouldn't waste them. There were more than 200 energy cores from first-class mutated jellyfish, with a dozen or so absorbed by Su Yufei and Su Ying. Chu Ming also used some himself, since hunting mutated jellyfish required energy consumption. What Su Yufei and Su Ying used would replenish the energy in their bodies while also increasing their ability levels, making it a double benefit. For Chu Ming, it was a necessary investment, so he wouldn't mind. There were less than 5 energy cores from second-class mutated jellyfish, which Chu Ming absorbed at the first moment. Now he was about 25% through with his upgrade. He needed about 15 more second-class energy cores to hope to upgrade to third class. It was evident that the upgrade speed becomes harder later on. However, Chu Ming wasn't anxious. Many newly awakened ability users probably hadn't even seen what energy cores looked like, while he was already thinking about third class. To be strict, the evolution speed of mutated creatures couldn't keep up with his monster hunting speed, which was quite excessive. Forget it. I'll take it slow. At night, Chu Ming sat in the RV counting his spoils. Su Yufei and the others were calculating contribution points. Everyone was in a very good mood. This time, besides more than 200 first-class energy cores, the biggest harvest was 5 barrels of first-class stamina enhancement fluid and only about a liter of second-class stamina enhancement fluid. Chu Ming was now taking the first-level physical enhancement potion, but it had completely lost its effect. His single-hand strength had reached around 200 kilograms. He was almost on par with those who had strength abilities. Moreover, the physical enhancement potion provided an all-around boost to the body, something that strength abilities couldn't match. Chu Ming decided that starting from tomorrow, he would take the second-level physical enhancement potion, hoping to quickly elevate his physical condition to the second level. Big brother Chu, I have more than 5,000 contribution points now. Just deduct 1,000 contribution points for the Spirit Peach directly from me, Su Yufei said, looking at Chu Ming. According to the current exchange rate, a first-level energy core could be exchanged for 100 contribution points. Over the past few days, Su Yufei had hunted around 50 first-level mutated jellyfish, with the rest of the points made up from hunting ordinary mutated jellyfish. Suing was not far behind her in numbers, also around 40 to 50. This meant that the majority of energy cores were still collected by Chu Ming himself. Together, the two of them had not hunted more mutated jellyfish than Chu Ming alone. Don't worry, I've already deducted it for you, Chu Ming said, opening the computer to check the contribution points in the team. After Su Yufei deducted 1,000 points, she still had 4,300 contribution points left. Su Ying had 4,900 points, Xia Qing had 171 points, Zhou Li had 158 points, and Yi Jian only had 50 points. Besides this, she still owed Chu Ming 1,000 contribution points. During these days, Yi Jian had been clamoring to go out and scavenge for corpses to earn some money, but Chu Ming had ruthlessly refused her every time. Among the few girls in the team, Yi Jian was the only one he willingly supported. After all, she was the future divine healer who could use resurrection spells. Even if she did nothing, Chu Ming would still prepare resources for her to level up. But to encourage Yi Jian and motivate the others, Chu Ming had set a rule. Whoever could break through to the second level first would receive a reward of 10,000 contribution points. Energy cores could be charged to him or exchanged at a ratio of 100 contribution points. When it came to enhancing the team's strength, Chu Ming was never stingy. He would reserve the best resources for his own use first, and what was left would be given to Yi Jian and the others. As soon as this reward mechanism was announced, Yi Jian immediately asked him for 20 energy cores on credit. Chu Ming had noticed in recent days that the number of energy cores needed for Yi Jian and the others to level up seemed to be somewhat more than what he required. Roughly speaking, Yi Jian needed about 20, while Su Yufei and Suing needed a bit more. This might have been related to their individual talents. To break through to the second level as soon as possible, Su Yufei and Suing also asked Chu Ming for some energy cores. As for Xia Qing and Zhou Li, they exchanged for the physical enhancement potion that they had long desired. Chu Ming generously gave everyone a day off. Today was a rest day. Tomorrow, they would change locations and continue. Meanwhile, a group of people from the Hope Base finally dared to step out of that dark underground room. Looking at the ravaged city before them, no one looked too pleased. Previously, they had thought the world was ending, but the scene in front of them reshaped their understanding of that term. I told you, where did all these monsters come from? You were all deceived by that kid, Shinmen Grand said through gritted teeth. During this time, over 100 people at the Hope Base had been crammed into a small underground room. Forget about daily life. It was even hard to lie down and sleep. Now their food was almost gone. If they had come out earlier, why would they have had to suffer like this? Today, everyone should first go gather food and see if there are any means of transportation around. Chenzi inside. We really do need to move. With H City in this state, it would probably be hard for them to find a place to live in the future. Leaving as soon as possible might still give them a chance to survive. Leader, I seem to see a car. No, 2 cars. Suddenly, a person holding binoculars said excitedly. Chapter 52. This is our base's car. Hearing this, Wang Biao hurriedly snatched the binoculars. Brother Chun, there really is a car. It's a luxurious RV. Looking at the RV in the distance, Wang Biao was drooling. Don't say it's the apocalypse now. Even before, when he worked in the city, he had never seen such a luxurious RV. If they could get it, they could travel and stay wherever they wanted. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Most importantly, Wang Biao knew that with his identity as an ability user, he could definitely live in it. But the premise was that this RV had to be theirs. Thinking of this, Wang Biao rushed directly towards the RV, regardless of anything else. Seeing this, the others could only follow. Arriving in front of the RV, Wang Biao knocked on the door. Seeing no response, he thought of using an iron rod to smash the window. After smashing for a long time, he still couldn't break it. He saw there was also a small truck behind and turned back to go for the truck's rear door. It was lunchtime now. Yi Jin brought the freshly made braised pork to the table, then looked out the car window. It's from Hope City. It seems they are quite interested in this car. Don't worry about them. Eat first. Chu Ming was already starving, picking up the fragrant rice and began to feast. Wang Biao went to the back of the truck and punched it a few times. He found the exterior of the truck was far worse than the RV in front. There's a chance. Wang Biao's eyes lit up. He randomly picked up a stone on the ground, preparing to break the door open first. Wang Biao, there should be someone inside the car. Don't act rashly. At this moment, the Chen siblings also arrived. Seeing Wang Biao about to break the door, Chen Zian quickly stopped him. Brother Chen, I don't want to act either, but the people inside are like turtles withdrawing into their shells. They are not willing to come out at all. Wang Biao said impatiently. That's right, leader. Shin Ming Gran also stepped forward to agree. We're not unreasonable. We want to leave this damn place. We definitely need a means of transportation, but if the people inside won't come out, we can't negotiate. After these days, Wang Biao's mind had cleared up quite a bit. Although when sleepy, he could easily mistake her for his mother. But it was much better than before. To have a foothold in the team, Shin Ming Gran still stubbornly choose to be with Wang Biao. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have a say now. No matter what, we can't smash their things. We are not bandits. If we break their car door, how can we talk later? Chen Xinyan frowned and said, the Chen siblings created Hope City to bring more people together and survive better in the apocalypse. If they encounter a little difficulty, should they rob other people's supplies? Isn't that no different from being a thief? Just then, the car door suddenly creaked open. Su Ying, with her ponytail, wearing a bunny pajamas and fluffy slippers, walked to the door. Who wants to smash my car door? Su Ying's youthful face carried a hint of anger. It's you. Chen Xinyan instantly recognized that the girl in front of her was from Chu Ming's team. She looked so young, probably only 18 or 19. Looking at the environment inside the truck, it was cozy and tidy. There was even an electric blanket and electric heater. It had already been over a month without power. How could someone still use electrical appliances? What kind of luxurious life was this? So you all know each other. That's good. Wang Biao threw away the stone in his hand, walked up with a smile, and said, Little girl, could you lend us your 2 vehicles for a few days? Once we move all our people to the neighboring city, we guarantee to return the cars to you in perfect condition. Not lending. Su Ying responded without a second thought. Little girl, I remember we once took you in, right? It's only been a few days since the tornado passed, and now they're acting like they don't know us, a female manager from Hope City said sarcastically. That's separate from this. We exchanged food back then. Your leader refused it himself. Su Ying snorted lightly as she replied. Biao, go look at this car. Doesn't it look just like the one I drove over here before? Shin Ming Gran covered her mouth, exclaiming in surprise. They wouldn't have stolen the base's car, right? Yeah, this car is definitely from our base. Besides our base, where else within dozens of kilometers could we find a car? This is too much. Just a few days after leaving our base, they turned around and stole our vehicle. They want to borrow it for a few days, but won't return it. What kind of ingrates are they? Hearing this discussion, Su Ying curled her lip and said, Shin Ming Gran, you and I escaped from the same shelter. Do you really not know where this car came from? Besides, your little broken car can't even compare to mine. Honestly, you must be not just ungrateful, but blind too. Little sister, we absolutely don't mean to accuse you of stealing the car, but we really need it. We promise to return it in a few days. Chen Ziyuan spoke earnestly. You've already accused me, yet you say you absolutely don't mean it. Su Ying rolled her eyes in frustration. You guys better leave now. I have a good temper, but if you offend Brother Chu, you'll only end up worse off. Pretty confident, aren't you? Wang Biao cracked his knuckles defiantly. Little girl, do you not know I'm an ability user? That pretty boy captain of yours? I could knock him out with one punch. Exactly. Biao Gu can knock out a cow with one punch. What's Chu Ming? Just a pretty face, and you treat him like a treasure. Shin Ming Gran mocked coldly. Ah! Before Su Ying had a chance to respond, Xia Qing and Zhou Li in the car couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Wang Biao was puzzled. They're laughing at how stupid you are? At that moment, Chu Ming, having finished his braised pork, opened the window of the RV. Through the window, Shin Ming Gran caught a glimpse of the RV's interior, her eyes instantly turning green with envy. The reactions of the others in Hope City were similar. Who wouldn't want to claim such an RV as their own? What's more, they could smell the aroma of meat. Braised pork aroma. These despicable characters actually still had braised pork to eat. This is just too outrageous. Biao Ge, I want to live in this RV. You kill these guys, and then it'll just be the 2 of us living in this RV, and no one else. Shin Ming Gran tightly gripped Wang Biao's sleeve, excited but remembering to lower her voice. No wonder Chu Ming had so many women around him. In the apocalypse, having such an RV, how many women could he be with? Wang Biao couldn't help but be swayed by Shin Ming Gran. Someone with such a rare ability like him should be living in such an RV. Otherwise, how could he showcase his noble status? He could be like Chu Ming, keeping a few pretty women in the RV. Sleep with one each day, maybe even several in one day. And isn't there already a ready-made opportunity right here? He never dared to imagine this before. Now that he had the strength, what's stopping him from dreaming? Chapter 53. Are abilities really that rare? When a person's abilities and understanding do not match, it's easy for them to become inflated and lose self-awareness. Wang Biao was a typical example of this. In his eyes, possessing power and abilities was the most impressive thing in the world. Currently, the leader of Hope City appeared to be Chen Ziyuan, but he believed he was the one with the real power. He called Chen Ziyuan Brother Chen purely out of respect. So when he decided to seize the RV, he didn't inform anyone and made a sudden move towards Su Ying. In his mind, capturing a hostage first was the best way to force the other side to hand over the car. It would save him a lot of trouble. But just as his hand was about to touch Su Ying, a flash of fire suddenly flashed before his eyes. Immediately after, a severe burning sensation spread from the back of his hand. Ah! Wang Biao let out a sharp scream. A ball of fire ignited on his hand. As the flames began to creep towards Wang Biao's body, Chen Xinyan reacted swiftly, wrapping his arm with earth elements, barely stopping the fire from spreading further. But when she withdrew the earth elements, she realized Wang Biao's entire arm had been burned to charcoal. In just a few seconds, flesh and blood could be turned to ash. What kind of terrifying temperature was that? If she had been any later, it was hard to imagine what would become of Wang Biao. Su Ying had a small flicker of fire in her palm and said with a cold smile, "Superpowers? Is that surprising? What's it worth to punch a cow to death? If you can, go kill a mutated beast." Seeing this scene, the crowd immediately began to murmur. Superpowered individuals. They actually have superpowered individuals, and they're fire powers. This is way more powerful than Wang Biao. Chu Ming, who was originally by Wang Biao's side, was so scared that she hid in the crowd. She felt both frightened and unwilling. Wasn't Wang Biao very strong? How could he not even handle a little girl? "Sorry, our people offended you. I'll take them away right now." Chen Xian's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. His original intention was just to borrow a vehicle. Who would have expected it to turn into this? If the other side also had superpowered individuals, it would really not just be a matter of a few deaths. This was not what he wanted to see. "Leader, look at how badly Brother Biao's hand is burned. Should we just leave like this?" That damned girl was too ruthless. Brother Biao was just a bit close to her, and she struck without warning. How can she be like this? The female manager, who spoke earlier, protested with a full face of defiance. "What's the matter? He was almost climbing into my car. Do I still need to reason with him?" Su Ying played with the flames in her hand, looking ready to strike at any moment. The female manager swallowed hard, taking a couple of steps back in fear. Seeing Chen Xinyan beside her, she hurriedly hid behind her, then peeked out and said, "Do you think your superpower makes you amazing? We have 2 superpowered individuals and over 100 people. Don't take yourself too seriously. Just admit your mistake, and maybe we'll consider forgiving you." The female manager couldn't tell the difference between the superpowered individuals. She only knew that there were many people on their side. Whether in terms of the number of superpowered individuals or the total number of people, it seemed they held the advantage. If that was the case, why be so timid? "Who told you we only have 1 superpowered individual?" Chu Ming raised an eyebrow, then patted Yi Jian and Su Yufei's backs, signaling them to show these guys a thing or two. Yi Jian and Su Yufei immediately walked to the window. One lifted her hand and unleashed a healing power full of green vitality, while the other lifted her hand and released a bolt of purple lightning. Looking at the 2 superpowered individuals beside Chu Ming, the scene fell silent. This was too much, right? In a team of only 6 people, they actually had 3 superpowered individuals. Was that really reasonable? Was the probability of superpowered individuals calculated at 50%? Then why wasn't their base like this? Chen Xinyan's pupils slightly contracted. The superpowered individuals in Chu Ming's team were not just about their numbers. The fire power and lightning power looked extremely powerful just at first glance. Moreover, they had the conditions for long-range attacks. As for the other green power, though she didn't know what it was, the aura it emanated was even stronger than the other 2 powers. She would not stand a chance against these people. The key was that Chu Ming was obviously the leader of this team. Did he also have a superpower? The female manager had already been scared pale, trembling all over. She realized she had made a mistake and hid behind Chen Xinyan, not daring to come out at all. However, Chu Ming had no intention of letting her go. This one, and this one stay. The others can roll. Chu Ming pointed out Wang Biao, Shen Mingran, and the female manager. He had no objections to the Chen siblings. But these 3 guys, Chu Ming did not intend to let them see the sun tomorrow. "No!" the female manager shouted, then cried and clutched Chen Ziyuan's clothes, saying, "Leader, please save me. I didn't do anything." She knew very well that staying behind would not end well for her. If she had known the other party was this powerful, she would never have said those words. Shen Mingran instantly panicked as well. "Brother Chu, I understand my mistake. I will definitely obey you in the future. You wanted me to lose weight, right? I'm almost 70 kilograms now. Let's make peace. I'll only be your woman from now on. As for Wang Biao, he was already lying on the ground, unconscious, completely unaware of what was coming. Chun Ziyuan had a troubled expression on his face. He did not want to see anyone get hurt. But he also understood that Chu Ming was not a kind-hearted person. If he did not hand over the people, others in the base might get involved too. Sorry. After hesitating several times, Chun Ziyuan still pushed away the female manager's hand. People must pay for their actions. Others had no obligation to cover for them. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Just then, a series of dense noises came from the nearby buildings. Chu Ming turned his head to look out the window of the driver's cabin. To his surprise, he saw a gigantic jellyfish, at least 2 stories tall, leading a swarm of smaller jellyfish towards them. They moved slowly, seemingly gathering from all directions after sensing the presence of humans. The leading jellyfish was precisely the 3rd-level mutated beast that Chu Ming had been looking for. Monsters! Run! The people in Hope City immediately scattered to escape. Chu Ming, however, was calm and took out a compound bow from his storage, handing it to Su Yufei, saying, "Draw that big fellow over here." Chapter 54. Powerful Weapon System. This jellyfish stood about 5 to 6 meters tall. Even those with poor vision wouldn't miss it. Moreover, Su Yufei was already an excellent archer. Letting her handle this was a very safe bet. Looking at the compound bow handed over by Chu Ming, Su Yufei felt a bit familiar. Wasn't this the one she had given to Chu Ming before? Why did the material seem entirely different? Confused, Su Yufei took the compound bow. After handling it, she felt that the quality of this bow was significantly better than those she had used before. It was an intuition she had developed from handling bows for a long time. Seeing that the 3rd-level jellyfish was about to chase the fleeing crowd, Su Yufei quickly drew her bow and shot an arrow. As she released the string, the sharp arrow shot through the air, striking the body of the jellyfish directly. The jellyfish's body was soft to begin with. The arrow not only penetrated it, but also created a small pit in the ground. How is this possible? Su Yufei was dumbfounded. That shot was definitely an arrow, not a landmine. How could it have such incredible power? Chu Ming picked up binoculars to observe the situation of the 3rd-level mutated jellyfish. Su Yufei's previous arrow did indeed catch its attention. However, the wound from the arrow was healing at a visible speed. Although the defense of the 3rd-level jellyfish was still very low, common injuries seemed to have little effect on it. And given its size here, killing it would not be easy. With this thought in mind, Chu Ming looked at Su Yufei and said, "Try to attach the power of lightning to the arrow and see if you can hurt it." "Okay, see if you know that." She took out an arrow again and placed it on the compound bow, then injected the power of lightning into the arrow. As the Tier 3 mutated jellyfish approached, she suddenly released the bowstring. The arrow, imbued with the power of lightning, instantly pierced into the body of the Tier 3 mutated jellyfish. The originally calm and slowly moving mutated jellyfish began to tremble violently. Lightning surged within its body, and numerous tiny wounds were torn open on its surface. Some blue liquid flowed out from the wounds, corroding the ground into a giant pit. "It seems to be working." Su Yufei's eyes lit up. "Continue," Chu Ming said. Su Yufei naturally understood the principle of seizing the opportunity and immediately drew back the bowstring again to shoot several more arrows. At this moment, the Tier 3 mutated jellyfish had already arrived in front of the vehicle. Wang Biao, lying on the ground and unconscious, was completely corroded by the liquid flowing out of the mutated jellyfish, leaving not even a bone fragment. While the mutated jellyfish was digesting Wang Biao, Chu Ming closed the window and turned to walk toward the driver's seat. It was time to test the weapon system of the base vehicle. Although he was absolutely safe inside the base vehicle, this big guy was prone to spewing poisonous liquid. Even if it couldn't hurt him, other things in the base vehicle might not be spared. It was better to deal with it outside the base vehicle. Chu Ming sat in the driver's seat and opened the weapon system on the interface. "Please place the energy core." A groove suddenly appeared beside the control panel. Chu Ming took out a handful of energy cores from his space and stuffed them all into the groove. At a rough glance, there were at least 20 to 30 energy cores. "Please continue to add." "Chu Ming, isn't 20 some energy cores enough? This weapon is too costly." But thinking that if he could kill the big guy outside, he would get a Tier 3 energy core. This deal was still quite profitable. Chu Ming gritted his teeth and took out another 20 or so energy cores, gathering a total of 50 and placing them all into the energy groove. This should be enough, right? Seeing that the energy groove was full, Chu Ming closed the lid again. 2 seconds later, weapons prepared, locking on to the target. At the same time, a platform suddenly rose up from the top of the base vehicle. On the weapon platform, a cannon barrel the size of a bowl swiftly rotated 360 degrees. Finally, it aimed at the Tier 3 mutated jellyfish in front of the base vehicle. Detected Tier 3 mutated beast, kill success rate 100%, attack. Chu Ming could see everything outside clearly through the screen of the control panel. After the weapon locked onto the target, he could even see where the energy core was located inside the mutated jellyfish. No wonder this weapon system cost him 50 energy cores. Its functions were quite comprehensive. Attack! Chu Ming sighed slightly and directly issued the command. As his voice fell, the weapon platform began to absorb energy. A ball of white light condensed inside while spinning rapidly. As the light ball grew bigger, the speed of rotation increased. The weapon emitted a faint humming sound. At that moment, the light ball suddenly stopped spinning. Then it transformed into a beam of light and was fired from the cannon barrel. The next second, accurately, it hit the target. The large Tier 3 mutated jellyfish's body deflated slowly to the ground like a leaking balloon. Target has been killed. Friendly reminder. The base vehicle's weapon system can be upgraded individually. Use energy core fusion. From initiating the weapon to killing the target, it took about 30 seconds. The time was not too short, but the result made Chu Ming very satisfied. At least dealing with this mutated jellyfish was completely effortless. Chu Ming exited the weapon system. He then stood up and went outside the mobile base. He first waved his hand to collect the corpse of the third-level mutated jellyfish. After searching the ground for a long time, he finally found the third-level energy core that had been blasted 2 meters deep into the earth by weapons. With this third-level energy core, he would have little trouble breaking through to the third level. However, he still needed 15 second-level energy cores. Throughout this journey, he was bound to gather them all. Looking at least a few hundred small jellyfish around, Chu Ming took out the walkie-talkie and said, "Everyone come out. Get ready to work." He had just consumed 50 energy cores, including the portion previously taken by Yi Jiyin and the others. He now only had over 100 energy cores left. That wasn't enough to fire 3 rounds with his weapon. Although the first-level energy cores were no longer very useful to him, they were essential for enhancing the cultivation of Yi Jiyin and others, as well as feeding the mutated peach tree. Not to mention, the consumption of weapons was also a significant expense. He could even upgrade the weapons of the mobile base. It seemed that there was a shortage everywhere. Taking advantage of the fact that these guys from Hope City attracted quite a few mutated jellyfish over, he could reap another round. It would be even better if he could find a few second-level mutated jellyfish. Just then, a figure staggered and ran over. When it got closer, Chu Ming realized it was actually Chen Xinyan. She looked pale, and her hands were covered in blood. Seeing Chu Ming, tears immediately fell down her cheeks. "Do you have any medicine here?" "A hemostatic agent. My brother is going to die. Please, for the sake of my brother, who has also helped you, save him." Chapter 55. Special hemostatic agent. Since the apocalypse began, Chen Xinyan had not experienced much hardship. Thanks to Chen Ziyuan's foresight, he created a base early on and organized everyone to go out to search for food. Everyone could eat enough and wear warm clothes every day. She hadn't had the chance to see the malice of human nature. It was only when the disaster broke out and more than 90% of the people in the base died or were injured that she realized the people in the base were not as kind as she had imagined. What happened today made her utterly disappointed with human nature. Her brother clearly was trying to save people, yet he was stabbed in the back. Injured and bleeding, Chen Ziyuan instantly became a target for monsters. If it weren't for her building a dirt wall to block the surroundings, they would probably have died by now. The more Chen Xinyan thought about it, the angrier she became. Those guys were simply inhumane. If something happened to her brother, she would make sure those guys paid with their lives. Chu Ming glanced at Chen Xinyan and said lightly, "Did I not remind you not to leave the basement? Did I not warn you that there are monsters everywhere outside? You refused to listen and even came here to trouble me. Now that this has happened, who can you blame?" Chen Xinyan turned pale. Just now, the people in the base had been rude and even fought to get these 2 vehicles. They were indeed in the wrong. Although she and her brother had never had any thoughts of taking the vehicles, others did not think so. Now, having offended Chu Ming while coming to ask for medicine, she felt completely shameless. But thinking of Chen Ziyuan's current situation, Chen Xinyan was terrified. He was her only family. Other than coming to plead with Chu Ming, she couldn't think of anyone else who could provide a hemostatic agent. Even when she came to find Chu Ming, she was just hoping for a miracle. Chen Xinyan gritted her teeth and directly knelt in front of Chu Ming, saying, "As long as you are willing to save my brother, I can agree to any condition you have. I am an ability user. Though not as powerful as those around you, I can still be of some use. Besides, I'm not bad looking. If you have needs, I can satisfy you." Hearing this, Chu Ming was somewhat surprised, though they had not interacted much. In his impression, Chen Xinyan was a person with a strong sense of self-esteem. Now, she was willing to do such a thing for a box of hemostatic medicine. This showed that she also had feelings and loyalty. To be honest, Chen Xinyan looked pretty good and had the charm of a young lady from a noble family. However, for Chu Ming, good looks could only be a bonus. If he wanted to acknowledge her, she had to bring real benefits to him. I can give you a box of hemostatic medicine, but you have to exchange it for 50 mutated jellyfish, Chu Ming said, pulling out an energy core. I want the mutated jellyfish that has this kind of crystal, and I want the body along with everything inside. I'm willing. Seeing that Chu Ming agreed, Chen Xinyan hurriedly nodded. She had said before that as long as it could save her brother, she would be willing to do anything. Okay, wait for me 2 minutes. Chu Ming returned to the RV, took out a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao from his space, and then poured the powder into a small sealed bag. This bottle of Yunnan Baiyao had been upgraded in the space, so its effectiveness was naturally not comparable to ordinary Yunnan Baiyao. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he definitely had to disguise it a bit. After packing the Yunnan Baiyao, Chu Ming walked out of the RV again. This is a special hemostatic medicine, and it works very well. Bring your brother over, and I'll give you the hemostatic medicine, Chu Ming said, raising the Yunnan Baiyao in his hand. He wasn't a fool. Chen Xinyan's verbal promise wasn't enough. What if the brother and sister decided to run away halfway? He had to see 50 mutated jellyfish with his own eyes. Only then would this transaction be considered complete. Before that, Chen Xian had to stay as a hostage. Chen Xinyan naturally understood Chu Ming's meaning. She didn't hesitate at all. I'll go and bring my brother right now. Chen Xinyan's expression was very firm. She glanced at the hemostatic medicine in Chu Ming's hand, then turned around and rushed toward the basement without looking back. Soon, Chu Ming saw Chen Xinyan pulling a wooden board, rushing over here. Before getting close, she dropped the rope used to pull the wooden board and quickly ran to Chu Ming's side. My brother seems to be dying. Chen Xinyan's eyes were red, choking as she said. Let's go, let's check on him first. Chu Ming followed Chen Xinyan to the wooden board. There lay Chen Xian, unconscious, on the board, his waist and abdomen soaked with blood, and due to the extremely low temperature, his surrounding clothes had frozen. You treat him. Chu Ming tossed the Yunnan Baiyao he was holding over. After receiving the hemostatic medicine, Chen Xinyan quickly applied it to Chen Xian's wound. She didn't have time to question the authenticity of the medicine. If she did nothing, Chen Xian would surely die, so she could only hope for the best. After a moment, Chen Xinyan checked Chen Xian's wound again. She found that not only had it stopped bleeding, but it was also beginning to scab. Her eyes were filled with shock. This hemostatic medicine worked too well. No wonder Chu Ming said it was a special medicine. Even before the apocalypse, this medicine would have been very precious. Thank you for being willing to lend me such a good medicine, Chen Xinyan sniffed, looking gratefully at Chu Ming. Remember what you promised me, Chu Ming reminded her. Can I wait until my brother wakes up before going to kill those mutated jellyfish? Chen Xinyan was still worried about Chen Xian's condition. Although he had stopped bleeding, he had lost too much blood, and that didn't mean he was completely out of danger. Sure, but your brother must stay here with me, Chu Ming said. Okay. Chen Xinyan had no objections. Leaving Chen Xian alone in the basement, she felt even more uneasy about those guys at the base. Now, apart from Chu Ming, she trusted no one. By the way, you'd better build a house. Don't let your brother freeze to death, Chu Ming said, then turned back to the RV. Chen Xinyan looked around, found a relatively flat spot, and used her abilities to create a small dirt house of a few square meters. She brought Chen Xian inside. Then she went back to the basement to bring the blankets, mattresses, and a few remaining supplies over. After starting a fire in the room, she felt a little more at ease. Brother, you have to get better, Chen Xinyan said, looking at Chen Xian's pale face, her heart heavy with sadness. Can Chen Xian really survive in such a harsh environment? If only her special ability could heal her brother's injuries. Just as she was thinking this, Chu Ming suddenly walked in from outside. Do you want your brother to wake up right now? Chu Ming asked. Yes, of course I do. Chen Xinyan paused for 2 seconds, then quickly replied. I can help you, but besides those 50 mutated jellyfish, you will have to serve me forever, which means you have to leave with me. Pausing, Chu Ming emphasized, you alone. Chapter 56. Information about the pig farm. Chu Ming was very eager to recruit someone with potential like Chen Xinyan. At this moment, Chen Xinyan clearly had not yet come into contact with energy cores, but she could already use her special abilities continuously. And just a moment ago, when Chen Xinyan was building, he observed from inside the base vehicle. He saw the entire process took less than 2 minutes. Such talent was almost catching up to Yi Jian. However, in his previous life, he had never heard of someone named Chen Xinyan. Most likely, she died fairly early. It made sense to think about it. The Chen siblings were only focused on expanding their base. They had little preparation against their opponents. Just with Wang Biao alone, it would probably be enough to make them suffer. Plus, Ape City was close to the sea. If they couldn't retreat in time, they would eventually face destruction. No, I don't want to be apart from my brother, Chen Xinyan said with tears in her eyes. But I have no place for your brother to stay, Chu Ming said, spreading his hands. He could bring along people like Xiaqing and Zhou Li. In fact, having more Chen Xians wouldn't matter. After all, there were people to support them. But he simply couldn't arrange it here, and there were no extra vehicles. The girls could squeeze together. A big man like Chen Xian couldn't be squeezed in with him. His base vehicle was absolutely not going to let a man stay inside. He can sleep on the roof of the car, Chen Xinyan said seriously. Chu Ming was astonished by Chen Xinyan's idea. This was truly a devoted sister. In the middle of winter, with temperatures dropping below zero, having her brother sleep on the roof of a car. How could she even think of that? I can also give you some information. Chen Xinyan glanced at Chen Xian lying on the ground, then leaned towards Chu Ming and whispered, "A few years ago, my brother invested in a pig farm. Although there have been floods and extreme cold recently, the pig farm is surrounded by mountains, so it shouldn't have been completely flooded. And even if all the pigs died from the cold, it's only been less than a month since the temperature dropped, so that pork should still be quite fresh. A while ago, we were searching for vehicles to see if we could find some pork at the farm. If we found something, it could support quite a few people. But now that the base was in such a state, she and Chen Xian naturally wouldn't think to do charity, using the pork to feed these ingrates. If that's the case, it would be better to use it to trade for a chance at survival. Anyway, if she was going to follow Chu Ming, she would have a share of whatever pork they found. She hadn't eaten meat in a long time. A pig farm? Chu Ming searched in his mind. As far as he remembered, there didn't seem to be any pig farms nearby. Otherwise, it would have already been a target for him. However, there really wasn't much pork in his stocks. The last time he discovered the cold storage at the planting site, it was almost all beef, lamb, seafood, and high-end ingredients. Curiously, there was no fresh pork at all. The supplies in the supermarket warehouse, fresh vegetables, fruits, and meat had long spoiled. If what Chen Xinyan provided was reliable, he might as well take a trip. The flood lasted for more than half a month, and the pig farm was on the mountain. Relying on the mountain to eat, there shouldn't be many pigs that starved to death. When the cold wave arrived, preserving pork became very convenient. There was no need to worry about it rotting at all. This trip might really yield some great rewards. Okay, then bring your brother along. No need to sleep on the roof of the truck. Let him stay in the driver's cabin of the back truck. After weighing the pros and cons, Chu Ming agreed with Chen Xinyan. The small truck at the back was different from the base vehicle. The inside of the base vehicle was connected. However, the truck's cargo area was separated from the driver's cabin. Letting Chen Xinyan squeeze in alone was no big deal. However, this reminded Chu Ming. He needed to find opportunities to collect more vehicles. After the spatial upgrade, these vehicles basically didn't have to worry about not being able to operate in low temperatures. When the temperature dropped to minus 60 or 70 degrees later, he could still go wherever he wanted. Great! Seeing that Chu Ming agreed, Chen Xinyan immediately jumped forward and gave Chu Ming a big bear hug. Boss, I will definitely serve you well in the future. You tell me to go east, I will never go west. Although I still don't know your name, from now on I am your person in life or your ghost in death. This lifetime, I will follow you. To prevent Chu Ming from changing his mind, Chen Xinyan eagerly expressed her loyalty. As long as Chen Xian could wake up, the siblings would still be together. What's wrong with being a flunky once? Xian, come over and treat him. Chu Ming pushed Chen Xinyan away from him and turned around to say. Yi Xian walked out from behind Chu Ming. Brother Chu, this is my first time treating someone. I'm not sure if I can make him wake up, Yi Xian said with a slightly worried expression. Staying with Chu Ming's team, she had only treated Small Cole's leg before. Other than that, her special ability had not been put to use. Now Chu Ming was using her ability to negotiate, and she was really afraid she couldn't do it. Have a little confidence in yourself. Chu Ming patted Yi Xian's shoulder. Go ahead. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian walked to the bedside and then placed her hands on Chen Xian's wounds. Watching the green light in Yi Xian's palms, Chen Xinyan was filled with amazement. The strongest ability user in Chu Ming's team was actually a healer? Looking at the wound on Chen Xian's waist, after coming into contact with the green light from Yi Xian's palms, it began to heal at a visible speed. At the same time, Chen Xian's pale face gradually regained some color. After all, the wound had already been treated before. The severity of the injury naturally made the difficulty of healing different. Yi Xian also didn't expect the process to go so smoothly. In just a few minutes, she felt that Chen Xian's body was recovering to its original state. When she withdrew her hands, Chen Xian also opened his eyes. Brother, seeing Chen Xian awake, Chen Xinyan's expression suddenly brightened. What is this? Chen Xian looked confused and still didn't understand the situation before him. You guys chat for a while. After you communicate well, start working. I will stay in H City for at most 3 days, Chu Ming said. I will tell my brother clearly, Chen Xinyan nodded. After chatting with Chen Xian for a while, Chen Xinyan walked out of the small dirt house. Brother Chu, now I'm preparing to hunt jellyfish. I wonder if you can lend me a weapon. Chen Xinyan called Chu Ming that way after hearing Yi Jiyan address him. Doesn't your Earth-type ability have any attacking power? Chu Ming asked while sitting at the door of the base vehicle. I don't know, Chen Xinyan replied, looking puzzled. Since discovering her special ability, she had only used it to build houses or repair fences. She had never studied any offensive capabilities.